Leading us in today's national anthem will be the member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand on brasse pour l'éveil, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
I think we should start a barbershop going on here. Conouble Part, let's open the doors. Make sure everybody's ready here. Mr. Hardy's always ready. There you go. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, on April 25th, Canada lost a wonderful artist, talented and beautiful in every way. Susan Jacks passed away in Surrey after a rich career with chart-topping Billboard and Cashbox hits in Canada and the United States, 3 million selling records worldwide, and many Juno and Grammy Awards nominations as a performer and writer. Susan and West Coast artists including Tom Northcott, Howie Victors, Bill Henderson, and of course Terry Jacks, with whom she formed the Poppy family, earned major radio airplay way before Canadian content rules because they were just that good. Susan dealt with tough personal times and loss, of struggles with kidney disease, the triumph of a transplant, and then the fight with the disease once again. Turns out Burton Cummings and I share the same favorite Susan Jacks song with a title line that best suits her memory. For the sun shines for those who look beyond the clouds. Enjoy your eternal sunshine, Susan. You've taken the love of your fans and friends with you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Here.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the University of Alberta announced a dedicated place of quiet reflection in memory of friends and family lost in the downing of Ukrainian International Airlines flight PS752. As we reflect on the tragedy of this event, we're reminded of the profound effect it has had on the Edmonton Iranian family. I've met personally with families of the victims who were integral members of our community. We lost beloved university students, professors, doctors, and community volunteers. Notably, we lost parents, children, siblings, family, and friends. Mr. Speaker, this tragedy and its effects continue to be felt in Edmonton. As days and years go by, our community continues to mourn and remember those who we lost. But it also presents an opportunity to reflect on the importance of those we hold dear and to continue to recognize the amazing community in which we call home.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the highest rates of multiple sclerosis in the world, with over 90,000 Canadians diagnosed with the disease. MS is 3 times higher among women, and COVID-19 amplified the income security faced by women with disabilities. Diagnosed with MS in 2008, Michelle Hewitt shares how difficult it is to make ends meet. She says, I regularly speak to women no longer able to work, with no avenues for income once their medical employment insurance ends. They are not considered disabled enough. The system is failing them. Our government recognizes the urgent need to address this issue and plans to introduce a new Canada Disability Benefit to support Canadians with disabilities and lift them out of poverty. Today, in honor of MS Awareness Month, I join MS Society's virtual Carnation Pinning campaign to support a world free of MS. I encourage all of my colleagues to wear their carnations today and join in this effort. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Mr. Speaker, multiple sclerosis is the most common neurological disease in young adults. Research has shown that more than 60% of people living with MS end up unemployed eventually. This disease is episodic, with patients alternating between periods of disability and periods of remission. At the moment, EI only offers them 15 weeks of sickness coverage without any flexibility. Therefore, the system clearly needs to be thoroughly reformed. Today, in recognition of MS Awareness Month, we are taking part in a virtual event organized by the MS Society of Canada called the Virtual Carnation Pinning Event to improve the quality of life of people living with multiple sclerosis. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, for decades, Canada has enjoyed a close relationship with Europe and the European Union, a long-standing relationship based on shared values while striving to meet the challenges of our time. Today, we stand with the brave and resilient people of Ukraine as they defend their homeland and fight for democracy and human rights. On Europe Day, which celebrates peace and unity on May 9th, Canada's landmarks and iconic sites will be illuminated in blue and yellow, the colors of the EU and Ukraine flags. Mr. Speaker, I invite all Canadians to join me and Europeans from across Canada in celebrating the close partnership and deep ties between our country and the European Union. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I met with representatives from the independent newspapers who have concerns about Bill C-18. The government has poured hundreds of millions of dollars into foreign online advertising giants Facebook and Google, not local, independent Southern Alberta-owned papers, weeklies like Brooks Bulletin, Strathmore Times, Chestermere Anchor, and the Crow's Nest Pass Herald. But C-18 dictates media companies must be qualified Canadian journalism organizations. Many independent papers run their own reporting, editing, publishing, and do not qualify. Independents don't qualify as Canadian journalism organizations. Also miss out on labor tax credit, news subscription tax credit. Speaker, weekly papers play an important role in municipalities and to inform our residents in our communities. We should be supporting Canadian weekly papers, not leaving behind in favor of billion-dollar conglomerates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The honourable member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the great advocacy of the international students overcoming war ISO. As a student club from Wilfrid Laurier University, the student-led and student-funded humanitarian initiative fights hard to ensure that the rights of education and higher learning is safeguarded globally. ISO is committed to support the Canadian humanitarian mission to address the education crisis for refugees and internally displaced individuals. Since 2015, ISO has sponsored 23 scholars from Syria, Palestine, Egypt, Lebanon, and Myanmar. During their Ottawa visit, ISO shared with me their vision for greater collaboration with the federal government to establish a rapid response mechanism for education emergency. After hearing the personal and academic accounts of 2 scholars from Myanmar, I want to echo ISO's proposal to this House. To the students and alumni of ISO, I applauded the hard work that you have done and will continue to do. And I'm confident that because of your inspirational advocacy and your leadership, Canada will remain a destination for post-secondary education and a hub for those that seek higher learning experiences. Bravo.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, May is Asian Heritage Month in Canada, a time for all Canadians to come together and recognize the immense contribution of Asian Canadians and celebrate their rich and diverse culture and history. However, even as we celebrate Asian Heritage Month, anti-Asian racism has been on the rise in Canada during the pandemic. We know that one of the root causes of anti-Asian racism in Canada is a lack of understanding and appreciation for the contribution and sacrifices made by Asian Canadians throughout Canada's history. Recently, I've been championing a petition signed by over 10,000 Canadians across the country who wanted to see Wong Alexander Camus as the face of the redesigned $5 bill. They know it would ignite the important conversation amongst all Canadians about our history and contributions visible minority has made in shaping our multicultural society today. We believe that should Mr. Wong be selected, it will be a significant way to combat anti-Asian racism. Thank you, Speaker.
I just want to remind folks to keep their conversations outside the lobbies or, come take the chairs, get ready for QP. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, the planting season is underway. I want to wish farmers in York Simcoe and right across Canada the very best as they continue their hard work to feed Canadian families. Unfortunately, the Liberal government is maintaining a 35% tariff on fertilizer imported from Russia, even if the order was paid for well before the invasion of Ukraine. While Canadian farmers support the use of economic sanctions against Russia, applying the tariff to pre-existing orders does not penalize Russian producers. Instead, it only punishes farmers who are already facing unprecedented challenges. The Liberals need to do more to increase our domestic fertilizer production so we no longer rely on Russia for our nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash. If the retroactive sanctions persist, many agriculture producers will go bankrupt, jeopardizing our food supply and further increasing grocery costs for Canadians. I urge the federal government to listen to Canadian farmers.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take record-breaking Canadians for 2,000. Answer, with the 21 consecutive wins and counting, totaling over $500,000. She is the most successful Canadian to ever compete on Jeopardy! The question, who is Matea Roach? Hey! Now, for the last month, Canadians and Jeopardy fans around the world have marveled at Matea's surge into the top 10 longest winning streaks on the iconic TV quiz program. And with last night's wins, she now holds the 5th spot with no signs of slowing down. Communities across the country have cheered on the 23-year-old, including in my riding of Halifax, where she was raised and attended Sacred Heart School, and in Toronto, where she lives and works as a tutor. Matea has ties here in Ottawa, too, Mr. Speaker. In 2016, she worked as a parliamentary page. So to all members, please join me in congratulating Canada's Jeopardy super champion, Matea Roach, on her history-making performance. Mr. Speaker, I'd wager it all in the Daily Double that there's still much more to come. Way to go, Matea!
And I'm sure the colleagues from Cape Breton would be claiming her as well. So, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, I can personally attest to the devastating impact multiple sclerosis has on families. As some may know, my mother succumbed to a progressive form of MS a few years ago. I can still remember that impact that diagnosis had on her, from coming to terms with the news to planning home renovations that included a wheelchair ramp and accessible bathroom. As it worsened, having that loved one with a perfectly healthy mind trying to operate in a body that just wouldn't respond. This is only a small snapshot of a story too many Canadians are forced to experience. In fact, 12 Canadians are diagnosed with MS every day. It can happen to anyone without warning. And sadly, it's often known as Canada's disease. Fortunately, this country is home to some of the best MS researchers. There have been many life-altering advancements and treatments over the past 2 decades, including the exciting recent discovery that the Epstein-Barr virus might be a trigger for MS. Today, in honor of MS Awareness Month, I'm participating in the MS Society's virtual carnation pinning to show my commitment to creating a better quality of life for Canadians affected by this disease, and hopefully, very soon, a world free of MS.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, this week is Mental Health Week, and this year's theme is empathy. Now, of course, this is an interesting place and time to be making a statement on empathy. How do we, not just politicians but all Canadians, passionately debate critical issues in a way that doesn't relentlessly chip away at our collective mental health? For starters, I'd argue that we all need to scale down the verbal bombardment of one another from behind digital barricades. We need to listen, and listening needs to be more than skimming through responses to our social media posts, virtually high-fiving those who agree and cleverly smacking down those who challenge us. This is not healthy for our democracy, and it's not healthy for us as human beings. We all long for meaningful connection. We need to be heard and understood. True understanding doesn't have to imply agreement. We can strongly disagree and still work hard to understand each other. This builds connection. It helps us identify even limited common ground. It's good for our mental health, and it's good for our country. And this is a great week to start.
Great job. The honourable member for Burlington, the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the birth of a child is a joyous time, it can also be a time when mental health challenges arise. Right now, 40% of women and 20% of men in Canada have a perinatal mental illness, and rates have skyrocketed during COVID. Perinatal refers to the time from conception to 1 year after a baby is born. Sadly, we don't talk about it, and even when we do, support and mental health services may not be there. This morning, I joined Jamie and Patricia from the Canadian Perinatal Mental Health Collaborative alongside the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, as well as colleagues and community members for their national fundraiser referred to as Flora's Walk, named after a Canadian mom who tragically lost her life to postpartum psychosis. On this World Maternal Mental Health Day, each of us can do more. We can talk about it, we can share stories like Flora's, and support perinatal mental health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is the National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit. I wish to lift up all organizations, families, and survivors of violence who have led the way advocating for justice, and all of those who are working to put an end to this crisis of violence reported in the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls almost 3 years ago. In spite of the alarming findings in the report, we have witnessed little action from the federal government, including in this year's budget, where there is zero new budgetary allocation to address this ongoing genocide. This is unacceptable, especially in light of the alarming increase in gender-based violence that has occurred as a result of the pandemic. To communities, families, and survivors of violence, we stand in solidarity with you, and I commit to not allowing this genocide to fall by the wayside. I call on all members of Parliament to join me and respond to the crisis with the urgency it deserves. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Marcel Larocque Arena in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu is the only Quebec finalist for the Hockeyville contest, and that is why I invite everyone to vote for it on May 6th and 7th. This time, the important thing is not just to participate, but to win. For a local arena, Marcel Larocque is not just a little arena on the corner. It's the ice, where young people will build a family that will encourage them not to give up and continue their studies. It's the weekend curling tournament. It's breaking the ice with your first figure skating show. It's the summer day camp where competition gives way to absolute fun for all levels of players. As it celebrates its 50th anniversary this year, what better way to offer Marcel Larocque the opportunity to get a makeover so that it can continue to bring us together for another 50 years? Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu is definitely a city of ice sports. Who knows, perhaps the next Guy Lafleur will be putting on his first skates in the Marcel Larocque locker room. So, good luck, Marcel Larocque.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The month of May is MS Awareness Month, and today is Carnation Day. Every day in Canada, another 12 people will be diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. So I want to speak to those 12 people here today. Your diagnosis is not the end of your life as you know it. There are many people and families all across Canada who are going through and have gone through what you are dealing with here today. You are not alone in this journey. It was only a short year ago that my wife received her official MS diagnosis, and I know that the emotions of the day do run high. But thanks to the improvements in detection and treatment, my wife is working every day and continues to be the amazing wife and mother that she has always been. She is not letting MS define who she is or limit her in what she can or cannot do. In conclusion, we don't know how strong we are until being strong is all that we have left.
Oh, wow. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly rise today to acknowledge an innovator in Indigenous education and Cape Breton's most recent recipient of the Order of Canada. Dr. Marie Baptiste is a renowned Indigenous educator, author, and advocate. Dr. Baptiste was the first Mi'kmaq to obtain her PhD from Stanford after completing her master's from Harvard Education. Her academic career has spanned over 30 years. She is the author of books on decolonizing education, Indigenous knowledge, Indigenous humanities, and Mi'kmaq treaties. She is a fellow of the Royal Society of Canada and has received 4 honorary doctorate degrees, as well as the National Aboriginal Achievement Award for Education in 2008. Mr. Speaker, today Dr. Baptiste continues her important work at Cape Breton University, as well as being a knowledge holder, a grandmother, a wife, and also the mother of this very proud Member of Parliament.
Oral questions, question orale, l'honorable député.
The honourable member from Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's try to have a discussion with the Prime Minister and this time get the answers that people deserve in our judicial system. Mr. Speaker, in criminal cases, no matter when a crime was committed, when facts are reported to the police, charges can be laid against the alleged criminal. Whether we are talking about sexual crimes, economic crimes, violence, time is not forgiving. Does the Prime Minister agree with me? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again we see the Conservative Party trying to enter the stage of theatrical politics, something that was dealt with years ago. They just want to divert our attention from their support to the convoys that caused millions of damage to our economy and caused people to not feel safe at home. Let us talk about real matters that really count for Canadians: the cost of living, the illegal war by Vladimir Putin in Ukraine. Those are issues that we will concentrate ourselves on while the Conservatives just focus themselves on me. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. I have a simple question about justice in Canada. It has to do with something that is important for all Canadians. The Prime Minister himself has often rightly condemned acts committed by governments years ago. He himself has acknowledged that no one can be saved from his or her actions simply because time has taken its toll. My question to the Prime Minister is simple. Does the RCMP have to investigate criminal cases that are, say, maybe 6 years old when new facts are brought to their attention? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP will always do its job, but it's always very interesting to hear how much the Conservative Party does not want to talk about the economy, does not want to talk about housing, does not want to talk about the budget that we tabled a few weeks ago. All they want to do is stopping and hindering economic progress, what we tabled in the fall, Mr. Speaker. What's more, women are concerned throughout our country, but they don't even want to talk about the rights of women. They don't want to talk about anything. All they want to do is do ad hominems against me. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. We know that the Prime Minister is in trouble when he goes back to these subjects over and over again. All the members of this House are inundated with calls from citizens because this government no longer works. Unbelievable delays everywhere in immigration, for passports, at the CRA, for employment insurance. Even civil servants are telling citizens to simply call their MPs. Doesn't the Prime Minister believe it is time to put an end to federal health measures and get federal employees back to their offices to do their jobs and actually serve the public? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. For 2 years in this pandemic, we have done everything to make sure that Canadians are safe. Canadians, for the vast majority of them, did their job. An incredibly high vaccination rate in Canada as compared to elsewhere in the world. Well, not in the Conservative caucus, but elsewhere in the country, we saw people actually getting vaccinated and doing the right thing. And we will continue to be guided by science, guided by the best recommendations, by the best experts to keep Canadians safe. And that is exactly what we will continue to do so whilst delivering for Canadians, delivering services that they need.
Thornhill.
Speaker, surely the Prime Minister knows that vaccinated Canadians are on planes with unvaccinated international travelers here. Surely he knows that Italy, Greece, the UK, Denmark, and many others have no more travel restrictions and no more mandates. There, families have been reunited, workers are back to work, and everyone can travel. In Canada, this government doesn't trust Canadians. Why?
Here, here. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we have seen over the past couple of years, Canadians stepped up incredibly to be there for each other, to get vaccinated, to wear masks, to keep each other safe. And that strength of response is why we have not only had less impact by the pandemic than many other countries, but by our economic recovery has come back so much stronger than many other countries. That's why we're going to continue to be informed by experts in how to keep Canadians safe. Even as variants continue to evolve, we will evolve in our measures to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
And stigmatize, rinse, and repeat. Which experts is the Prime Minister listening to? What is the specific advice? What year is the advice from? And why is the advice different in Canada than the rest of the world? It's all secrets, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want to know, when will this government end the outdated, ineffective, and vindictive mandates?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Conservative Party talking an awful lot about divisions amongst Canadians, but that hasn't been the experience of most Canadians who stepped up to over 90% to get vaccinated, who demonstrated every step of the way that they were there for their neighbours. Let
me just hold on a sec. Just hold on a sec. Again, I've said, talk to your whips and get on the list for question period. Be more than happy to have other questions asked in this House of Commons. Let me go on to the L'Honorable Député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Last week, in the presence of the Prime Minister, journalists asked the Premier of Quebec, if he wanted to... Shall I allow you to calm people down before I begin? Well, apparently I didn't allow the Prime Minister to answer his question. I thought that he had finished what he had to say. No? All right, we will go back to the Right Honourable Prime Minister to answer the previous question.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, the Conservatives never miss an opportunity to try and pretend that Canadians are divided, when in fact, Mr. Speaker, Canadians were united to 90-degree vaccination rates, to pulling together for their neighbours, to following public health rules, to being there for each other. And that's why Canada pulled through better than many countries from this pandemic, why our economy is coming back so strongly. That's why we will continue to listen to experts. That's why we will continue to have Canadians' backs. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
And so, once again, the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, in the presence of the Prime Minister of Canada, journalists asked the Premier of Quebec if he would continue to make his claims for immigration so that there would be a coherence between federal and provincial politics. So, we wanted Quebec to manage its jurisdiction. The Premier of Quebec said yes. We asked the Prime Minister of Canada what he thought, and he said no. The government then cast doubts on Quebec's immigration levels and targets. Is Ottawa trying to impose its own immigration levels on Quebec? against Quebec's authority? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Not at all, Mr. Speaker, but we recognise that by virtue of the Canada-Quebec agreement, Quebec can welcome up to 28% of new permanent residents who are welcomed every year from coast to coast to coast. We will always work with Quebec to reach these objectives on the matter of immigration, and we will be here if they would like to increase their immigration numbers to make sure that Quebec welcomes their just part of new arrivals. The Honourable Member for Baie-Chambly. It's if Quebec wants, or on condition that Quebec wants, because the Parliamentary Secretary for Immigration clearly stated that Quebec doesn't receive a sufficient number of immigrants, but their system is so backlogged that there are cases dating back to 2009. The government says it wants to impose targets beyond our capacity to integrate, and they know what they're doing. They do this voluntarily, despite its own shortcomings. Should Quebec simply just stop talking to Ottawa and do its own business? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that immigration is essential to our economy. Like the member across the way knows full well, Quebec establishes its own targets when it comes to immigration. Last year, we welcomed more than 50,000 new permanent residents in the province. And this year, Quebec increased its immigration targets significantly so, which will help reduce waiting times. We will always work very closely with the Quebec government to make sure that the immigration system continues to work for Quebecers and for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many people in this country live in regions and communities where they have no access to abortion services. This government has been in power for 7 years and has done nothing to expand access to abortion services. But we have an opportunity today to do something concrete by ensuring we cover the cost of birth control and emergency contraceptives. Is the Prime Minister prepared to take this meaningful step today to truly expand access for people across this country?
Hear, hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to state once again in this House that the right to choose is a woman's and her right and right alone. We will never back down from protecting and promoting access to safe abortion in Canada and around the world, and we cannot take any rights, including this most fundamental one, for granted. To all Canadians, we must be active, vigilant, and speak out, and this government always has and always will be there for the full range of reproductive health and rights of all women across the country.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Access. This is about women's lives, not about a political wedge. Le gouvernement libéral.
The Liberal government has had 7 years to improve access to abortion services, and it has done absolutely nothing. Today, we have a golden opportunity to do something tangible by clearly stating that we will make sure that all contraceptive medications are free. Is the Prime Minister ready to take that step today, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Said we have not hesitated to take action, including by withholding funding from New Brunswick in light of their continued refusal to fund Clinic 554, and by investing $45 million to help community organizations expand access to reproductive health care information and services. J'ai aussi chargé le
I also asked the Minister for Health to ensure that all Canadians have access to the services they need when it comes to sexual and reproductive health, irrespective of where they live. By improving compliance to the Canada Health Act, we will continue to be here and present for reproductive and sexual health services throughout the country.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, it's May 4th in Canada, and there are citizens that can't leave the country. They can't fly. They can't take a train. They've lost their jobs, been laid off or fired because of a health choice. It's May 4th in the United Kingdom, and citizens have been thriving without mandates for nearly 2 months because their government followed the science and made the shift from mandates and control to personal responsibility. Prime Minister Boris Johnson ended the mandates, but our Prime Minister, well, he won't. So what's the difference? Is it the science or just this PM's politics?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we have followed the best advice of experts and scientists in Canada to keep Canadians safe, and that's exactly what we've been able to do. We have had a far less bad pandemic in Canada than in the United States, in the United Kingdom or elsewhere, because we've been following up on following the science and sticking to it. We will continue to. But it's interesting, the member opposite talks about the freedom of personal choice. I wonder if he's willing to extend that to the personal choice of women to control their own bodies.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I'm not surprised that this Prime Minister doesn't want to talk about his failures, and he wants to change the channel, his absolute failure to follow the science. Just like we've seen in countries like Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, countries around the globe. Their science is all the same, just like in the United Kingdom. So what's the evidence? What's the science that this Prime Minister's following? He's not following science. He's desperate to keep power and control over Canadians that he dislikes, just like Xi Jinping in China, Maduro in Venezuela. The provinces, well, they're ending their mandates. Countries around the world, they're doing the same. This Prime Minister...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we've been guided by one principle: to have Canadians' backs. And that's exactly what we've done through this pandemic, including by trusting in science, by trusting the experts, by moving forward in a responsible way that has resulted in a pandemic that was far less worse in Canada than other places around the world, but also an economic recovery that has been stronger and faster. At the same time, we will continue to engage to keep Canadians united as they have been in keeping each other safe, in protecting our economic recovery and building a better future for all.
I know it's Wednesday. I know we're on question 12. All right, we all ready? The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, I spoke to Daniel and Sandra. They have a sick daughter in the United Kingdom. She is alone and she needs the help of her parents. Sandra has begun her immunization process with Novavax, and she's been told that she needs to wait 163 days before she's able to travel to continue her immunization schedule. This is in stark contrast to the 3 weeks between doses recommended in the monograph. Federal vaccine mandates are punitive to Canadians who have made decisions contrary to this Prime Minister. Sandra's daughter needs help. When will the Prime Minister end the vindictive mandates and allow Canadians to travel freely?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can't help but pause on the language that the Conservative Party continues to use around vaccinations. Words like punitive, words like vindictive. When we know that vaccines have saved billions of lives around the world through this pandemic. The Conservative Party continues its attack on science, continues its attacks on experts. We will continue to follow the science and keep Canadians safe. That's how we have Canadians' backs, Mr. Speaker.
That was embarrassing.
Okay? I mean, I just trying to keep it down, try to keep it quiet, so we can hear the answers, we can hear these questions. The respect for the questions as much as the respect for the answers. The honourable member of Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that the mandates have served their purpose, and the word vindictive is really what's left. Yeah. Dr. Theresa Tam said in Health Committee that Canadians have a, quote, lack of trust and a complacency with respect to additional doses of the vaccine. This, of course, is not terribly surprising, given the disparaging language that the Prime Minister has used to describe those who disagree with him: misogynist, racist, taking up space. We've also heard the decision to end federal mandate is a cabinet-level decision. On which date will the Prime Minister release the benchmark Cabinet has used to make the vindictive mandate decisions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting to hear a Conservative member talking about the fact that the mandates actually serve served their purpose. That is a big step up from the Conservative Party to actually recognize that mandates served a purpose in keeping Canadians safe. The Canadians stepped up to over 90% in getting vaccinated is part of why we have had a pandemic that hit us less hard than many places around the world. That is a fact that we're going to continue to be guided by science. Regardless of the politics that guides the Conservatives, we will be guided by experts in science.
Hear, hear. I want to remind everyone that I do have a clock here and I'm watching the time as well. L'honorable député de Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will be happy to learn that many countries are following science when it comes to managing COVID-19. For example, Cuban travellers can freely come to Canada so long as they've completed a form and consent to PCR testing. The United Kingdom, Sweden, Switzerland and Ireland have all removed travel restrictions related to COVID. In Canada, every single province has removed or is in the process of removing mask requirements, just like Quebec. These countries and provinces are following the science, as is Quebec. Perhaps Quebec is wrong. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, during this pandemic, we've seen that a number of countries did things differently in order to protect their citizens, in order to ride the storm of this pandemic. Canada made decisions in partnership with provinces. These decisions have allowed us to have a less serious pandemic as compared to other countries, even though we lost many lives. We've also managed to have a very strong economic recovery, much stronger than many other countries. That happened because we followed science, and we will continue to be informed by science in our decisions here to come. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, let us not forget at the beginning of the pandemic, March 2020, we were the first to ask that borders be closed because we knew there was a risk. We knew there was danger, but the Prime Minister's government did not react quickly enough, and we know what happened thereafter. Then the situation evolves, Mr. Speaker. Science has done its job. Canadians are vaccinated. Countries are now freeing their populations, so why is the Prime Minister maintaining his control over Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if we would like to talk about our early pandemic approaches, let me remind everyone that it was the Conservatives that was clamouring that we needed a greater number of vaccines in Canada to vaccinate Canadians. But then once we started delivering, and I'm ready to give them credit for this, but once we started delivering these vaccines, all of a sudden the Conservatives switched sides and decided that people should not be convinced that vaccines are a good idea. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, they did not follow science. We, on our side, will continue to do so. We have delivered these vaccines. We will continue to deliver measures that will protect Canadians. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the federal level, there are 29,000 backlogged files of Quebec immigrants applying for permanent residence. There are people in there who have been waiting since 2009. Yesterday, the Liberals blamed Quebec. I quote, "If Quebec really wants to improve delays, it should increase its immigration threshold." Mr. Speaker, the 29,000 files that are behind schedule are immigrants already chosen by Quebec who are already living in Quebec. Their file is blocked by Ottawa. Is that really Quebec's fault? Is Quebec now managing immigration in Canada? Are we in charge of IRCC? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have always worked hand in hand with the Quebec government when it comes to immigration. We are here to process files as quickly as possible. Yes, it would be great if Quebec would send us a greater number of files. We would be able to allow more immigration for them, but that is the kind of work that is being done continuously. Last year, we welcomed over 50,000 new permanent residents in the province of Quebec. And good news, this year, Quebec has increased its target significantly, and we will continue to work in order to deliver. The federal government is always ready to do more when it comes to immigration. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, no, Quebec does not manage immigration in Canada, but perhaps it should. If Quebec had all the powers in immigration, an immigrant chosen by Quebec would have his or her permanent residence handed to him or her on a silver platter. Right now, it takes the federal government an average of 2.5 years to process a file, some of which have been dragging on for 13 years. The machine is simply broken in Ottawa. Does the Prime Minister find it acceptable that an immigrant chosen by Quebec, who lives in Quebec, who studies in Quebec, who works in Quebec, should be abandoned like that by the Government of Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, When it comes to immigration, it will always be the federal government of Canada that will manage most of the file. But we do have an agreement with Quebec that recognises the specificity of that province. I know that it's unfortunate for my friend from the bloc, but Quebec isn't its own country and will never be its own country. So they won't be able to manage their own immigration system. Canada will continue to do its work, and we will therefore continue to have a partnership with the federal government and the provincial government of Quebec. I think there's a lot of heckling from all sides.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightly concerned about this Liberal government's political interference with the inquiry into the Emergencies Act. The Prime Minister has refused to turn over key evidence that Cabinet used to justify invoking extraordinary powers, and questions remain on how and why they selected Justice Rouleau to head the inquiry. Can the Prime Minister clear the air and confirm to this House, did any minister or member of their political staff speak with Justice Rouleau about the inquiry before his appointment? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we invoked the Emergencies Act, we ensured that it was done in a proportional and time-limited way to enable to have the kind of restoring of order that we needed in Canada while maintaining people's confidence in the transparency and the accountability of democracy. That's why we move forward with the Parliamentary Committee. That's why we've moved forward with a national public inquiry as required to be able to give that full transparency. I can understand the Conservatives are concerned about this, Mr. Speaker. They're worried that it's going to show the level to which their support for these blockaders contributed to the difficulties for so many Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the government must invoke the National Defence Act to use the military for civilian law enforcement. The government insists it did not deploy the military during the February demonstrations in Ottawa. Now we know surveillance flights were conducted over Ottawa at that time. Did the government invoke any statute to deploy the Canadian Armed Forces in this manner, or was the surveillance conducted without lawful authority?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the flight in question was part of a Canadian Armed Forces training exercise that was planned prior to and was unrelated to the convoy protest. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a perfect example where the official opposition in this country needs to be very careful about spreading...
I'll get order. I'll let the Prime Minister restart. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here is the facts, Mr. Speaker. The flight in question was part of a Canadian Armed Forces training exercise that was planned prior to and was unrelated to the convoy protest. That's the fact, Mr. Speaker. Now, what the official opposition is playing with right here is dangerously close to misinformation and disinformation when they choose to make political hay out of something that could be concerning to many people if it were true, but is simply not. And I think it's important, and it behooves all of us in this House to demonstrate responsible leadership in how we move forward.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, "One has to be very, very cautious before deploying military in situations engaging Canadians. It is not something that anyone should enter in lightly," end quote. Yet now we have learned that Canada's special forces were operating surveillance aircraft, I'm sure they were just in training, over Ottawa during the February truckers' protests. This contradicts everything the government has said to date. Liberals didn't put soldiers on our streets, but they did put them in the air, Mr. Speaker. Wow. How can the Prime Minister justify using military assets to surveil?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want Canadians to pay very careful attention to this exchange. What the member opposite just engaged in is dangerously close to misinformation and disinformation designed to gin up fears and conspiracy theories around what happened a number of months ago. It is entirely irresponsible for members of Her Majesty's loyal opposition to stray so close to misinformation and disinformation. I would ask them to be more responsible.
Honorable. We did cross a couple of lines there that I just want to be careful when we talk about misinformation and what we impugn other members of actually doing. So I just want to be careful, and I heard it from all sides. So I just want to make sure I heard. Order. Order. I can stand here the rest of the question period, and then that'll be that. Do we want to continue with question period? That is my question. Yes, please? Yes, please? Very good. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, if there's one thing I've learned, it's that those
I can hold on a sec. No, I'm still on this. I'm still on this. Out of control. We need to bring it down just a little bit so that the people watching above, the people watching it at home can understand that we're having debate that is important to Canadians. So let's bring it down. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
The Emergencies Act can only be invoked if there's no other law in Canada that can deal with the situation at hand. Now, it appears that there was a military surveillance that was conducted during the Ottawa protests. I find that very interesting, as do many Canadians, because either the government authorized this flyover, this military surveillance, without lawful authority, or they utilized another law in Canada, namely the National Defence Act, and therefore the Emergencies Act wasn't required. So which is it? Did the government conduct military surveillance illegally, or did they invoke the Emergencies Act illegitimately?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Or, Mr. Speaker, the flight in question was part of a Canadian Armed Forces training exercise that was planned prior to and unrelated to the convoy protest. Mr. Speaker, that is the facts as put forward. Now, the choice of the Conservative Party of Canada to drum up and allude to conspiracy theories and come dangerously close to spreading misinformation and disinformation is something we need to be very careful about.
Respect the Speaker. Throw him out. Throw him out.
Order. Order. Previous comment applies. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Throw him out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've come to learn what we've long believed, that the infrastructure bank doesn't actually deliver infrastructure, but just enriches those at the very top. We've long known that public-private partnerships don't actually benefit communities. In fact, the Transport Committee has made a recommendation that the infrastructure bank be scrapped. We've been calling for, and we continue to call for, the infrastructure bank to be turned into a climate bank that creates jobs for workers, that builds infrastructure publicly to help us tackle the climate crisis. Will the Prime Minister do that? Turn the infrastructure bank into a climate bank that favors people and public investment.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Environment Commissioner's findings are proof that taking action to protect our environment works, and that this is the time to be even more ambitious. Infrastructure Canada is strengthening the climate lens it uses to assess environmental impacts of projects as we continue to build a clean, competitive economy. We will use these reports to keep delivering what Canadians expect: a healthy environment and a healthy economy.
Honourable Deputy Burnaby Sud.
Reports out of New Brunswick indicate there's been a 30% increase in overdose deaths in 1 year alone. We know this is a crisis gripping the entire country. Experts have called for decriminalization as one tool to tackle this serious crisis and to save lives. We agree. In fact, we have a bill, a private member's bill, that calls for a healthcare approach instead of a criminal law approach to dealing with this crisis. Will the Prime Minister support our bill and save lives?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've long recognized the importance of tackling the opioid epidemic with all the tools that science and experts are recommending. A significant amount of the investments we've made have been around safe supply, but we know there's always much more to do. That's why we continue to work to divert people who use drugs away from the criminal justice system and towards supportive and trusted relationships. Our multifaceted approach builds on previous action to address the opioid overdose crisis, including investments of over $700 million in community-led harm reduction, treatment, and prevention projects. We will continue to do everything we can to protect Canadians from this national crisis.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Tomorrow, May 5th, is Red Dress Day, a day to acknowledge the ongoing national tragedy of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. To enact the call to justice from the final report of the MMIWG Commission, it is perfectly clear that all communities need to see concrete actions to enact the National Action Plan and to ensure women are protected and safe anywhere in the country. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell us about the concrete actions the Government of Canada is taking in regards to creating culturally safe and appropriate spaces to address the ongoing national tragedy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by thanking the member for Brampton South for her hard work and for important questions. Our government is committed to working alongside Indigenous partners and survivors to end violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people in Canada and the tragedy of MMIWG. That's why we invested over $100 million in Budget 2021 to re-establish and revitalize Indigenous cultural spaces, which responds to Call for Justice 2.3. This work has begun, for example, in the Gitxsan Indian Band in BC with funding for the construction of a traditional pit home and museum facility that the community has long advocated for as well.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
In the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker, this government's first-time homebuyers program has only approved 13,000 applications. The Shared Equity Mortgage Program, 9 applications. The Housing Co-Investment Fund has been so poorly executed, organizations have stopped applying altogether. But not to worry, Mr. Speaker. This minister and this Prime Minister have repeatedly said they are doubling down on their failed programs. So why should Canadians believe that they should ever be able to afford a home under this Prime Minister?
Great question.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, housing prices are a real concern, especially for middle-class Canadians hoping to afford their first homes. That's why, since we brought in 2017's National Housing Strategy, we've seen millions of families move into new homes supported by government programs. And through Budget 2022, we're making further investments to double housing construction this decade, help Canadians buy their first home, curb unfair practices that drive up the price of housing, and support the construction of affordable housing. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, there is still more to do, and we will continue to do it. That's what Canadians expect of us.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it used to be the case that if you worked hard, got a good job, and saved up for it, you could expect to afford a home in Canada. Right. But this government's housing strategy has been to spend more money creating more bureaucratic programs that have actually caused housing prices to double since they have taken office. Mr. Speaker, this is leading many in my generation to completely give up on their dream of home ownership. So will the Prime Minister recognize that his policies have failed young Canadians, adjust course, and implement a real plan to address this housing crisis?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after a couple of weeks in this House, I'm happy to hear a question that actually goes to the heart of Budget 2022, because we put forward a housing plan that focuses on three things, particularly for young Canadians. First of all, to help young Canadians save for a down payment on a first home with a historic tax-free savings account to help with the purchase of a first home. Second, we're going to cut down on speculation by bringing in a ban on foreign buyers and crack down on unfair practices like blind bidding. And third, we're going to increase the supply of housing in Canada for this young generation by working with municipalities with historic investments once again to double the new housing starts over the coming decade.
Mr. Speaker, the thing that's concerning Canadians in Papineau, Louise Saint Laurent, and everywhere in Canada is inflation. The cost of living keeps going up. We now see that we've reached 6.7%. That's unacceptable. And in France, it's much less bad, only 4.1%. Why? Well, for example, France has frozen tariffs. We know that this government doesn't care about that kind of thing. It's increased the carbon tax. Could this Prime Minister rise and tell Canadians that he will freeze tariffs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed to hear from one of our Quebec colleagues that he's against a price on pollution. We know that placing a price on pollution and making sure that it's not free to pollute is important for people in Papineau and for people throughout Canada. We know that pricing pollution is the right thing to do for the years and generations to come. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we are investing to give more money back to the provinces where we are pricing pollution, and we are also investing in families, for example, with childcare spots.
Have more than doubled. This is greatly outpacing the United States and other G7 countries. This Liberal government has had 6 years to fix this issue, and they have failed to develop a plan that works. Instead of Canadians moving into new homes, the dream of home ownership or an affordable place to live is moving further and further away. When will the Prime Minister finally focus on building new homes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
When we took office in 2015, we started from a standing start in terms of federal investments in housing, because the previous Conservative government for 10 years had not seen housing as a priority for them to invest in. So we moved forward with 2017's historic national housing strategy, which is now up to about $70 billion worth of investments to help families get into homes. And in Budget 2022, we're moving forward with support for families to save up, investments with municipalities to double the increase in housing over the coming years, and we're cracking down on unfair speculation. These are the things that are going to help families get into their new homes.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was in Quebec at an assembly on seniors' living conditions. I was invited by the Coalition for Seniors' Dignity, which represents 150,000 people. And there was unanimous opinion to the effect that no one agrees with the creation of two classes of seniors. Everyone knows that the increase in the price of food and rent is the same for someone who's 74 or 75. Unlike the Prime Minister, inflation is not ageist. When will this Prime Minister finally raise the old age pension for all seniors from 65 years of age? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, we have been there for seniors. Whether by increasing the guaranteed revenue supplement by 10% for the most vulnerable seniors, whether by investing in programs to help them, we have always been there. We brought the age of retirement back down from 67 after Mr. Harper raised it to 67. We improved the CPP and Quebec followed suit. We sent a one-time payment of $500 for seniors over 75. And we will always be there for seniors. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's clearly not enough. Because if this government wants to keep being there for seniors, it can't just tell people from 65 to 74 to go back to work if they don't have enough money. That's not helping them. That's actually just insulting them. To really help them would mean giving them $110 more a month, every month, for everyone over 65. That would help them deal with the decrease in their purchasing power. That would help them deal with unexpected events. That's what it means to be there for seniors, not a single one-time check on the eve of an election. When will the Prime Minister really be there for seniors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's good news that seniors are living longer and longer. But the challenge is that as they live longer, costs are also going up. That's why we recognize that seniors over 75 need a little more help. And that's why we were here to help them. We didn't take anything away from seniors from 65 to 74. They also saw their benefits increased. But we did a little more for more vulnerable, older seniors, and I think that is what Canadians expect.
Well, Mr. Speaker, special interest activists south of Canada's borders are attempting to go around existing legal process to shut down Enbridge Line 5. Now, Line 5 supplies 540,000 barrels of oil per day that fuels the economies of Ontario and Quebec and is governed by the terms of the Transit Pipeline Treaty between Canada and the United States. Yet the Prime Minister says he's not interested in enforcing the terms of this treaty. This is critical. Will the Prime Minister intervene today and defend Canada's interests?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Line 5 is a critical piece of infrastructure for both Canada and the United States, and that's why we have been consistently and continually advocating for its continued operation with the government of Michigan, with the federal government in the United States, and continue to demonstrate how important our energy partnership is across the border. We continue to be there to defend the interests of Canadians and of people in northeastern United States. We will continue to be there to ensure that we're working as true partners on energy security for everyone across North America.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, energy security is what we need, Mr. Speaker, but this pipeline has seen repeated attempts to shut it down. Last year, the government filed its brief with the U.S. court on a different attempt to shut down Line 5. Now it's pretending that there is no Canadian interest at stake in losing 540,000 barrels per day of critical energy delivery. Something has changed to the Prime Minister. Is silence on Line 5 the price of buying the NDP support for your government?
Wow. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see Conservatives trying to invent conspiracy theories where there simply are none. We have consistently advocated for Line 5, continually pressured both the company and the state of Michigan to resolve their differences. We've continually advocated in the United States at the highest levels in Washington, and will continue to, Mr. Speaker. This is something that we take very seriously, and we will continue to be there to fight for it.
The Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Speaker, the Line 5 pipeline is the energy lifeline for Southern Ontario and Toronto. Millions of jobs in Canada depend on affordable gas, and this pipeline is a vital link that directly impacts thousands of jobs in my riding. The imminent shutdown of this pipeline will mean shortages at the pumps and the doubling of gas prices. Speaker, will the Prime Minister deviate from his usual lack of leadership and ensure Canadians that Line 5 will not be shut down?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Line 5 is critical infrastructure for Canada and for the United States. We've taken strong steps to defend Line 5, including by formally invoking the bilateral pipeline treaty. I've raised Line 5 directly with President Biden, where I've emphasized its importance to the Canadian economy and North American energy security. Ambassador Hillman and others in our government continue to raise Line 5 with U.S. officials. We will always stand up for Canadian workers and Canadian industry.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, I have been horrified and shocked to see the 10 Quebec Conservative MPs remain silent after hearing that our neighbors to the south may overturn the right to an abortion. This is completely regressive, Mr. Speaker. Regressive. One moment, please. One moment.
Administration of government.
Order. À l'ordre. L'honorable député de Pontiac peut recommencer sa question.
I'll ask the member for Pontiac to start over. Mr. Speaker, I was horrified and shocked to be here in this House and see that 10 Conservative members from Quebec remained completely silent after hearing about the fact that the right to an abortion may be overturned in the U.S. It's concerning.
À l'ordre. Tout le monde à l'ordre. S'il te plaît. S'il vous plaît. Je sais pas quoi est-ce que dans l'air aujourd'hui.
I don't know what's in the air today. I know that it's a question period, but it's also answer period. The honourable member for Pontiac.
J'aimerais savoir quels sont les commentaires.
I'd like to hear what the Prime Minister has to say regarding the official opposition's shameful reaction. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Pontiac for her question, and I share her feelings. Every woman in Canada has a right to a safe and legal abortion. The reaction of Conservative MPs to the recent news shows one thing, that they prefer attacking me rather than addressing the issues that really matter for women and actually for all Canadians. On our side of the House, we will always be there for women, and we will never call into question their right to choose. Shame.
And I thought this was going to be a good question period. L'honorable député de Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Revenue Agency is at it again. This time, they're being investigated by the Privacy Commissioner for betraying whistleblowers who just want to do their work honestly. A CRA executive ordered them to, and I quote, make the deal, and agreed it was an atypical process to give sweetheart deals to big business. Will the Prime Minister hold the CRA accountable and protect whistleblowers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
An expert third-party review found that there was no wrongdoing in this case, and the agency did not provide any form of preferential treatment to the taxpayer. We'd like to remind the member that the CRA is an independent agency, and at no point is political input sought for these sorts of matters. And we take the protection of employee privacy extremely seriously and believe those who disclose serious wrongdoing must be protected. Our whistleblowing law provides secure and confidential processes for disclosing serious wrongdoing in the workplace and protection for acts of reprisal.
Yeah, brother.
The honourable member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
There are so many pending investigations, it's hard to keep track of them all when it comes to this government across the floor. With the SNC-Lavalin scandal, we saw how this government would move mountains for their corporate friends. They fired the Attorney General. They fired the President of the Treasury Board. But for the CRA whistleblowers, nothing. Why do insiders always get ahead with this government while Canadians are left behind?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, this government stands up for Canadians, stands up for workers, stands up for protecting our democracy, and we will continue to do exactly that. While members opposite insist on making partisan personal attacks against me, we will continue to stay focused on Canadians, on standing up for the middle class, working hard to join it, on standing up for women and their reproductive rights, on standing up for doing things the right way for Canadians while they try to sling mud.
All right. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, last year the Prime Minister flew to Tofino on the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and it was reported that he stayed in an $18 million surf mansion whose owner's name was found in the Paradise Papers. Unbelievable. Now we hear media reports that high-ranking Canada Revenue Agency officials are making sweetheart deals with big business so they don't pay their fair share of tax. Can the Prime Minister please explain how he came to be in a home owned by someone referenced in the Paradise Papers? Who arranged that?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see Conservatives choosing to sling mud, to play partisan attacks, and to focus on me while we stay focused on Canadians. In regards to the accusations on the CRA, an expert third-party review found that there was no wrongdoing in that particular case and that the agency did not provide any form of preferential treatment to the taxpayer. We will continue to make sure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. We will continue to stand up for Canadians while Conservatives choose to focus on me. We'll focus on Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the aisle, we understand that growing the economy and protecting the environment go hand in hand. And we also know that Canada's automotive sector has long been a pillar of our economy, especially in southwestern Ontario. Can the Prime Minister kindly update this House on how the government is securing major strategic investments in the auto sector and positioning our country for a cleaner, stronger, and better prepared economy, one that is competitive in a low-carbon environment? Thank you.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Kitchener-Conestoga, not just for his question, not just for his hard work on the file, but his advocacy for the arts community as well. Our government recently announced transformative investments in Stellantis' Windsor and Brampton assembly plants. This is a big win for Canada, Mr. Speaker, and it's just the latest in a series of historic auto sector deals resulting in more than $13 billion invested and more than 16,000 direct jobs. With these two new plants, we're securing the long-term sustainability of our auto sector and ensuring that the vehicles of the future will be made right here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls released their findings in June of 2019. The Prime Minister accepted these findings, yet 3 years later, there's little action. And no additional money to actually implement the findings. Grieving families are waiting. When will the government commit to real action on implementing the report and the findings?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts continue to be with survivors and families of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and 2SLGBTQIA+ people. The Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations will be leading the Take Note debate on this topic tonight, because addressing this ongoing violence requires living up to our goals as a country and all the calls for justice. In June of 2021, partners from across the country came together and released the National Action Plan, including the federal pathway to finally end this ongoing tragedy. And when the member opposite talks about doing nothing, let me highlight that this will all be supported by members of the Budget 2021's $2.2 billion investment in concrete measures to help keep people safe.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in the election campaign last summer, the Prime Minister promised billions in funding to provinces and territories to address the quality and capacity of long-term care homes. He has said that nothing is off the table when it comes to addressing the crisis in long-term care. Yet in this year's federal budget, the only time long-term care was even mentioned was in a reference to money previously allocated in 2021, and there was no mention of the promised Safe Long-Term Care Act. Does this government believe that there's no longer a crisis in long-term care?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we saw during this pandemic was a national tragedy of elders not being properly cared for in every corner, almost every corner of the country. That's why we committed to working with provinces and territories to improve the quality of long-term care for residents right across the country. We're continuing to move forward, working with and recognizing the jurisdiction of provinces, but also knowing that the federal government also has a role to play in ensuring that every senior in this country is treated with the dignity and care that they so richly deserve.
And that's all the time we have for questioning period today. And I'm seeing we have a number of points of order, I'm guessing.
I would like to recognize the Honourable Member for La Prairie to kick things off. After the question asked by the member for Pontiac, the Prime Minister answered his answer by saying, "Shame on Quebecers. We checked, we listened to it, that's what we heard." So, of course, I would like him to withdraw his statement. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the emotion, I forgot a word. It was shame on the Quebec Conservatives. Order. Another point of order.
For Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure all of us in this House are used to vigorous debate, certainly during question period, but there is a line that should be not crossed, especially when it comes to using unparliamentary language. The Prime Minister used an obscenity, and it was not fuddle-duddle in describing the official opposition. I would ask the Prime Minister to stand and apologize for that language.
I can say during question period there was a number of things that was flying back and forth. I did not hear what the Prime Minister said, but all I can say is I heard a number of lies on this side as well. So those are things that should not be said in this House of Commons. And as I said before, during question period, to follow some decorum in this House of Commons, to watch what we're saying to each other so that we reflect what Canadians want in this House of Commons. I thank the member for his intervention.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Tabasca. Mr. Speaker, in this House, there is a minimum of decorum required. The member for Pontiac made a untruthful statement against the Quebec Conservatives. The Prime Minister added on another layer just now, based on a point of order from my friend from the Bloc Québécois. This is unacceptable. I want official apologies from the member for Pontiac, who put forward untruths against me and against all Conservative MPs here from Quebec. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. I'm here in the House when the Liberal Party, when opposition parties, apart from the official opposition, rose. It's either yes or no. It's not a question of debate.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise only to say...
Order. I'm going to start naming names. That's the next step. I'm going to start naming names, and I don't want to do it. It's up to you. It's your choice to be in this House. If you want to chat, then chat outside of this House. End of discussion.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, what you've just said resolves what I wanted to say when the members say we can't hear the Prime Minister from this end with, Mr. Speaker, with my microphone fully up to full volume. I couldn't hear what the Prime Minister was saying either.
Now, I know the member for Edmonton Strathcona has a motion to put forward. I'm just wondering, I want to make sure that she's had her conversations with the other parties.
Point of order.
There you go. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Perhaps this can bring a little bit of decorum to the room. I believe that I have unanimous consent for the following motions. That, given that A, rates have increased from 1 in 5 to 1 in 3 women for perinatal depression and 1 in 2 women for perinatal anxiety during COVID-19 pandemic in Canada. That Black, Indigenous, people of color, people with disabilities, gender and sexual minority populations experience higher rates of perinatal mental illness. That a study by the Canadian Perinatal Mental Health Collaborative shows that 95% of healthcare practitioners believe perinatal mental health services in Canada are insufficient, and that advocates are calling for a national perinatal mental health strategy. The House reaffirmed its decision of May 5th, 2021, that the government should develop a national perinatal mental health strategy and follow other countries in recognizing the first Wednesday of May annually as World Maternal Mental Health Day. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Yeah. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Am I hearing a nay? I've heard a nay. Unfortunately, we can't continue. All right.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, there's 1,000 different ways to attack one's adversary. Unfortunately, during question period, Mr. Speaker, the member for Pontiac made statements that are simply not true and do not correspond with the truth. The Deputy Prime Minister made a statement, and some Quebec MPs applauded. Some made statements, some went to social media, as the member for Richmond-Athabasca did. Mr. Speaker, we all know parliamentary rules and procedures. You cannot simply state the opposite of the truth. People supported the Deputy Prime Minister. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the member for Pontiac has erred. I hold the hand of dignity out to her so that she may rectify the situation.
At the same time, I think we have the day.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Yesterday, when the news dropped that our neighbours from the south are examining the possibility of annulling the right to abortion, here in this very House, a number of members of this House stood in support of American women. What is happening in the States is regressive. It's retrograde. It's a regressive policy. And so, MPs, especially in Quebec, have to rise, and no one should have sat down. We have to support.
We are falling down into a little too much of debate here. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition. Hopefully we'll find some calm here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to respectfully ask that you check Hansard. The honourable member from Foothills rose about the Prime Minister using unparliamentary language, and I can assure you, we all heard it. It was unparliamentary. I'm asking you to check Hansard to see if it was recorded, and if so, take the appropriate measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We will check Hansard. We will return to the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Same point of order, Mr. Speaker. In fairness, I think maybe while you're perusing, you should check on what was said on all sides of the House and provide a detailed report in terms of the names of the individuals and the words that they would have used.
Exactly. No, sure, the Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that there was nobody on this side of the House that dropped an F-bomb in this place. I can assure you of that.
I'm going to come back on this one, but either it's parliamentary or it's not. There is no grading of the actual terms that we use. The honourable member for Central Okanagan-Similkameen on the same point of order or a new one?
No, slightly different, Mr. Speaker. One of the principles and guidelines for oral questions, and it's obviously members have to be seated in their assigned seats, direct their questions to the chair. One of them is to only ask questions concerning a matter that is within the administrative responsibility of the government. I believe if you check the question from the member from Pontiac to the Prime Minister, you would find that it had nothing to do with the administrative nature of government.
All right. Thank you for that intervention as well, and we will come back to the House with a response to that as well.
Not the way.
All right. Let's continue on to, the honourable member for Sanders Gulf Islands.
I'd like to place on the record that I had the same concern about the question from the honourable member from Pontiac, and I support the point made by the honourable member for South Okanagan-Similkameen Nicollet.
All right. Okay. Let's move on to something else. Try to keep our minds off of this for a little bit. Speaker Bosley passed away, and we're going to do a round. The honourable member for Cardigan, the Minister of Veterans.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the life of former Speaker and Member of Parliament John Bosley, who sadly passed away last week. Having served in this place for quite a few years, I had the privilege of serving with John from 1988 to 1993. Although we sat across the aisle from each other, I had the utmost respect for one to step up in the name of service for their community, country, and John was no exception. John proudly served the constituency of Don Valley West from 1979 until 1993. And no doubt, Mr. Speaker, he had a front row seat to some of the most pivotal events in the history of our country. However, John is perhaps remembered for his time as the 31st Speaker of the House, where he served from 1984 to 1986. Mr. Speaker, as you know all too well, it is no easy task to keep this place in check. We have all been called here with a sense of duty and service, and we want to do the right by our constituents and fellow Canadians. This can certainly be made, this can lead to a lively debate, even at the best of times. As Speaker, John wanted members to treat this place and each other with the level of respect and decorum that is expected while serving in this chamber. Although I was not yet serving here during the time as Speaker, I heard he was no stranger to occasionally tossing a member out of the House if he didn't behave. John also made some significant changes which make us here today should be very thankful, because it included shorter questions, more relevant questions during question period. Over the years, this has allowed more voices from across the country to be heard, which is vitally important in a country as large as ours. John served here for 14 years, and there is no doubt that this place is better off for it. His desire for a respect and productive house lives on today, and it is something each and every one of us should strive for every time we step foot in this chamber. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it is never easy to lose a loved one, so our hearts go out to John's partner, Mary, his daughter, Yvette, his family and friends, former colleagues, and all those lives that he touched over the years. He will no doubt be remembered, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
For the Conservative Party. For the Conservative Party, the honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise today to pay tribute to my friend, the Honourable John Bosley, and mark his death last week. As most of us know and have just heard, John was the former Member of Parliament for Don Valley West and Speaker of this House. It's always sad when we lose a colleague, despite the partisanship that we often divides us. It has been my experience that there was always a degree of collegiality and mutual respect between most members. Of course, speakers serve this House in a special way and have a very unique opportunity to bridge the divide between parties and develop relationships with all members. So it is fitting that the House take a few moments today to honor John Bosley and reflect on his service to this place. I first met John Bosley when I came to Ottawa as a young staffer after the 1984 election, working for then Member of Parliament Bill Atwell from the neighbouring riding of Don Valley East, and then later for the Honourable Barbara McDougall. I got to know John very well over the years, and I also served on his board in Don Valley West for a decade. Some stories about John. The riding in Don Valley West was actually redistributed, which we're all going through right now, redistributed in 1976. It was then called Don Valley. And the Conservative Member of Parliament was a fellow named Jim Gillies, James Gillies, Jim Gillies to most of us. Jim was going to run again, and the Honourable Michael Wilson lived in Don Valley West. And Michael Wilson wanted to run in Don Valley West, where he lived. But James said he was going to stay and run again in the 1979 election. So Michael Wilson had to find another riding and ended up fighting a contested nomination in Etobicoke Centre and winning that and going on to win the election and becoming Canada's finance minister. But shortly after Michael Wilson won the nomination in Etobicoke Centre, Jim Gillies decided not to run. That irritated Michael Wilson a little bit, but that gave the opportunity to a young real estate agent in Don Valley West. The Bosley family had big real estate business. And of course, that's always a great setup if you want to run for Parliament, because John had had signs up already throughout the riding for years with his name on it. So he was elected for the first time in 1979 and of course re-elected through till the 1993 election. In 1983, when Brian Mulroney became leader of the Conservative Party, he appointed a number of task forces, and one of them was on Revenue Canada, and they traveled the country, and John was co-chair of that with Perrin Beatty. And they traveled the country in 21 communities, hearing from Canadians about Revenue Canada issues. And one of their big recommendations from that was the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And when Brian Mulroney got elected Prime Minister in 1984, one of the first pieces of legislation that was brought into this House was the Revenue Canada Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So before John had even become Speaker of this place, John had had an impact already on public policy. So John cared deeply about this place and this House, and that it was a fundamental pillar of our democracy. Well, that may be somewhat obvious as a Speaker. He believed that as a Speaker he could bring people together. It was a tough time with 211 new Conservatives, 40 Liberals, and 30 NDP members. He tried all he could to bring this place together. It was a very, very difficult time. He was sort of known for pointing at members during that period of time. So I would ask all members, as you reflect today, perhaps leave the chamber, go down the portraits of the former speakers, take a look at the wall and reflect on the contribution that the Honourable John Bosley made, not only this place, but to his community of Don Valley West in Toronto. Thank you.
For the Bloc Québécois, the Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday we lost John William Bosley, the 31st Speaker of the House of Commons. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer my condolences to his wife Mary and his daughter Yannet, as well as to his family and friends and members of his political party. Elected in 1979 in opposition and in 84 and 88 in the Mulroney government, the Progressive Conservative Party of Mr. Mulroney, it was in 1984 that Brian Mulroney trusted him by appointing him Speaker at the age of 37. He was, at the time, the second youngest person in history to hold this position. He presided over the House for 2 tumultuous years before offering his resignation. I remember his speech on that occasion. He deplored the indiscipline of the House. He feared that this indiscipline was affecting the respect of the institution in amongst the population. Looking back on it today, it is perhaps worth asking whether this message should not have been heard.
Now, Mr. Bosley was the last speaker to be appointed by the Prime Minister. He presided over the very first election of a speaker, his successor, which is now a responsibility that goes to the Dean of the House, a responsibility I have had the honor to fulfill 5 times, and I am the only parliamentarian here who had the privilege to sit alongside him in 1984 when he was Speaker of the House. I remember an intelligent, cultivated, kind man who cared about order and discipline. Personal discipline, and also in how he acted with his fellow politicians in his manner as a speaker. Thank you, John, for your many years of public service. Rest in peace.
And the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the Honourable John Bosley, former MP, 31st Speaker of the House of Commons, and former Parliamentary Secretary to Prime Minister Joe Clark. Bosley's time in the Speaker's chair was not extensive, lasting from 1984 to 1986. But his work laid the foundation for important changes to the standing orders, requiring MPs' questions to be relevant on topic. Mr. Speaker, those same rules that from time to time some parliamentarians still try to ignore to this day. One interesting fact about these changes to the standing orders was that it was used as quickly as it came into effect. As a matter of fact, NDP MP Jim Fulton, on the day the standing orders changed, that NDP MP was ejected from the House for accusing a minister of lying, with Speaker Bosley stating, the member gives me no choice. I must name the member and require that he leave the House for the rest of the day. I must do so. I must name the honourable member for Skeena, and I must ask him to leave the House for the rest of the day under the authority of the new rules. Mr. Speaker, Speaker Bosley was the very last speaker appointed by a Prime Minister after changing the rules in 1995 to allow MPs to democratically elect the Speaker of the House of Commons by secret ballot. He resigned from the speakership unexpectedly in September of 1986, paving the way for the House's first elected Speaker, the Honourable John Fraser. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I unfortunately never had the opportunity to meet the Honourable John Bosley, but former NDP member Bill Blaikie shared his memories of Mr. Bosley. And Mr. Blaikie was also a deputy speaker in this House from 2006 between 2006 and 2008. He described Mr. Bosley as a kind, fair, and honest colleague.
That even back then, Wednesdays were always a bit rowdier following each party's respective caucus meetings. Bill related that on Wednesdays, Speaker Bosley would often comment, "Oh, it must be Wednesday. Wonderful Wednesdays." In my experience over the years, I and so many other speakers who are chairing or have chaired in this House can relate to John's sentiment about wonderful Wednesdays. And Mr. Speaker, as you saw today, it's no different. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Bosley dedicated his life to public service. I touched upon his duties as the Parliamentary Secretary to Prime Minister Joe Clark, but he also spent the entirety of the 80s as an elected MP. His tenure in the House of Commons lasted for 14 years. We can infer that his defeat was likely not as a result of his performance as MP, given that the election of 1993 proved devastating to the Progressive Conservatives as they were reduced from 257 to 2.
Even after losing his seat, he kept a strong interest in politics, and he was an advisor on institutional development with parliaments from throughout the world, especially in sub-Saharan Africa.
John's family, I know that you have lost a tremendous individual who, over the years, dedicated so much of himself to not only this country, but others abroad as well. Know that his legacy will live on throughout these halls. On behalf of our leader, Jagmeet Singh, and my NDP colleagues and myself, please accept our deepest condolences for your loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to stay away from that. As the 31st Speaker of the House of Commons, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Unanimous consent, having known Mr. Bosley, to add a few comments on behalf of the Green Party.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, please say nay. I'm hearing a number of nays. As the 31st Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bosley was, in the best sense of the words, a true servant of the House. Lorsque M. Bosley a été désigné par le Premier ministre de l'époque, le très honorable.
When the Prime Minister at the time, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, chose Mr. Bosley to occupy the position of Speaker of the House, it was regarded as a wise choice. In light of Mr. Bosley's fairness and wisdom, as well as his deep respect for the House and its members. As Speaker, Mr. Bosley was called on to interpret a new set of rules adopted by the House, including a provision calling for the Speaker to be elected by secret ballot, which would reinforce the Speaker's independence, neutrality, and authority.
His deep regard for the institution of Parliament and his firm belief that members should indeed be given the opportunity to choose their own presiding officer prompted him to step down from the position of Speaker in September of 1986. Moreover, before his departure took effect, he presided over the first election of a new Speaker by secret ballot, and in doing so, Mr. Bosley placed the interests of the House ahead of his own and left his legacy as a demonstration of true leadership. On behalf of the entire House on what would have been his 75th birthday, I too would like to thank Mr. Bosley for his commitment to Parliament and extend my condolences to his family. Being 3:58, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the sub-amendment. Oh, I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, during question period, in response to my question about air surveillance during the truckers' strike, the Prime Minister called me a conspiracy theorist and also accused me of misinformation. It was at the end of that response when the unparliamentary language was stated. I heard it. My colleague, the Member of Parliament from Abbotsford, heard it. So to save you going through 45 minutes, I'm telling you when it was within the debate. Thank you.
And I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Yes, I heard the exchange. I thought he referenced her in terms of disinformation, which is different than misinformation. So I'd like you to check the Hansard, because truly if they are using their position to spread disinformation, then I think that's a legitimate question. But I could have been wrong.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, both words were used, in fact. Thank you.
Until we come back, this is order. I don't know what's in the air today, but boy. It being 3:50, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the sub-amendment of Mr. Caputo on the amendment to the motion at third reading of Bill C-8. Call in the members. The question is the following one. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moved that Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament on December 14, 2021, and other measures be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Richards, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting the words after the words that and substituting the following. Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament on December 14, 2021, and other measures be not now read a third time, but referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purposes of reconsidering clauses 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, with a view to remove the income tax provisions of the bill. Mr. Caputo, seconded by Mr. Brock, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following, quote, and that the committee report back no later than 10 sitting days following the adoption of this motion. La période de 10 minutes pour
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Brassard. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Dentel. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Chong. Mr. Moore. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Albus. Ms. Finley. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Schmale. Mr. McCauley and Minton West. Mr. McLean. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. General. Ms. Rude. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Calkins. Ms. Landsman. Mrs. Dancho. Mrs. Cousy. Mrs. Cousy. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Melillo. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Tucker. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Small. Mr. Godin. Mr. Gould. Mr. Steinley. Ms. Rude. Mr. Ellis. Madame Vien. Ms. Goodridge. Mrs. Kramp-Nyman. Ms. Ferrari. Mr. Stewart. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Zimmer. Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Richards. Mr. Dreeshen. Mrs. Block. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Abultaif. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Shields. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Monsieur Lehoux. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Kurek. Mr. Major. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Pazzer. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Muse. Mr. Ruff. Mrs. Roberts. Mr. Tolmie. Mr. Williams.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Holland. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Guilbeault. Mr. Wilkinson. Ms. Hutchings. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Jazek. Mr. Carr. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Scarpalagia. Madame Saint-Onge. Ms. Kira. Ms. Murray. Ms. Gould. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Brière. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Fillmore. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamoureux. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Virani. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Anantasangari. Madame Koutrakis. Ms. Debrusin. Ms. Lalonde. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Fisher. Ms. Jones. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Kellaway. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Batiste. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Chang. Mr. Maloney. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sarbara. Mr. Spengeman. Mrs. Zaid. Mr. Rogers. Miss Yip. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Dong. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Pulowski. Madame Mendez. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Weiler. Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hepner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux, pardon.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before returning to its proceedings. wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Oh, we had a good run today. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 214, 214.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated. The next question is on the amendment. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moved that Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update table in Parliament on December 14, 2021, and the other measures be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Richards, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Quote, Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic Fiscal Update, table in Parliament on December 14, 2021, and other measures, be now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purposes of reconsideration clauses 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, with a view to remove the Income Tax Act provisions of the bill. If the member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Requesting a recorded division.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Brassard.
Mr. Pulis.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mr. Aboutieff.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mrs. Hutchings.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinney, Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Brière.
Madame Briere.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Long. Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sarbora.
Mr. Sabara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Waller.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hepfner.
Ms. Hepner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-de-Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-de-Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de
If members have not been able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 214, 214.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question, la prochaine mise en voix.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, moved that Bill C8, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic and fiscal update tabled in Parliament on December 14th, 2021, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I will invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We request a recorded vote.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sarbara.
Mr. Sabara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mrs. Khalid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hepfner.
Ms. Hepner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Tucker.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Miss Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trubel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were unable to vote during due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Nope. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 180, 180. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
All right. There, as this is the first recorded division to be taken on an item of private members' business in Parliament, I would like to take this opportunity to explain the procedure. The recorded division will start with the sponsor of the item, regardless of whether the member is participating in person or by video conference. We will then proceed row by row without making any distinction of party, with members in favor of the motion beginning at the back row of the side of the House on which the sponsor sits. I will call each row until we reach the front row of the seats.
After proceeding through the rows on that first side, the members sitting on the other side of the House will vote. Again, beginning with the back row. Those opposed to the motion will be called in the same order. Members that are not present in the House will be able to vote using the electronic voting system, as has been the case for other votes lately.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of second reading stage of Bill C-242 under private members' business. The question is the following one. Mr. Seaback, seconded by Mr. Halan, moved that Bill C-242, enacted to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, temporary residence visas for parents and grandparents, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed with the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to the members participating in person. All those to my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo. Ms. Collins Victoria.
Collins Victoria. Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
In the fourth row.
Mr. McKenzie.
McKenzie.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Mr. Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
In the third row.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Pardon. Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
In the second row.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schnell.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kennett.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Lanceman.
Lanceman.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
In the first row.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien. Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
All those to my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Dyne.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Wyler.
Miss Bradford.
Bradford.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbora.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener Conestoga.
Mr. Palowski.
Mr. Palowski.
In the fourth row.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Miss May Sainish Gulf Islands.
Miss May Sainish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Dans le troisième rangée.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Lamover.
Mr. Lamover.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Dans le deuxième rangée.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Kara.
Miss Kara.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinney, Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
McPherson.
Dans le premier rangée.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
No, I have to do that anyway. All those to my left opposed to the motion, please rise. Somebody? All those to my right opposed to the motion, please rise. No? The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter,
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais m'assurer que mon vote a été enregistré comme un oui.
Madame Badayan pour 4.
Quelqu'un d'autre avec des problèmes techniques? Anybody else with technical difficulties? No. Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 330. 330. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 52 minutes.
Overtime.
Voila. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 2 petitions, and these will be this return will be tabled in an electronic format. And of course, Mr. Speaker, if I may, while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member from Brampton North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
I have petitions, Kevin.
Another vote?
What about the petition?
Another vote.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this one by app. I got to go make it.
I'll relieve you for a little bit, eh?
Yeah, let me call it, and then we'll sit there. Just a minute.
I'll be back.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. Sahota, move that the bill do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for... What is it? Charlemagne. Longueuil, Charlemagne. I should have it by now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that be carried on division.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Hota, moves that the House do now move to orders of the day.
10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Madame Fitzpatrick.
Madame Fitzpatrick.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. Debrusin.
Mr. Brusen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbora.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desharlais.
Mr. Desharlais.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
M. Barcelou-Duval,
Madame Vignola,
Madame Vignola,
Madame Desbiens,
Madame Desbiens,
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before moving on with its business.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
No, we have to wait. We have to wait to the end. Faut attendre à la fin.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yes, I vote nay.
The electronic voting period has ended and the House will now, once the members were not able to vote due to the technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Any members with technical difficulties? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 175, 175. Nays contre 146, 146.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
The motion is carried.
Of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-19, the Budget Implementation Act 2022, number 1, and on the amendment of Mr. Fast.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. I'm very pleased to rise today to participate in debate on the Budget Implementation Act. It's an act that comes at a time when the country is facing a lot of challenge, and we've spent a lot of time. I wonder, Madam Speaker, if I might just wait until a few members have...
Yes. Could we ask the honourable members to take conversations outside the House, please, the chamber, and go to the lobbies? Est-ce qu'on peut demander aux honorables députés...
Can honourable members please take their conversations outside?
Can we have some order, please? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I am pleased to rise and participate in the debate on the Budget Implementation Act today. I might start just by saying that I'm wearing this flower here to mark MS Awareness Day, as many members, indeed perhaps all members, were doing today in the House, which I think is a great thing. And we're discussing the Budget Implementation Act at a really challenging time for the country. This won't come as news to members in the House, just as it won't come as news to people across the country who are living that very experience. But I think it's important to talk a little bit more about what some of those issues are that are facing people. As we come out, we hope, of the pandemic, our lives are still very much affected by what we've gone through and what we continue to go through. And certainly if you look at our healthcare system, for instance, Madam Speaker, the effects of the pandemic are still very much real and very much at work, even for those who aren't in hospital as a result of the pandemic or who aren't hospitalized with COVID-19. A lot of Canadians are dealing, either themselves or family members or friends, with people who are trying to access medical services and are finding it difficult to do so because our healthcare professionals are simply exhausted after having spent the last 2 years working so hard to try and save the lives of Canadians who have been affected by COVID-19, and now trying to address the backlog of medical procedures and diagnostics and other types of care that has accumulated over the course of that pandemic while our hospitals were full with extraordinary numbers of people sick with COVID-19. So we're facing real challenges on the health front, not only trying to figure out how to deal with the problems that still exist, but also, I hope, and it's certainly the case for New Democrats, that we want to figure out how we can create a silver lining in all of the pain and the hurt and the challenge in healthcare to try and come out of it with a stronger public health system that is going to serve Canadians well into the future, and also one, I might add, that can be run more efficiently in terms of finding ways to save money, not by cutting services to people who need it, but by exploring new ways of delivering services to people that need them, that contain efficiencies in them. And I'm speaking, of course, of pharmacare and having a proper national pharmacare plan that can save money while serving more people. And there are a number of studies to show that this is very much possible. And when you look across the world, you'll note Canada is one of a very few countries with public health care on a national level that doesn't have a national drug policy and a national drug insurance plan. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we also pay among the highest costs for prescription drugs. It's because we're not mobilizing our purchasing power through the power of a national prescription drug plan. And so that's one example. Another example, Madam Speaker, is investments in things like dental care, because we know that good oral health helps prevent other kinds of health issues that can occur down the line. And so investing in something like a basic dental care plan means investing in the future and heading off health problems that will not only make a difference in the lives of Canadians by increasing their health, reducing their sickness. It will help avoid human tragedy, but it will also cost less in the long run, because we know that when we allow health problems to get to the point of crisis, they're far more expensive to fix. So that's happening in healthcare. In the economy, we're facing a whole other set of problems. We're facing a situation where we've talked a lot over the last couple of years about people being out of work as they were, and they needed support from the government while they were out of work. Now we're in a phase where there are still people struggling to get into the workforce. You can go out and you can talk to them. There are people that are trying to maintain their business. I'm thinking of folks like the independent travel agents, an industry that's made up of about 80% women who are still trying to hold their business together, deal with their clients, aren't getting paid because they don't get paid until well after the trip has been taken. And of course, there's still a lot of uncertainty with travel rules, not just in Canada, but across the globe, that are making it still difficult for people to travel, and therefore difficult for people in that industry to make their money. But the tourism and hospitality industry is a really important industry in the Canadian economy. The numbers from before the pandemic show that very well, and the people who have the skills and the training and the networks to be able to deliver good service to Canadians within that industry are people that we still want to have available to work in that industry when the pandemic is truly behind us. They're going to need some ongoing support to be able to do that, just as people in the arts and culture industry ont besoin de l'aide. Puis en
They need help. And in December, the government did talk about people who work in the arts sector and even negotiated a solution with the Bloc Québécois. But we're still not seeing a program to offer financial assistance to people working in the arts and culture sector. Just as we don't see financial support for people working in the tourism and travel sector.
Work to do coming out of the pandemic for people who are still suffering negative economic consequences. At the same time, unemployment has gone down significantly, and we hear from employers that they're looking for people to work. And so we have this awkward situation of some people being in very difficult personal economic circumstances because their kind of work, the kind of work that they're trained for and that they have experience with, hasn't come back, even as their employers in very different industries that can't find people to work in their business. And I would say, even though I'm still kind of trying to give a little bit of an overview of some of the problems we're facing, that there is definitely a role for government there. It's why the reforms to employment insurance are so important right now. They're important in part to be able to provide financial assistance to people who are still struggling. And I think we do need some supplementary income assistance programs beyond employment insurance reform, but certainly those reforms are very important to have in place, just as they were over the last number of years in order to support people. But there's also a role for government to get involved in hooking up those people who are struggling to find work with the employers that are looking for workers, and to provide the training that has to happen to transition people from one sector into another. That's true because of the ongoing economic consequences of the pandemic, but it is already true, and it will be more and more true as climate change changes our economy and affects our economy and affects the workers who are at the front end or on the front line of that transition, and they're the people most at risk of falling through the cracks. I don't think we really believe, I certainly don't believe, I don't think my colleagues in the NDP believe that the banks are going to somehow slip through the cracks, or that big multinational investors are going to get forgotten and not know what to do and be left on their own to try and figure out how to find their place in a changing world. They will be well served. They are well served. In fact, too well served by institutions that should be looking to serve all people, including the workers who are on the front line. And that's why we're going to continue to be a voice to say you can't just be happy that the banks and the big institutional investors are taken care of. Thank you very much. You have to make sure that the people who work for them and to produce and who produce the wealth that those companies enjoy are also taken care of in that transition. Not just because that's morally important, and it is, but also because that's how we're going to help those other employers that also want to have successful businesses and that also represent Canada in the world stage of business, who need talent to be able to carry on their enterprise successfully. And so there is a real role, I think there always has been, but ever more so now, for government to get involved in training and making sure that the right kinds of training are available to particular workers for particular employers, and making that strong connection. So we're not just saying to workers, well, let's wait until you lose your job to help you find a solution. Then we're going to direct you to some general training where there's some signals that there's, some promising hope for you in a particular sector, and then you'll do the training, and then if you don't get hired, that's your problem. What we want is a government that identifies the employers who are really looking for work, that have a promising work forecast and a good business plan, and say, we're going to work with you to find the workers that you need for your business to succeed. We're going to have them do the training knowing that there is a good job on the other end of that training, so that both employers and workers can transition, whether that's transitioning out of the pandemic or whether that's transitioning through the economic challenges of climate change, to make sure that Canadian businesses are successful and that Canadian workers have the opportunity to share in that success. So that's part of the economic challenge. That's what we call, the kind of workforce issues that we're facing as a country. But we're also facing those challenges in the context of high inflation that's really putting the pinch on households. Again, I talked about the importance of supporting workers through that transition, both with training and with income, so that they're not leaving their family in the lurch while they try and get that training for the promise of for the promise of that new job. But all the more important because inflation is eating into the household budgets of Canadians, even as we try and navigate these very challenges. So I don't think I need to talk a whole lot about the inflation problem, in the sense that it has been very well examined in this place, and no doubt will continue to be. So I won't go over all of the issues that have to do with inflation, but the point that I want to try and add, and I feel a duty to do so because you don't hear much about it except from this side of the House, is the role that we're hearing that corporate profiteering has been playing in inflation as well. There's been some studies out in the last month that suggest up to a quarter, or 25% of the inflationary pressure that Canadians are experiencing in their household budget are having to do with price increases that go above the increase in costs that companies are experiencing. So it's not just a matter of companies passing on the increased cost to their customers. We're talking about huge profit growth. I think, if the kind of general number pre-pandemic, I think, was around 9% for profit booking overall in Canada, it's gone up to 16%. And that's the profit, which means that's what's left over after costs are subtracted from revenue. And that means that in some industries, some companies certainly are making a lot more money. It's not just that they're passing on their costs, it's that they're spying an opportunity to make more money on the backs of Canadians that have already been through hell in the last 2 years and are still going through a really difficult time. That should also be the focus of people in this place, not just the actions of government, not just what government has done that may have contributed to the problem, but what government hasn't done to get a handle on the situation. And that is nowhere more true than in the housing market. That's true in the housing market over the last 2 years, but it's also true in the housing market for decades now. Under governments of both stripes, both Liberal and Conservative, we've seen incredible increases in the cost of housing. I heard a Conservative MP in response to another speech I made in this place not that long ago, Mr. Speaker, try and downplay that and say, well, actually we had, there's always been increases in the cost of housing and that's quite normal and it wasn't that bad. Well, I would call that a kind of goldfish politics, Madam Speaker, and one that I think it's important for Canadians not to buy into. Canadians are well served when they and their politicians have long memories about what has happened. And if you look at the trend line for house prices, they've increased significantly in this century year over year over year. And that has accelerated in the pandemic, to be sure, and there are reasons for that, some of which have to do with those very companies that I was talking about that have been amassing a fortune and trying to figure out how to put that money to work for themselves by making more money and finding that the real estate market is a great way to do that. And that's why it makes sense for government to step in and to say, when we're talking about the residential housing market, you can only treat it that way to a point because we're not well served. Individual Canadians are not well served. Our economy as a whole is not well served. We're not well served as a country when we allow the places that we depend on for shelter and to build our homes to be treated as an asset commodity. And more, that's what's been happening. The numbers tell the story. Something like 25% of CMHC mortgages in the last year or so were for investor properties. That's a record number. It's never been like that before. It's never been like that before. And it calls for a response from government. It's the government that sets the rules for the CMHC around their mortgage insurance policy. And I think we have to be asking why it is that in this context we would be content to allow investors to get the same treatment to de-risk their mortgage investment as somebody buying their first home. That doesn't make sense. I don't think it was captured 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years ago because investment activity didn't play the same role that it's playing in the market today. But given what's changed in the housing market, we have to be asking those questions. We have to be asking why it is somebody can be just producing the same amount of cash up front for a down payment for their 8th home as they do for their first home, and whether that makes sense or whether we're going to ask them to do more in order to temper the effect in the market. It's hard to move housing prices down. It's a difficult policy area, but it's why it's that much more important that we get to work on it. We're seeing the role of real estate investment trusts in the market grow. And I think it's fundamentally unfair to say to Canadians, if you're going to buy your first home, you're not just going to compete with the family down the street or somebody from across the city who's thinking about changing neighborhoods, or maybe somebody who just got a job in your city that's coming from another Canadian city. You're going to compete with some of the corporate entities in Canada that have some of the deepest pockets that want to beat you on the bid and then rent it back to you at extraordinary prices. That's not a fair competition. It's not a competition at all. In fact, Canadians can't be expected to compete with deep-pocketed corporate investors to buy a home. That's ridiculous. And so we have to find ways to change the rules of the market so that Canadians aren't put in this impossible position anymore. It's getting more and more impossible. The good news is that these are things that are doable, and whether we're talking about changing the terms and conditions for CMHC mortgage insurance for investors, whether we're talking about escalating the amount that you need for a down payment on subsequent properties, whether we're talking about a moratorium on real estate investment trust activity in the market, these are all things that don't cost the government a dime. They're not going to be enough on their own because we do have to address the supply side of housing. But these are things that the government can be doing to temper the rise in house prices over time by targeting the investment activity that has been driving up those prices that don't require spending money. And I think that's a real virtue. I think government should be looking for solutions to problems that aren't just throwing more money at it. There are enough problems where we do need to invest in order to get to the solution. On the supply side, we need to invest. There's no way you're going to augment housing supply in Canada without significant investment. When it comes to climate change, we are going to have to make some serious investments. There are regulatory things we can do that don't cost money too, but we're kidding ourselves if we think we're not going to have to make substantial investments in Canada's infrastructure in order to successfully transition to the low carbon economy that we need. So there are times when public expenditure is part of the answer, and there are times when you can pursue policies that can make a real difference that don't cost money. There are times you can pursue policies that save you money, and I think Pharmacare, as I said earlier, is an excellent example of that, where it's not about spending no money, it's about spending out of the federal government's budget instead of other governments' budgets, and out of Canadians' own pocket to overall spend less. But there are things we can do to combat the financialization of the housing sector that has created a completely unfair competitive landscape for Canadian families bidding on homes that won't cost the government money. So here we are. We're in this time of transitioning, we hope, out of the pandemic, of transitioning, unfortunately, into a far less certain future in respect to the climate and the economic uncertainty that will also generate. It's a time where we are going to need more public involvement in the economy, as far as I'm concerned, in order to do that well and to make sure that we don't leave people behind. So, I would say, I've already spoken to the budget proper. I want to spend a little bit of time talking to some of the measures in this Budget Implementation Act. An act that I think, unfortunately does not have sufficient ambition. So I think there are a number of things in here that are good. I think they're a step in the right direction. But I don't think that neither the budget, and so perhaps it's no surprise that the Budget Implementation Act also does not have the appropriate level of ambition. But it is certainly the case that it doesn't. I see my 20 minutes are up already, and I was just getting to the act, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that the member from Sherwood Park is getting up for unanimous consent.
The Honourable Minister for Seniors, is it for a point of order or is it a question?
I have a point of order.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm tabling government responses to questions number 394 to 408. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan has a point of order.
Madam Chair, I'd like to indulge the Honourable Member by seeking unanimous consent to extend his period for questions and comments by another 10 minutes, with the proviso that the extra 10 minutes will be allotted exclusively to Conservative members asking questions.
That's not a point of order that we are prepared to accept. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And when I think of budgets, one can't help but think in terms of priorities. And at the end of the day, there are many wonderful aspects to the budget that will have a profoundly positive impact on Canadians. One in which that I am very much encouraged about is the issue of childcare. But there is something that I think that Canadians also, and the NDP, talk a great deal about it, and the member has made reference to it, and the idea of a national dental plan. And it's important that we recognize that it's being done in a staged fashion, where we're getting children being recognized first. It's an area in which I think is something that's long overdue, and if you want to provide some thoughts on that component going forward, and how important it is also that we continue to do what we can in the healthcare field, and I'm thinking in terms specifically with regards to pharmaceuticals.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I thank the member very much for the opportunity to speak a little bit more to the importance of dental care. I think one of the things to keep in mind, and I had the opportunity to speak earlier about the health effects of getting good and timely access to appropriate dental care. But the other thing that it really does, we've heard stories in the NDP caucus about folks who have either felt embarrassed or who overcame some sense of shame about the state of their their teeth to go to a job interview and then felt that they didn't get the job because they didn't present that the way that they would like to present, or they didn't meet the expectations that others had for them in terms of what their mouth should look like to get a job. So it really does, it can impact people in the pocketbook, and it speaks to their sense of dignity. And I think that I look forward to the day where the country has experience with this dental care plan, where we've had the virtue of seeing friends and family and people in our neighborhood get timely access to dental care that they haven't always had, to see the difference that it really makes in people's lives. And I do believe that once we've had some experience with that, Canadians won't want to go back.
Questions and comments? The honourable member of Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was interesting to hear my friend across the way talk a great deal about housing, but not in any way talk about the problem of supply. The reason that we have such high housing prices in this country, I think a main reason is that there is a greater need for homes that is not met by the current supply. And all of his proposals involve creating more challenges and more barriers for investors. An alternative option is to create the incentives to make it easier for those investors to invest in new home construction. So to encourage those investments in new home construction. Because while there are many people that want to invest in housing, there are so many barriers in place that make it harder to bring new construction online. And those barriers aren't just at the federal level. There's a great deal of those barriers in place at all levels, Madam Speaker. How can we address the housing challenges and costs if we don't address that supply problem? And if we do address that supply problem, doesn't it make everything so much easier afterwards?
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I think the member must have had to go to the washroom or something in the section of the speech where I said that the measures I was talking about today specifically would not be adequate without having a way to address the supply issue. And of course, I don't believe that simply making it easier for developers to create more expensive homes is going to get us out of this problem. I think that we do need targeted investment because we need suites that people can actually afford to live in. And so that's why we need cooperative housing. It's why part of the deal that the NDP cut with the government included investment in co-op housing, and you can see that in the budget. It's why we believe we need to be building social housing units where rent is actually geared to income. Those are ways of relieving some of the strain on the housing market as well. And I'd be very happy to have a debate on what we can do on the supply side as well. I just couldn't fit it into all of the 20 minutes. He'll note I didn't say no to his request, incidentally. Another member said no to his request. I'd have been glad to have taken him up.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, a person's teeth are important. They're important for digestive health and for self-esteem. And dental insurance is something we're not against, but we want the right to opt out with full compensation for those provinces who want to create their own insurance regime. My question is, for my colleague, would it be possible to include such a clause in C19? The honourable member for Transcona. The NDP has always been clear for Quebec, given historic and cultural reasons, there should be a right to opt out with compensation. So that's already part of our plan. Absolutely, no question, since the very beginning. Thank you.
It's the honourable member for Powell River, North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his excellent speech and really wish that we were in this House talking about an NDP budget, because I think listening to his speech, many Canadians understand a total different view that would be happening in this country if we had that. My question to the member is specifically around housing and non-market housing. I'm working with many constituents in my riding who have lost their homes. They cannot rent because they're getting rent evictions. We have a lot of people moving to our riding, buying up houses, pushing the market up so high that people can't even dream of buying a home within their own community anymore. And what we don't have is affordable housing, market housing, that would let them actually have a place to be safe. And I'm just wondering if he could speak about how this government could do so much better if they would actually take action. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Sure, well, maybe I'll just start with one specific example. There's a lot of co-op housing and other types of non-market housing that had been supported by the federal government under operating agreements for decades, but those operating agreements were tied to their mortgages. When those started to expire under the Harper government, those agreements weren't renewed. There was a promise by the Liberals to renew those agreements, but they were never renewed under the same terms and conditions. I don't think it was a success. Part of the problem actually is investors in some cases are moving in on those very properties when the board comes to the conclusion that they can't manage that non-market housing with the lower rents in the absence of that federal operating funding, and then that makes them a right target for something like a real estate investment trust that says, oh, here's a bunch of units we can get on the cheap, we'll throw a little bit of money into it, fix them up, and then rent them out at much higher prices. That displaces all the residents that are there. That's just one example of where poor federal policy under both Liberals and Conservatives have contributed to the depletion of affordable non-market housing units. Keeping those units is part of addressing the supply problem. If we're losing more units than we're building, we can't get ahead.
For another question, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. And my honourable colleague from Elwood Transcona, I want to thank him for a very thoughtful speech addressing Bill C-19, the Budget Implementation Act. In his speech, obviously housing is a very attractive topic. I want to dive in, but he also talked about labor. And I'm particularly interested in changes in this Budget Implementation Act around seasonal workers and employment insurance. I don't know if he's prepared to comment on it, but we went through a period under the previous Harper administration where seasonal workers and routine unemployment was treated as sort of recidivism and shouldn't be allowed and should be punished. It seems to me that Section 27 of this, Division 27 of the Act, is opening up again the idea of regional unemployment pockets where the length of the weeks that you could get employment insurance would reflect regional unemployment, but I'm not certain because we haven't gotten it to committee yet to study it. What's his take on Division 27 of this Act?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
We are in the early days of study of this bill, but my initial impression is that it is extending a pilot program that was meant to help cover off some of those gaps that exist. I think the issue there is that we do actually have a fair bit of experience with this pilot program now. So the question is, why can't we actually get to a permanent solution? We have a solution that's kind of de facto permanent as long as the government is willing to continue extending the pilot program. But I think, seasonal workers in places where that is the established work culture, and in fact the work's just not available outside of the working season. I come out of the construction industry where we say bake hay while the sun shines, and so you do. But I don't know why we can't get to the point where we can offer these workers a little more certainty about what their lives are going to look like by making permanent a program that the government has been very clearly willing to extend indefinitely.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This evening I have the privilege to speak to Bill C-19, the Budget Implementation Act. Last week, I talked about the budget and the importance of balancing programs and spending to meet the needs of Canadians, while at the same time being financially prudent. I also talked in detail about the importance of housing initiatives in the budget. Today, I want to highlight some of the aspects I was unable to cover last time round. Madam Speaker, we have 3 communities in King Hants, Sabaganagati, Looskap, and the First Nation, the Annapolis Valley First Nation. Each time I visit one of those communities, the number one question asked by the chief and the band council is about funding for housing and renovations for existing housing units. And I'm very pleased to see investments of $4 billion in this budget. It's historic and important. Kings Hants is also the heart of Atlantic agriculture. We have the highest concentration of farms, including the largest supply-managed sector east of Quebec. Budget 2022 underscores the government's commitment to provide fair and equitable compensation to farmers under supply management under CUSMA with the fall economic update. I would compare that to the fact that the Conservatives on their watch did not demonstrate consistent support, including the member for Parry Sound Muskoka, who suggests that supply managed agriculture and the system are responsible for food inflation. The pandemic has laid bare the importance of domestic capacity, and on this side of the House, we will support our supply-managed farmers.
Madam Speaker, I neglected to mention off the start that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Surrey Centre. Madam Speaker, I also want to highlight the nearly $1 billion worth of initiatives for the agriculture sector, particularly through an environmental lens that are available, that are being made available in Budget 2022. There is nearly $400 million for the On-Farm Climate Action Program, and we are tripling the Clean Agriculture Technology Program. I also would be remiss not to mention the fact that I know the Minister of Environment and his department are working closely right now on offset protocols that will be available and will be, I think, a really boon for our agriculture sector, particularly in the prairie provinces that have done a really good job on soil sequestration. There's an opportunity to reward that work, to continue to encourage farmers to continue to apply those practices and do even more. And I think that this is going to be a really important program in the days ahead. I also want to talk, Madam Speaker, about the importance of some of the wetland preservation programs that were in Budget 2021 but are reaffirmed in this budget, about our continuation to roll those out, to reward farmers that are doing tremendous work and sequestering carbon through those types of carbon sinks on farm. That's going to matter across the country and indeed right in my backyard of Kings Hants. Madam Speaker, we know that labour is a major issue across the country. It's a reflection of the fact that the economy is very strong right now, that we've been there to make important investments, and indeed, I believe Statistics Canada reported in the last quarter of 2021, there's nearly 900,000 jobs that we need to be filling. This budget really focuses on the importance of immigration. Our Minister of Immigration and my colleague from Nova Scotia provided a levels report to this House earlier in the year. We're focused on making sure that Canadian businesses and indeed our communities have new immigrants to drive the important economy that we are seeing right now. And by and large, this House, I think pretty much all parties, all members support that. And I think it's something that is extremely important. It's not always necessarily the case across all Western countries. We in Canada need to continue to promote immigration as an important element for supporting community diversity, but also our economic growth. And I give credit to the government for its focus in this budget on that element. But specifically, the budget allocates, Madam Speaker, money for an agriculture-specific labour strategy. This was part of a platform that the Liberal Party had in the 2021 election. Whether it's a seasonal agriculture worker program or otherwise, these are programs that are going to make a difference. I know they make a difference in Kings Hants, but in places like southwestern Ontario, Quebec as well. I believe I'm running out of time, Madam Speaker, and perhaps...
So, the honourable member, well, yes, we are out of time, and the honourable member will have 4 minutes and 25 seconds the next time this matter is before the House. Comité à 18 heures.
It being 6:22, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business, according to the today.
At second reading of Bill C-210, Right to Vote at 16 Act. Standing in the name of Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach, seconded by Ms. Idlout, moves that Bill C-210, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act voting age, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm so pleased to rise on this beautiful evening and speak to my private member's bill, C-210, the Right to Vote at 16 Act. First and foremost, I brought forward this bill because I believe in the power of young people in our society and in our country. The power of young people as a force for change, the power of young people as a source of energy and enthusiasm, and the power of young people to bring new ideas and new ways of seeing old problems. As a young person myself, I was interested in politics as a young age, as I'm sure many in this place were when they were 16 or 17. And in the almost decade and a half that I've been elected, I've encountered so many inspiring young people, like the group of Heltzig youth, who were part of a peaceful protest in 2015 that helped win recognition of their constitutional rights to a commercial fishery. Or Fruin and Jessica from Smithers, who appeared before Smithers Town Council when I was mayor to advocate for a ban on plastic bags. People like Andy from Prince Rupert, who I met during the All Candidates debate in 2019. Shortly thereafter, he ran a community podcast on the COVID-19 response and started writing his first book. And of course, the courageous young people currently taking the issue of voting age to the federal court in their charter challenge. Incredible young people, Madam Speaker, are stepping up and showing they care about the issues, and it's time that they had a proper seat at the table. I also brought this bill forward because I believe we in this place have a responsibility to continuously strive to strengthen our democracy, to leave this place and this country better than we found it. I think we can all agree on the premise that the more people see themselves reflected in our democracy and feel included in our democracy, the stronger that democracy is. And so this bill presents a chance to bring a new set of voices into our electoral system, into our democratic conversation, those of 16 and 17-year-old Canadians. Just as Canada did for women in 1918, and for Asian Canadians in 1948, for Indigenous people in 1960, and for 19 and 20-year-olds in 1970. But that right, the right to vote, the name of which is in the title of this bill, is never guaranteed. I don't think there are any in this place who would suggest that that group of people I just listed, if they were excluded, that our democracy would be nearly as strong. But democracy and voting rights are something we must keep fighting for. Speak to Indigenous people and they will tell you that voting access didn't become an overnight reality in 1960. And we saw in this last federal election with the suspension of the Campus Vote program that there are still groups in our society, like students, who face barriers to voting. Our democracy is a work in progress, Madam Speaker, and it remains fragile. We see that around the world, in the United States, in France, and here at home in Canada, too. We are witnessing the rise of those who seek to destabilize Western democracies. We are seeing the spread of misinformation, which is alienating citizens from their state. Only a year ago, an armed mob stormed the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to overturn an election that was free and fair. Those forces are preying on real feelings of disillusionment. The fact is, many people do not feel represented by our political institutions. And the antidote, Madam Speaker, in part, is to ensure that our democratic system is including as many people as possible, and that includes 16 and 17-year-old Canadians. Now, I called this my private member's bill, but truly, this bill belongs to all of the representatives in this place and beyond who have championed this initiative over the years and have brought forward this bill's objectives, not just at the federal level of government, but at other levels as well. The member for Ajax comes to mind. We were doing the math, and if his bill in this place had passed in 2005, the children born that year would have been old enough to vote in the last federal election. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands, who has tabled a bill to lower the voting age in this House. And of course, my colleague, the wonderful member for Vancouver Kingsway, who at our count has tabled the bill 7 times in this place, although I understand his count is a little bit different. But you know, when you get up to bigger numbers, it becomes hard to keep track. And I hope others will see their efforts reflected in this bill as well. The member for Calgary Skyview, who as a Calgary City Councillor brought forward a motion to lower the voting age. The member for Orleans, who championed a voting age initiative in the province of Ontario. I want to specifically acknowledge the work of Senator Mary Lou McPhedran, who has championed lowering the voting age in the other place, and whose bill S-201 is currently at second reading. Indeed, this is a bill with cross-party support and initiatives in both houses, and I hope that that momentum will mean that very soon this will pass into law. So, Madam Speaker, why should we lower the voting age to age 16 in Canada? The first reason, I think, is an obvious one, and I believe a compelling one, which is that the issues that we're grappling with as a country are issues that have a tremendous bearing on young people, their present, and the future that they will inherit. Issues like housing affordability and student debt, issues like the sustainability of our healthcare system, and of course, the existential issue of the global climate emergency, the impacts of which will affect today's generation of adults in far-reaching and profound ways. Young adults deserve to have a hand in the decisions on these issues, and that's why I've brought forward this bill. Another compelling reason for lowering the voting age is the impact it can have on some troubling trends when it comes to electoral turnout in our country. In the 2019 election, only slightly more than half, 53.9% of people 18 to 24 years old voted. It turns out that Canada's current voting age of 18 is possibly the worst time to expect young people to vote for the very first time in a federal election. 18, as many in this place know, is a time of great transition. It's a time when young people are moving away from their home community. It's a time when they're embarking on in full-time employment and full-time studies, often in a place away from where they grew up. Among all the competing experiences and responsibilities at that age, Madam Speaker, voting in a federal election rarely ranks. And as a result, the 18 to 24-year-old age cohort votes in the lowest numbers of any age group in our country. Now lower the voting age to 16 and we see a very different result. Most young adults at that age are still living at home. They're still living in the riding that they grew up in. They have deep-rooted connections to their place. These conditions mean there is a high likelihood that they will come out and vote in their first election. And when they vote in the first election, there's a high likelihood that they're going to vote in the second election. And there's also a likelihood that they're going to form voting habits that stick with them for their entire life. That's not conjecture, Madam Speaker. That's what other countries like Austria and Germany and Scotland have found to be the case. It's what the data show. And that's why the Chief Electoral Officer of our country has said in the past that lowering the voting age is worth considering because, quote, there's a real benefit to making sure that Canadians vote early, and voting when you're 16, there's an opportunity to reach out to them. I want to take a moment to acknowledge Dr. Jan Eichhorn from the University of Edinburgh, who is here in Ottawa with us this week, sharing some of the findings from his research on this topic. Not only does Dr. Eichhorn's research indicate 16 and 17-year-olds vote in greater numbers than their 18 to 24-year-old peers, he has also found that they were more open-minded when deciding which party to vote for. He shared with us that when Scottish citizens saw the results of lowering the voting age, this was in the independence referendum, support for the idea of lowering the voting age went from 30% to 60%. Now, of course, Madam Speaker, there are some detractors. And I want to be honest, I've been a bit dismayed that many of the arguments against lowering the voting age are rooted in stereotypes of young people that are at best inaccurate and at worst discriminatory and ageist. Let kids be kids, they say, ignoring the fact that at 16 and 17, we give young adults all kinds of responsibility in our country. In most provinces, they can operate a motor vehicle at age 16. They can leave school and live on their own. They can join the Canadian Armed Forces like the sons of the member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoyne, did. They can write their own will and testament. They can be held criminally responsible for their actions. And many 16 and 17-year-olds work, and pay taxes, and yet they can't vote for the government that sets those taxes. In today's Canadian society, Madam Speaker, these aren't kids. They're young adults with rights and responsibilities. Now, we're talking here about voting rights specifically. And while researching the issue of voting age in Canada, one particular inconsistency stood out to me. Because while the current law limits voting in federal elections to age 18, the age limit set by political parties for voting in leadership elections is, wait for it, 14 years old. Oh. A leadership race, like the Conservative leadership race that is taking place right now, is an election to decide which candidate will have a chance to become Canada's next Prime Minister. Now, that's a serious election, Madam Speaker, and it's one that we already trust young people to take part in. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Madam Speaker, says nothing about age limits on voting. It only says that every Canadian citizen holds that right. And it's up to Parliament to establish the reasonable limit to that right. 3 years ago, the Supreme Court ruled that it was demonstrably unreasonable to limit Canadians who lived abroad from voting. And this is under Section 3 of the Charter. Given the evidence, can we truly argue that there are reasonable grounds to withhold voting rights from 16 and 17-year-olds? I don't think there are. Now, Madam Speaker, I sense there may be some in this place who find this initiative trivial, perhaps, or unimportant. Or maybe they're worried that enfranchised young people won't vote for them. For me, though, it comes down to a matter of justice. If there are those in our society that the evidence shows are competent, then excluding them is unjust. It was unjust for women, it was unjust for Indigenous people, it was unjust for Asian Canadians, and it is today unjust for 16 and 17-year-olds. And I can think of no more serious work, no more important work than correcting this injustice and enfranchising young adults who have been excluded from our democratic process here in Canada for far too long. Now, I'll end, Madam Speaker, with the words of Megan Jacques, a 17-year-old from Quebec who just yesterday addressed a group of MPs from all parties. Ms. Jacques said, "You have the capacity to make Bill C-210 a reality, to make all our lives better as Canadians, now and for future generations. That is your job, isn't it? To make Canada a better place for all of us? What an honor and a privilege that is, to be able to serve your country as you do. If you have the capacity to make Bill C-210 a reality, please pave the way for us. The question is not only about denying our rights, but about acknowledging our value in today's world." Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention today, his well-delivered speech, and indeed the initiative that he's brought forward. I'm curious if he can comment at all about the fact that no other jurisdiction, whether it be at a provincial or being passed on from a province to a municipality, seems to have taken up this initiative to lower the voting age. Wondering if he is aware of any consultation that provinces have done and what that consultation might be.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Balkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for the question. The issue of provinces is an interesting one. It was a certain Saskatchewan Premier, Tommy Douglas, the former leader of our party, who first brought the initiative to lower the voting age to 18 years old to Saskatchewan all those years ago. So there is a precedent. I was talking to my wonderful colleague, the member for Nunavut, about their experience. And in Nunavut, several of the organizations that represent Inuit people that hold elections, the voting age for those elections is 16 years old. So I think this is a matter that would be very interesting for provincial governments to consider. But what we're talking about here this evening is federal government, the government that we're involved in, the government for which we create laws and establish precedents. And I hope that this place will lower the voting age to 16 and strengthen our country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to salute my colleague for his speech. It's an interesting bill. There are some things that I would like to hear him comment on. First of all, somebody who votes gets into the habit of voting. So the first time is important. So if you vote when you're 16, then the voter turnout rate between 16 and 18 has to be higher in order for this good habit to take place, and that this continues to push people to vote as they age. There were experiences that happened before. I'd like to know if, based on that experience, if there are any scientific studies, could he name them, in order to know, does the voter turnout rate between 16 and 18 have an incidence on the voter turnout rate after?
Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the excellent question. Yes, there is evidence that when the voting age is lowered, the voter turnout is higher among 16 to 18-year-olds than it is for those between 18 and 24 and the older young voting cohorts. That information and that research was shared with us just recently by Dr. Jan Eichhorn. We have a long record now because we have countries such as Austria that lowered its voting age in 2007. In Scotland, they lowered it for the independence referendum in 2016. So we've seen the effect over the years, and the effect is positive on overall voter turnout. And I think that's something that we need to consider very seriously when we look at the potential benefits of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre. A brief question.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley, not only for his leadership with this important bill, but his grace in acknowledging the number of other members of this place who have introduced it in past sessions, including the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. No doubt she and I will be strongly supporting this for many of the reasons that he shared. My question is with respect to other jurisdictions. He mentioned around the world who've already taken this step. He mentioned Austria, Germany, for example. If you could share more about their experience and the efficacy it's had in increasing voter participation. Thank you.
A brief answer from the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much to my colleague, the member for Kitchener Centre, for the excellent question. And I would encourage him to talk to some of the researchers in this field, because they'll do a much better job than I can of explaining the data and some of the nuanced findings from the research that they've done. But there's some very interesting findings, and many of the research findings really contradict some of the stereotypes that we have of young people. It found that young people are less partisan, that they consult more sources of information, that they have an impact on their parents. They're not simply influenced by their parents. So I think when we look at the experience of other countries, which we have the benefit of, it becomes very clear that this is something that moves our country forward.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's always an interesting debate to be able to talk about the parliamentary process. Democracy pillars, and elections is obviously one of them. And let me start off by indicating, you know, back in the early 90s, I belonged to a relatively small caucus in the Manitoba legislature as an MLA. And there was a discussion that had taken place with me and John Gerard, the leader of the Liberal Party at the time, which ultimately led me to take on the initiative of what sort of things we could be proposing inside the Manitoba legislature in terms of electoral reform. So I came up with a series of debating points, and one of them happened to be the issue of lowering the age to 16, Madam Speaker. I was actually quite enthusiastic about the fact of, well, why not? Why don't we lower the age? But I wanted to be as objective as I could in terms of approaching the issue. Now, whether it was at high school in Dauphin, high schools in Winnipeg, or out in Steinbach, I was actually quite surprised where the greatest amount of opposition to lowering the age was from, Madam Speaker. It was actually from young people themselves that tended to object to the idea of lowering the age to 16. Well, it surprised me, as it surprised a number of the teachers that were also involved in some of the discussions that had taken place. At the end of the day, and it wasn't just the high schools that were at play, but other factors that were brought into it. And ultimately, in the report that I had provided, there was reservations in terms of lowering the age down to 16. And when I reflect on it today, Madam Speaker, and that's why, I think it's an appropriate question, where we have 10 provinces and 2 territories. We have independent election agencies throughout Canada, and we have Elections Canada itself. And I do think that it would be an appropriate thing for Elections Canada or one of the provincial jurisdictions through their independent election outlets to look at this particular issue. On the surface, I think there are many arguments as to why it is that we want to move in that direction. But I think that if we saw and conducted consultations, that it might change some of the thinking on it. The member made reference to the fact, for example, in his speech, he said, well, we already to a certain degree are moving in that direction because, after all, if you're 14, you can become a young Liberal or a young New Democrat or a young Conservative or even a young Green Party member. And we all value the contributions that young people make to our political organizations. I know, Madam Speaker, and I've witnessed it firsthand in terms of the type of enthusiasm that is there. And I do what I can to encourage that enthusiasm. In fact, many members of the Liberal caucus will refer to the day, one of the first days in which we came back as a majority government, where the Prime Minister challenged us to develop these youth councils, to work with young people, to get them engaged in politics. And Madam Speaker, I believe at the end of the day that there are currently all sorts of mechanisms that are out there that enable young people to get engaged in politics. And I would hope that we would see more involvement on this particular issue and other issues, I would argue, of equal importance that need to be addressed when we talk about electoral reform. I am a very strong advocate for how it is that we can try to get more people to participate in the democratic process. One of the things that, for example, is the idea of malls. Allow people to vote where they're going, Madam Speaker. We see that in limited ways, and I think we can do a lot more in terms of enabling a wider and better participation in votes. I remember sitting in some of the discussions where some people would say, well, voting should be made mandatory. Something in which I wouldn't advocate for, Madam Speaker, but there are some countries in the world that have mandatory voting. Others would say, well, there should be a carrot to encourage people to go out to vote. I've even heard some people say, give a flat fee when you show up to vote, to a credit that's provided. I think everyone wants to be able to see our democracy in a very healthy state. And one of the ways that we can do that is to ensure that we're encouraging people to get out and vote. And what are some of those mechanisms that we can? I don't think that we can underestimate the true value of youth and young people today that are 12 years old. I'll go back to one of my first volunteers, Walter Kroc. He was 8 years old when he showed up at my campaign office back in 1988, Madam Speaker. At 8 years old, he showed up. He was probably in a better position to vote than many people that I know that were, in fact, over 18, Madam Speaker. And that was at age 8. I couldn't see him at the time. He was at the front of the campaign office. And when 15 minutes later, I met with young Walter, and Walter pointed out 3 spelling mistakes in my brochure.
Good for Walter.
You know, every political party has had that sort of an experience. We should capitalize not only on 16-year-olds, I would go all the way down, Madam Speaker, to an age in which young people do get engaged. So if you want to try to get young people to vote in this case today, whether it's in a provincial, territorial, or federal election at the age of 18, the best thing that we can do is encourage school divisions to have civic programs, to encourage youth parliaments, whether they're in legislatures or in local high schools, to encourage young people to get engaged in political campaigns. We see that in many schools where they'll say, well, you want to get a credit? Go to a local campaign. They don't say, go support a political party. They'll tell you and encourage you, as teachers often do, to get involved in a campaign directly. And by doing that, Madam Speaker, they're getting that firsthand experience. And yes, they will go home, they'll tell mom and dad or whoever the guardian is in terms of, well, I was with candidate X or candidate Y. And it doesn't limit it to just the 16-year-olds. You know, as I say, that age of maturity, that turning point, well, take some basic psychology 101 courses or sociology courses at 101, and you will find that it's not necessarily an age that makes the determination. But I think that we have as legislators, as parliamentarians, an obligation not only to 16-year-olds, but to all young people, and come up with ways in which we can challenge them at that younger age to get engaged in the political process, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I would like to see a body like Elections Canada, or failing that, a provincial legislature or a territorial legislature, in their independent election offices, to look at ways in which we can get young people more engaged. Whether it's through scrutineers, whether it's through voting, whether it's through Elections Canada going into the classrooms more, and we're starting to see that with some of the independent classes, Madam Speaker, or election agencies. You know, Elections Canada going to a grade 9 classroom sends a very powerful message. There's many different ways in which we can approach it. I appreciate the fact that the members brought forward a bill that at least allows for some discussion, at least for a couple of hours here in the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. But my challenge to young people, whatever that age might be, and to us parliamentarians that know of these young people, get them engaged. You won't be disappointed. And Madam Speaker, I would like to see these young people inspire more of their parents and others to get out and vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks. And I just want to remind members that if they want to have conversations or if they have questions and comments, then you know, they'll have to wait to the appropriate time. Unfortunately, during PMBs, there's only the first speaker who gets questions and comments. So if they have questions and comments, they might want to go see that the member who did the speech after the fact. That would work better to ensure that we can all hear what's being said in the House. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd say pleased to join the debate on C210. This is a difficult bill to debate, I think, because I mean, it's a responsibility of citizenship, and that's the fundamental question before us. What is a citizen? What are the duties and responsibilities? Oftentimes people talk about what rights do I have as a citizen, and they rarely address the responsibilities as a citizen. I, like many Canadians, don't have the benefit of having been born in this country and therefore was just gifted with citizenship. I had to take an oath of citizenship to gain it and then have it and enjoy all the freedoms and rights that every single citizen of Canada enjoys. But with it comes the responsibility to vote, and I think our civic duty goes beyond just voting. There's much more to being a good citizen than simply voting, forgetting about it between elections and moving on. And I think this is where a lot of people should and could get involved. I have concerns with the way this legislation is drafted. I have concerns also with some of the arguments I've heard both here, online, from advocates, from academics when pushing the idea of reducing the age from 18 to 16. So I want to show that I've done my homework on this and I'm approaching this thoughtfully. The Election Reform Committee report in late 2016 did not recommend reducing the age of voting from 18 to 16. The minority, the dissenting report filed with the House of Commons by the Liberal Party, by the Liberal government caucus members, only asked that 18-year-olds be registered. The minority report that was filed jointly between the New Democrats and the Green Party asked that future referendums on electoral reform allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote, which I guess is an idea they got from the Scottish experience. Prince Edward Island's legislature actually considered reducing the age of voting in their provincial elections to 16 just last year, and it was actually voted down at the legislative level, at the provincial level. The voting age restriction in Canada has actually been charter tested before, not at the Supreme Court of Canada level that I'm aware of at least, but in Fitzgerald v. Alberta. It was tested in that court, and the judge found that it was, well, I believe he said that while it was a violation of the right, he could, under Section 1 of the Charter, find reasonable grounds for it, and I kind of explained the reasoning therein. One of the examples I've heard was the Austrian experience. But Austria, the last federal election in Austria, the voter turnout was about 75%. If you go back 40, 50, 60 years, voter turnout was over 90% in Austria. And that was actually the experience until very recently, and then voter turnout started to dip. It is true that before the 2019 federal Austrian election, they did have a voter turnout that was higher, and it's gone down. So I don't think that's a good example when we use, just this unique situation where they've reduced the voting age to 16, that was the cause of the voter turnout going up, because it has gone down since then. And if you look at it historically, it's lower than it was 40, 50, 60 years ago. The issue of 14, 15, 16, and 17-year-olds voting in partisan leadership elections in political parties has been raised. I've seen this repeatedly, so I want to address it. People have to pay, typically, to join a political party in Canada to be eligible to vote in a leadership race. You don't pay to become a citizen. At least very much hope so that you don't engineer a situation where you're essentially paying for the rights and benefits of a citizen of Canada. It wasn't definitely in my case, but that is a fundamental difference between becoming a member of a political movement, a political party, paying to vote at the age of 14, and being a citizen of Canada, which comes with responsibilities and duties that I will lay claim that they are a lifetime of responsibilities to our democracy, to our parliament, and to our monarch, that every citizen of Canada bears responsibility to protect. I've heard the argument of voter turnout as well, that it will improve voter turnout. And I have a concern here with how the argument is being framed. I think it's just basic mathematics. The potential could be 1.5 million new voters being added onto the voter rolls. And I'll go into a bit more about these voter rolls and the Interaction Elections Canada campaigning. But unless every single 16 and 17-year-old were to vote thereafter in a federal election, effectively voter turnout will go down if, say, only half of them voted or 75% of them voted. everything else being exactly the same, because you've increased the pool and the new additions don't all vote, so the voter turnout would actually decrease. There might be a high level of enthusiasm for that first election, but it would still effectively decrease the overall voter turnout. So that's just a word of caution. I spoke about the responsibility of citizenship. One of those is serving in our military. Some choose to take up the responsibility by wearing the uniform of our armed forces and serving Canada. You cannot join at the age of 16 the regular armed forces. You can only join the primary reserves with parental consent if you can prove that you are a full-time student. You can join at 17 just with parental consent, and at the age of 18, you can fully join any of the regular armed forces units. You can go through basic training, join the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. The age for alcohol consumption and purchase in Canada, it's 19 in most provinces, 18 in Quebec, 18 in Manitoba, 18 in Alberta. The age for cannabis consumption and purchase is 19 in all provinces except Alberta, where it is 18 and 21 in Quebec. The age to obtain a driver's license is 16, but full driving rights are 19 in about half the provinces. 4 provinces use 18, 2 provinces use a graduated system. We place limits on young citizens as well as those who are 16, 17 in what I would call like the basics of becoming a full citizen, having all the rights and benefits as you are, coming of age and being able to take on all these extra responsibilities. The issue is not maturity. I have met incredibly mature young people who are 16, who are 12. In fact, I would say I trust my 11-year-old daughter much more with my car keys to grab something out of my car and go home, pick something up, than my 13-year-old son. My 11-year-old daughter is far more mature and ready to take on way more responsibilities than my 13-year-old, who still loves to play video games, especially Minecraft. It's still a big one in the household. So I think age is not a good indicator of maturity here. I have met 40-year-olds. I have met 30-year-olds who are so deeply immature, I question their ability to give a rational vote at the ballot box, but they are allowed to, Madam Speaker. They can go and vote. But that is the great thing about Canada. You can cast your vote for any reason once you reach that age. Whether it's political party, whether it's the leadership, whether it's a single issue that you care about, whether it's just something that strikes you as being a good idea, you can do that. I talked about some of my deep concerns around the voter rolls. Once you make it onto the voter roll, let's say it was reduced to 16 and 17-year-olds, their contact information would then be shared with political parties by Elections Canada. It would thereafter be shared with MP offices who would then directly communicate to these new voters, as we should be able to communicate with voters. Then I wonder a basic question about access to high schools. Should thereafter members of Parliament, all of them who are choosing to run, candidates who are choosing to run for public office, ensure that we have equal access to high schools in order to be able to campaign there? And is that something that we want? Is that a place that we want to be able to campaign in? And how would that work? The interaction between federal government legislation and practice versus local rules at the high school and at the school district level. So that's a concern I have. It's not clear to me how this would work. There are municipalities and cities who have considered voting as early as at the age of 16. And I actually don't think that is a terribly bad idea. I think that's an interesting place where voting at a younger age gives an opportunity for people to practice the habit. I've heard this said. This has been mentioned in this debate as well. You've given me the 1-minute notice, Speaker, so I have saved my Yiddish proverb for last. I know many members await it. A quiet fool is half a sage. And hopefully by rising to speak on this, I haven't made a fool out of myself, and I've proposed some caution perhaps as we proceed through debate and to the vote on this particular piece of legislation and the idea behind it. I don't believe this is something we should rush into, and I think there are very good areas that we could debate, but it needs to be more finely considered here. So again, I hope that the sage matters I brought before you, the consideration from the Prince Edward Island legislature having voted this down in 2021, and the full responsibilities of citizenship and the limits we place currently are considered as we decide whether to lower the voting age from 18 to 16. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak to this topic, which I have to say comes up again and again. There's obviously some interest in this topic. And the member for Winnipeg North said that young people don't really want to vote, but there are some. In fact, young people in Ontario went to the Superior Court to demand the right to vote. 16 and 17-year-olds, they said that the act was unconstitutional, that the law was unconstitutional. And my colleague for Skeena, Bulkley Valley, when he talked about the advantage of getting young people, 16 to 18, voting, it's mathematical. You don't have to be a genius to figure this out. If 16 to 18-year-olds can vote, voter turnout will increase. That's obvious. You increase the pool of potential voters, turnout will increase. But the question is more about, will they truly turn out to vote? And I'll come back to that a bit later, because I want to talk about what my colleague from Winnipeg North said. He said that we have to encourage people to vote. We have to find ways to encourage people. That's what he says. So he's looking for ways to encourage people. And we know him. We know what he's like in the House. I want to talk about ways of encouraging people. When I was in Quebec City, when we were in the opposition, ministers gave us answers, pretty much, and when they didn't, we would use a provision that said that the minister didn't answer the question and that then they'd be compelled to answer. When I came to Ottawa, they said to me, if you thought people didn't answer in Quebec City, wait till you get to Ottawa, because you'll see that the government, it's a big festival of anything and everything. Ask any question, they trot out the same answer that's completely unrelated to the question. So if the member really wants to encourage people to turn out, then he should respect their intelligence and answer our questions. Questions from the opposition come from the people. We ask the questions that we hear the people asking. So if this government would respect the people, respect voters, and answer questions, that, instead of just empty rhetoric, if this government respected the people, and if they had, on September 25th, 2021, this government would realize that a minority Liberal government was elected and the NDP was in the opposition. That is what the people wanted. And if they were to respect the voters' intelligence or just respect the voter, they would respect the fact that this is supposed to be a minority government and the NDP should stay in the opposition. But no, they talk about the need to increase turnout. And what they do is they enter into a kind of union to form a majority for a government that was elected as a minority government. If they respected people, then maybe voter turnout, which has been in a free fall for years, maybe voter turnout would increase. Perhaps people would see a reason to vote. So let's start with that. Let's start with respecting voters 18 and over before we start talking about encouraging voters 16 to 18. Now, coming back to voters 16 to 18, I think it's a good idea. I truly do. The main ideas I'd like to canvass with you is first to prove that a voter who votes once for the first time tends to vote more often for the rest of their life. So it's a good habit. And so some people have form bad habits, but that's a good habit that people can form. So if people vote more when they're 16 to 18, that means that turnout from 16 to 18 will, over time, be reflected throughout their lives. And so democracy in Quebec and Canada will be more accessible. I'm not against this idea. I'm actually in favor of it. I truly am. And I asked my colleague, that's why I asked him, and he answered. He gave me an answer. Perhaps because he's not in government, but he gave me an answer. And so I asked a question, and he didn't just say something completely irrelevant. So we got an answer, and I thank him for that, because it's rare that you get any answers around this place. And I think that's great, and I wrote down his answer. I wrote down, good answer. The member for Calgary Shepherd, he said something interesting too. He made a good point. He said that in Austria, because he gave examples, so he looked at what happened in other places, so he said something interesting. Now, I didn't double-check that. I take him at his word, but he says that in Austria, when people started turning out to vote more, but then it sort of diminished. So that's an interesting observation. So the ultimate goal is to enable people 16 to 18. Now, I don't know who it was. Somebody said, I could be mistaken, I think it was Xavier Dolan who said that wisdom does not wait for age. And that means that even if you're 16 years old, you can be really with it. You can be really aware of things. So people who are 16 to 18 can be very keenly aware of the news. They can read the news. And so I think this is a great idea. And maybe we should do something along these lines. So the Bloc sat down and we started thinking about it, because our colleague is imposing this on us. He's come up with a bill and he's saying, what do you think of it? So we looked at the pros and cons. I don't want to take too long at this, Madam Speaker, but just very quickly. So the pros. Those who are in favor of this say that people who go to school, because when you're 16, in general, you're still going to school, and perhaps your peers and your teachers will encourage you to go and vote. So perhaps the discussions in school can stimulate voter turnout. There are studies that show that that's not necessarily true, but I still think it's interesting. It's promising. It helps form the habit. And the other point is that younger people are allowed to vote in leadership contests. Young people are more thoughtful. I look at the people in the Greens and the NDP and so on. Young people are more concerned about the climate crisis because it's going to affect them the most down the road. So that's another interesting point. At 16, you can enlist in the Army. At 16, you can drive. At 16, you can quit school. And at 16, you can work and pay taxes in general. It depends. But you may, if you're earning enough, you may have to pay taxes. Now, the cons. You're a minor until you're 18. So you're still considered a minor at 16. And you need your parents' consent to get married. And to drink, too. Maybe there'd be more marriages if you could do both earlier. But so at 18, you're a major. At 16, you're a minor. You're an adult at 18. So at 18, you can buy cigarettes and booze, but at 16, you can't. And Quebec and the provinces aren't there yet. Quebec and the other provinces just aren't there yet. So it would be a bit weird if you could vote federally but not provincially. So I don't know how that would work if there was a discrepancy in voting age in the different jurisdictions. So that's something that we'd have to look into. Now, it's an interesting idea that our colleague is putting forward. Maybe the evidence from elsewhere is too recent. There are some examples in other countries, but maybe those countries aren't exactly a representative sample. So lowering the voting age to 16, we we don't know. We know that it will increase the number of potential voters, but we don't know for sure that it will increase voter turnout, actual turnout. And that's what we need to make sure that our democracy is moving in the right direction. And we want, people are only going to vote if they think it's worth the bother. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today is a very important day for young people as we debate a bill that will increase political representation and participation of youth in Canada. I am dismayed to hear in many ways many of my colleagues in this House misunderstand or misrepresent the interests of young people in this discussion. And so I hope to clarify for many of my colleagues the importance of enfranchisement for young people by offering the very real reality that here in Canada, we haven't always done our very best to ensure enfranchisement. And let me rewind the clock. In 1959, Indigenous people did not have the right to vote in this country. Do you want to know why they didn't have the right to vote? It's because people in this chamber said that Indigenous people like myself and my family were unfit, unready, immature, and could not make decisions for ourselves. That sounds pretty darn familiar today. This bill, C-210, an act to amend Canada Elections Act, will finally allow those who are truly competent, those who have our future in their hands, and those who have the most at risk in their hands, this is something for them, something we can truly give. Welcome them into our democracy. I would like to also thank and applaud my honourable colleague and dear friend, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, for tabling this truly historic piece of legislation. It is time to do what's right. Enfranchisement in a democracy is one of the most critical steps of making our democratic institutions stronger. And when we deny that fact, when we deny young people this truth, we deny them their future. I want to address the important contributions of young people so that my colleagues can better understand how young people play a critical role today, right now, not only in our economy, but also our society, our academics, our culture. And they play a critical role in how communities function. There's a saying where I come from that when children and young people walk the earth in front of us, that land is truly blessed. Because we know it is them who are still here and it will be their children who will walk that land. Let's not discredit the value of young people here. I don't want to continue to hear how young people are unfit, how they cannot do things. Young people are doing far more today than many leaders around the globe. Young people aren't just the leaders of tomorrow and some far-off imagination, but they're the leaders of today, right now, Madam Speaker. Young people are facing unprecedented challenges. We often talk about the affordability crisis. We often talk about the housing crisis. We often talk about climate change in this House. But who is it going to affect most? It's going to affect young people. It's going to affect our children. Why not give them the right to have a say? Young people have to deal with not only the reality of what is to be a diminishing future, but they also have to deal with the life that they're leading now. They're dealing with racism, just like I have. They're dealing with gender, identity, and their own sexuality. They have questions about how their inclusion in this place and in all of Canada can be valued. I was only 16 years old when I went to work in the oil field in Alberta. Many of my conservative colleagues often talk about how important it is that we support workers in the oil field. Not once have they come to talk to our workers such as myself when I got laid off 4 times when I was 17. Not once. I didn't even have a vote to protect myself. Even though I was paying taxes, I was paying this country's bills, I still couldn't have a say. Many young people put their bodies on the line for this country in many more ways than one. And we still don't give them that respect. It reminds me, just as I mentioned at the very beginning of this speech, how we ignored Indigenous people's right to enfranchisement forever, till 1960. My mom didn't have the right to vote. Indigenous people, when they were excluded from this place and excluded from enfranchisement, it was a struggle, and still is a struggle today, to ensure that they feel safe at the ballot box. Let's not repeat that. Let's think about the leaders in our world, the leaders that are young people, that have made our world better. I think about Greta Thunberg, for example, politically strong, young, bright woman, leading young people, because they know this future is more theirs than ours. I think of Autumn Pelche, a fellow Indigenous youth, who's doing that work here in Canada. And we turn our back so quickly to those who lead our country. We're seeing more and more young people take action. In light of this vacuum of power, they're taking action in their schools, in community centers, in our campaign offices. Every single one of us has had young people offer up their intelligence, their volunteerism, their spirit, their knowledge, their labor. The least we can do is protect them. I want to highlight that this is not only a principally correct bill, Madam Speaker, but is also one that has proven political merits as seen in other nations that also provide, or that do provide, for 16 and 17-year-olds enfranchisement. Many experts agree that this is a great idea to strengthen a democratic society, something we often talk about right now. Freedom, democracy. Now is the time to truly put freedom and democracy in the hands of those who have the most to benefit, but also the most to lose in our country. Many experts, like Jan, for example, associate professor at the University of Edinburgh, says that this move will increase young people's interest in politics as well as impact our society in a positive way, Madam Speaker. Good news for Canada, should we have the courage to do what is right. From Cuba to Brazil to Malta and Scotland, several countries around the world have already lowered the voting age. Already did it. And they are seeing positive results. Many, for example, within the Scottish independence referendum in 2014, during that process, they allowed 16-year-olds to participate. Amazing. And according to Democratic Audit UK, this not only allowed for participation, but it also increased nonpartisanship, more civil debate, more good discussion. And that's what our country needs. Flourishing democracies don't rely on exclusion, they rely on inclusion. That's why Indigenous nations in this country have already taken the leadership role in this. Many Indigenous organizations already allow for our 16-year-old people to vote, because we know the importance of bringing them in. In fact, in Austria, studies have even shown that 16 to 17-year-olds had reasonable political knowledge and were able to act with higher civic literacy than voters who are 18 or over. Shocking. Many of our colleagues here said the opposite. The level of political interest is not only determined by age, is what I mean to say here. And in no case should we believe that. And the young people at home do not believe that. You are valuable. You belong in this country. This country is yours. You deserve a say. These arguments for lowering the voting age have reasonable evidence. So I'm to conclude, Madam Speaker, that New Democrats stand with young people in their call for enfranchisement. I personally know that in my constituency of Edmonton-Griesba, many young voters who have worked on my campaign when they were just 16 and 17 would make fine voters. Campaign volunteers like Iyasu or Callum are the backbone of civic engagement at the end of the day. They're the ones participating most. And Madam Speaker, to conclude, the future of our country truly depends on young people. They have a passion. And so again, I want to thank my honourable colleagues for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and I'd like to thank again my honourable colleague from the New Democratic Party for taking a strong and principled role here and always. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022, the House shall now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to consider motion number 12 under government business. The House will now go into Committee of the Whole.
Before we begin this evening's debate, I would like to remind honourable members of how the proceedings will unfold. Each member speaking will be allotted 10 minutes for debate, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. Pursuant to the order made on Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022, the time provided for the debate may be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 12 periods of 20 minutes each. Members may divide their time with another member, and the chair will receive no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent.
We will now begin tonight's debate note. Tonight's take note debate. Accordingly, Mr. Miller for Mr. Holland moves that this committee take note of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kwekwe, Unusakut Tanse, hello et bonjour. I first want to start off to acknowledge that Canada's Parliament is located on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Madam Speaker, I will begin by letting the House know that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Nunavut. Madam Speaker, the tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls is ongoing. Tomorrow on May 5th, thousands of red dresses will be hung in city squares, on porches and trees, fences, and in gardens across Canada. These red dresses are a reminder of the pain and loss felt by families and survivors and communities of missing, murdered First Nations, Inuit, and Métis women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people. Last June, together with federal, provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous partners, we launched the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQI+ People National Action Plan. This includes the Government of Canada's contribution, the Federal Pathway to Address Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQI+ People. Is this federal pathway perfect? No, it is not. It's an evergreen document that is intended to evolve and constantly adapt, be trauma-informed with input foremost from survivors and their families.
Naturally, this involves a pan-Canadian and pan-government approach with more than 25 government departments and agencies, provinces, Indigenous organizations across the country to put in place this plan and end this tragedy. This is a national responsibility. The calls for justice set out in the final report invite the government and society in all forms to take action, and it is an obligation that we need to respect. Indigenous groups have for a long time expressed need for safe spaces adapted to their culture as a key element to move forward to self-government. This is what the Truth and Reconciliation Commission asked for, and it's also what Section 2.3 of the final report on murdered and missing Indigenous women calls for. We are listening, and we will continue to listen. We are taking action, and we will take action.
Pathway Budget 2021 announced a total of $2.2 billion over 5 years, notably with $160.9 million ongoing to end violence against Indigenous women and girls and to us LGBTQI plus people. But I'd like to focus on a particular section of that funding, the $108.8 million over 2 years that was allocated specifically for the Cultural Spaces in Indigenous Communities program, which I mentioned just now in French, which responds directly to Call to Justice 2.3. The program offers opportunities for Indigenous women, girls, and gender diverse people to access culture and language to help them strengthen their identities, which in turn can enhance their safety and security. Madam Speaker, last month I had the opportunity to visit several communities to see the impacts of these projects that they've been fighting for, in some cases over a couple decades. Dans le territoire de Kahnawake, par exemple,
In Kahnawake, we have granted $16 million to build a new building for a cultural center, language, and the Turtle Island Theatre Company. This new building will allow the preservation and enrichment of their culture and allow new generations to learn Mohawk in a safe, accessible place to learn from their own communities, from their peers.
in 108 Mile Ranch, British Columbia, we announced a $4 million project for funding of a construction of a cultural center in northern Secwepemc territory that 5 communities had come together and have been fighting for 17 years to obtain. These will be key moments when they're built for people to have safe spaces in which to learn their language and culture, as well as expose others to it. Nous examinons actuellement d'autres.
We are currently looking at other proposals, and there will be other announcements to be made in the right time.
As we are making progress, much more needs to be done to answer all these calls and to fully implement the federal pathway. And quite frankly, nobody in Canada should be satisfied until all Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQI plus people are safe. Thank you. Miigwech. Merci. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Desnethé, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his comments today. I know he's sincere. In September 2016, the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls began. In June 2019, the final report was completed. In December 2019, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations at the time promised to table the National Action Plan by June 2020. After an extra year, the plan was actually tabled. In that plan, there were 7 immediate steps for governments and Indigenous organizations to focus on in the immediate 12 months. We're now at the 11-month point. Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm just asking that if the Minister can tell us how many and specifically which of these steps have already been completed, how many are in progress, and how many have yet to be started.
The Honourable Minister.
I do want to take the moment, Madam Speaker, to thank the member opposite for his advocacy, because I know that his interest and his compassion and advocacy is genuine. Clearly, it did take time to come out with a federal pathway. This is something that has been informed by survivors that are going through an awful time that's been only magnified through a world pandemic. When it comes to the steps that have been accomplished, the federal pathway had a 3-year plan. In the next month, I plan to update the House specifically on that progress. Clearly, Madam Speaker, what communities, what survivors are looking for are results. Clearly, we're investing, but obviously the results are trailing, and I think we will be very clear-eyed in the next month exactly where we are and give Canadians a clear, transparent picture of where we are doing well, where we are not doing well, and where we need to do more quickly.
Questions and comments.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention, where he clearly acknowledges the seriousness of the crisis of violence, something that the Prime Minister noted as a genocide against Indigenous women and girls in Two-Spirit. And in spite of this seriousness, it's 3 years since the release of the final report of the National Inquiry, and although there's been money allocated, it's slow to get out the door. And what does this look like? It looks like women, girls, and Two-Spirit people going missing and murdered with a lack of response from this government. This is a life and death matter. I want to ask my honourable colleague if there are targets, timelines, and specific budgetary allocations in place to ensure that money gets out the door so that we can ensure more resources are provided to save lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to acknowledge that the riding that the member opposite represents, as she knows well, is part of the epicenter of the tragedy, and her advocacy is key in making sure that this tragedy ceases to continue and in fact ends. We all know, sadly, that it won't end tomorrow. Investments that we've made, particularly in that riding in the Kaniqanichik, for example, very recently, thanks to the member opposite's advocacy, will be key in continue to accompany survivors and people that are suffering violence. What we've seen in the last 2 years is an escalation of that violence, due in part to the pandemic. It's something that we have to be very clear-eyed about and acknowledge. And the work that's been done over the last 6 years of this government, whether it's the passage of UNDRIP, the passage of Indigenous Languages Act, the passage of the Child and Family Services Inherent Rights and C-92, are all part of this immense puzzle that, without being resolved, is continuing that tragedy. Clearly, there are steps and goals over the next 3 years that we will have to be very, very, very bloody-minded in achieving, and clearly we will need to accelerate the path on this, and that's something I've undertaken to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague opposite for his speech. Obviously, I know he takes the subject to heart. I heard twice in answers he's given to my colleague, he talked about COVID. I would like to know what has been done, because we know that in many areas, but particularly when it comes to violence against women, that this kind of situation and crises have significant consequences or impacts. I'd like to know what the government has done when they know that there was an impact on Indigenous women.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that with the lockdown and the shutdown of communities, violence increased. This was felt not only in the communities but in major centres, and obviously the investments that we've made in housing. I'm thinking of the key investment we made for 500 housing units that will be built for several $1 million over the next 5 years. These are urgent needs, and we need to continue to work on it. It's just an example. We know the need, the level of the need, be it for physical or other kinds of needs. So we will continue to do this work.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I want to thank the Minister for Crown and Indigenous Relations for sharing his time with me. I am dismayed that I have to stand today, that we still need to debate sustained funding and commitments after so much work have already been completed to ensure all Canadians understand the injustice experienced by Inuit, First Nations, and Métis families. On June 3, it will be 3 years since the National Inquiry for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQIA published Reclaiming Power and Place. The inquiry made 231 calls for justice. The report concluded that the acts of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse people in Canada constitutes genocide. The calls for justice stated Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people in Canada have been the targets of violence for too long. This truth is undeniable. The fact that this national inquiry is happening now doesn't mean that Indigenous peoples waited this long to speak up. It means it took this long for Canada to listen. In the 2022 budget, there were no new funds to stop the genocide. The events leading up to this debate show that Canada still does not know how to listen. With great leadership by the member for Winnipeg Centre and the New Democrats, we have advocated for solidarity and support for victims of their families. Not including new funds for MMIWG must only be allowed to stop when all Indigenous families have found justice. We have to be inspired by the stories and testimonies of the courageous people who started the important work. Included in the engagement during the inquiry were over 2,380 people, 468 family members and survivors of violence, 15 community gatherings with almost 750 people sharing statements in gatherings, and 84 expert witnesses. We must not shut down the momentum that was started. I asked a question on April 8th during a debate why no new funds were committed for Budget 2022. The response was to indicate how much was promised in the past. I now turn to an Inuk woman who went missing. Mary Papatsi was the youngest of 8 siblings raised in Pangnaktuk, Nunavut. She was a hockey and volleyball coach who loved to fish. Mary later moved to Ottawa's Hintonburg neighborhood, but spent most of her time in the Vanier neighborhood. Mary Papatsi was 39 years old and a mother of 10 when she was last seen on the afternoon of April 27, 2017. She was last seen east of Ottawa's downtown center in the area of Montreal Road and Merrier Street. Mary is missed. Mary is still missing. When Mary first disappeared, there was very little support to make sure that there was a proper search for her. I want to thank Billy Joe for sharing her story. I complete my statement to amplify the work of the YWCA Akvik in Nunavut, who provides women's shelter, transition house, and other programs. Akvik has organized a red dress march in Iqaluit for tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m., starting from the Elders Kangmak to the Nunavut Court of Justice. Kuyan na meo kaktitiye.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think first we need to acknowledge that no single budgetary cycle can address this tragedy adequately. There will have to be sustained investments. We also have to acknowledge that every budget, in every budget, survivors and families should recognize the investments as responding specifically to this tragedy. And if there is a criticism to be leveled on the budget, there are investments for MIWG across the government, but the language doesn't fit the investments. And I was reading a statistic that should have been top of mind that was reminded me, and I think it should be a good reminder to all Canadians, but in Nunavut for the period of 2001 to 2014, the rate of murdered women was 12.4 per population of 100,000, where in the non-Indigenous population is 0.71, so roughly, rough math, 20 times worse. We know housing is a real challenge and has been for some time for many reasons. This current budget does have $4 billion plus $2 billion in housing, and specifically to deal with the Indigenous housing crisis. Perhaps the member opposite could speak to the crisis in her community as it has a direct impact on women in Nunavut.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you for the question. It was disappointingly provided with commitments that are never sufficient. First Nations, Métis, Inuit communities do experience, as you've mentioned, just atrocities when it comes to violence. Inuit women specifically continue to experience higher levels of violence against intimate partner relations. I was shared with a story of a family that left Nunavut that still have been physically abused by her life partner, who she refuses to leave because he's the father of her children, and there's no justice for her. And it's just, I really am sincerely so dismayed that we have this debate today, because funding that you've announced is not enough. The genocide is continuing, and we must continue to make sure that funding is sustainable, that there are new funding that's not announced. I'm hopeful that changes can be made, and that the great work of member for Winnipeg Centre goes recognized, and that we continue to do more for First Nations, Métis, Inuit, women and girls, and gender diverse people.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Destiny, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Nunavut and for the work we do together on the INAN Committee. The Coalition on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls in BC, the Ontario Native Women's Association, and the Quebec Native Women's Association are all groups that asked but were excluded from the process in developing the National Action Plan. Mr. Speaker, through you to the member, does she believe that the exclusion of the voices of the grassroots in the development of the National Action Plan will impact the long-term success of that action plan?
The honourable member for Nunavut.
I do believe that continuing to ignore the human rights of First Nations, Métis, Inuit people continues to be too much ignored, and we must do what we can to make sure that First Nations, Métis, Inuit human rights are equally recognized for all the rest of Canadians that they enjoy. So I do agree that we need to make sure that funding doesn't be cut, and that we do make sure that those communities out west are also recognized for the funding that they need.
We have time for a 30-second question, a 30-second answer. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her heartfelt speech in her advocacy. Now, in Vancouver East, we actually have a situation where family members are consistently having to go and search for their loved ones. They're not funded by government at any point in time, and it's just so dismaying to hear that in her community as well, this is also happening. So does the member think that the government, as the first step coming out of today's Take Note debate, fund families to do the search so that they're not left alone as their loved ones are murdered in our communities?
The honourable member for Nunavut in about 30 seconds.
I absolutely agree that that funding must be provided. All too often, First Nations, Métis, Inuit families have been oppressed for generations, and it's very hard for First Nations, Métis, Inuit to advocate for themselves, and those resources need to be provided so that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit can be the self-determining, self-reliant people that we've always were, that we must return to that mindset as First Nations, Métis, Inuit communities.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Destiny, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker. And before I start, I want to just advise you that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock. Speaker, I rise tonight to take part in this debate with a heavy heart. Unfortunately, the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls is too prevalent in my northern Saskatchewan riding, and one doesn't have to look very far to find heartbreaking stories. Just last September, during the election campaign, the communities of Meadow Lake and the neighboring Flying Dust First Nation were rattled to the core when a local school teacher was shot and killed by her estranged husband. Charlene was 34 years old and the mother of 2 children. Speaker, it is a tragedy when this happens, period. But for Indigenous people across this country, it happens at alarming rates, and we all need to be part of changing that. The fact is, Indigenous people are overrepresented as victims of violent crime, and more specifically, are over twice as likely to experience spousal violence as non-Indigenous people. When looking at the most severe form of intimate partner violence, homicide, a similar pattern emerges. While about 5% of the population is Indigenous, 1/4 of intimate partner homicide victims between 2014 and 2019 were Indigenous. I share the story of Charlene because I believe it's imperative that we as legislators remember that these are not just statistics, but real people with families that are impacted. I want to focus in what little time I have on several positive initiatives that I believe are raising awareness and respectfully remembering missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Tomorrow we will mark Red Dress Day across Canada. It was Métis artist Jamie Black who helped inspire the Red Dress movement. Her red dress art installation evolved into the annual Red Dress Day and sparked a grassroots movement across North America. Every year, people hang red dresses in private and public spaces to remember and to stand in solidarity with family members and loved ones. Walking with Our Sisters is another community-based art installation that honors missing and murdered Indigenous women and children. Beginning in 2012, people were asked to design and create moccasin tops for their missing and murdered loved ones. Men, women, and children from all backgrounds and all parts of Canada sent in 1,600 of these vamps. more than doubling the initial goal of 600. In 2019, this art installation traveled to more than 25 locations across North America. Speaker, another initiative is the Faceless Dolls Project. Created in 2012 by the Native Women's Association of Canada, the Faceless Dolls Project encourages people to make dolls to represent missing and murdered women and those affected by violence. Like I shared earlier, often we can look at the enormity of the problem here in Canada and forget that behind each number, each statistic, is a life, and this project reminds us of just that. Speaker, next week on May 12th, Canadians from coast to coast will mark Moose Hide Day campaign. The Moose Hide campaign is an Indigenous-led grassroots movement that encourages men and boys to stand up against violence towards women and children. With that goal, their challenge to men and boys across Canada is to stand with women and children and speak out against violence towards them. Support each other as men and hold each other accountable. Teach boys the true meaning of love and respect and how to be healthy role models. Heal ourselves as men and support our brothers on their healing journey. Speaker, I'd like to end by referencing a blog post written by Heather Exner-Perot and Angela Pratt. Exner-Perot is a senior consultant with Morris Interactive, and Pratt is the Director of Economics and Community Development at the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations in Saskatchewan. The main theme is providing a better future for Indigenous women, and I believe that it is a very important aspect that needs to be addressed in tonight's debate. They discussed the link between income and safety and quote a study outlining women and how the rates of domestic violence are impacted by their income. They write, besides exposing Indigenous women to violence, the lack of a decent, stable income and the resulting poverty has many other negative impacts. Specifically referencing Saskatchewan and accessing good-paying jobs, they continue. Closing the wage gap for Indigenous women means making sure they can access the best-paying jobs in the province. And for Saskatchewan, that means the natural resource sector. They end the post with a challenge. Creating a better future for Indigenous women in Saskatchewan and for the province as a whole means removing the many barriers that have prevented Indigenous women from financial independence. Speaker, Indigenous women and girls have been the target of violence for far too long, and Canada as a country cannot fulfill its full potential until this crisis is solved. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for contribution to debate tonight. When we dive into the calls for justice, they are clear and they're critical for the remaking of this country. And I wonder if the honourable member would agree that when you look at the history of racism, colonialism, oppression, and violence, that one key recommendation of this report is fundamental, and that is a guaranteed livable income for all to end poverty in this country, thus ending marginalization.
The Honourable Member for Desnethi Misnippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for her question. Actually, I disagree with her on that discussion about a guaranteed basic income. I have spent my 4 years in this world talking about opportunity for all, and what I mean by that in northern Saskatchewan is creating the opportunity for people to participate in a prosperous economy. I'm so proud of the fact that in the last few months in my riding, there's been projects in the forestry industry and some projects in some mining that are going to create 3,000 jobs in northern Saskatchewan. And I firmly believe that the value of having a good job, a stable income, the self-worth that comes with that is invaluable in the context of solving many of the issues, many of the social issues that we have in a riding like mine in northern Saskatchewan.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for, I should know this by now, Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I couldn't help but idly sit by when I heard the previous speaker suggest that it is only through one's employment that they find self-worth. And so I'll give the Honourable Member the opportunity, given the context of this debate that's before us today, to rise in this House and suggest ways in which he would be willing to support the basic dignity around housing, around income supports and health care that go beyond settler colonial resource extraction, which quite frankly is often at the heart of this continued perpetuation of genocide against Indigenous women and girls.
Before we move on, I just want to remind the member that Ty might have been necessary there. So, the honourable member for Desnethé Miss-Nippey, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker. I may fundamentally disagree with that member on some issues, but if he's interested, I have some information that was provided to me recently I'm going to call her Estella. Estella is an Indigenous woman that grew up in northern Alberta, a First Nations woman that ran away from abusive home many times. She feels compelled to write this op-ed, she says, in this document, and she says, today I'm a heavy equipment operator at an oil sands mine in northern Alberta. I make a good wage, more than twice what I made in the city. And I'm going to leap way ahead because you're going to cut me off, Mr. Speaker. She talks about the fact that with opportunity to have income and have a good job, she says, I need training, I need a good paying job and to support my family and feel proud about it. The resource sector provides that opportunity to tens of thousands of us. I just wish it was more. Instead of pitting us against the resource sector, the government should be ensuring that more of these jobs are available for people like me. And I remind you, Mr. Speaker, Estella is a member of Cowessess First Nation and a board member from the Indigenous Resource Network.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my honourable member, one of the things that we talk about here in the sense is education and education. Would he like to respond in the sense that we're doing a lot of work here, a lot of discussion, but the learning that would take care of in the public sector, which of education in each province, how could it be coordinated so more people might learn about this within the public education sector, the responsibility of the provinces?
The Honourable Desnethé Miss-Nippey, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Bow River for his question. Education is absolutely fundamental to the success of many on their journey out of poverty, out of some of the social challenges that we find in a riding like mine in northern Saskatchewan. I would remind the member that my riding is the second largest Indigenous population in the country, and I've been working with people in northern Saskatchewan to make sure that they get access to a quality education, to upgrade that quality of education, to work in conjunction with the federal department that's responsible for education on First Nations and with the provincial folks that are responsible for the education off the First Nation. And we have to have a coordinated effort to educate young people, to enhance their opportunity and give them that chance at success. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise today in the House to speak to a matter that invokes strong emotions on all sides, a matter that speaks to the tragedy of racism and discrimination, and a matter that requires continued vigilance to overcome. Of course, I speak to the horrors of the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls in this country. Before I get into my speech, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from Desnethé, Mrs. Nippey, Churchill River, for sharing this time with me this evening. The stats speak for themselves, Speaker. Indigenous women and girls in Canada are disproportionately affected by all forms of violence. Although Indigenous women make up just 4% of Canada's female population, 16% of all women murdered in Canada between 1980 and 2012 were Indigenous. The 2019 General Social Survey of Victimization, along with Stats Canada, has indicated that Indigenous women were more likely to experience intimate partner violence than non-Indigenous women. Furthermore, during our study on sex trafficking of Indigenous peoples last June, experts told us that 52% of human trafficking victims are Indigenous, and that the average age of exploitation of an Indigenous girl was shockingly just 12 years of age. Although the Indigenous population up to the age of 14 makes up 7.7% of all Canadian children, they represent 52.2% of the children in care. We also know that studies have highlighted that having a child in the welfare system, was the most common feature among women and girls who entered prostitution. Most alarmingly, the statistics may be even more tragic, as experts told the committee that one of the biggest problems was how difficult it is to accurately track how many victims there are of human trafficking and sex trafficking, as well as how to accurately track the correct number of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Without real effort from the government to ensure that a robust framework is in place with adequate resources that are made available for Indigenous data collection and consultation with Indigenous experts and organizations, the true story of their reality
may never be truly known. The final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls made 231 calls for justice in 2019. It took 2 years of waiting for the government's action plan on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, a plan that many involved called toxic, flawed, and unsafe. The government, Speaker, has failed to address one of the core elements in the inquiry, that any plan has an obligation to the victims, their families, and to all Indigenous women and girls to ensure that their voices are reflected so that Indigenous women today and future generation of women and girls can live their lives free of violence. Unfortunately, Speaker, the government's most recent Budget Implementation Act also fails in this regard. With respect to investments in the budget to address Indigenous women and girls' safety, the Native Women's Association of Canada described how they are very concerned that on the surface of this reading of the budget announcement, they don't see where the investment is going to be, and they have very serious concerns about that. The track record of this government has become abundantly clear. Instead of tackling the systemic inequalities, violence, and unsafe conditions for Indigenous women and girls in this country, they simply throw money and hoping it goes away. This will do nothing to empower Indigenous women and girls. Rather, it simply grows bureaucracies here in Ottawa. And past governments, to be fair, must share the blame in continuing this broken Ottawa knows best system. A system that has a profoundly lasting and damaging impact on Indigenous culture, heritage, and language. For true reconciliation to begin, Speaker, this paternalistic approach to Indigenous people and issues must end. We must also not sideline off-reserve and non-status communities either. Women and girls tend to gravitate to urban centres to escape violence, and that creates greater problems because they can't access employment, adequate housing, even shelter, and they become victims of a cycle that has been perpetuated by a lack of resources and of inadequate supports for them. In closing, Indigenous women and girls need a safe, culturally supportive environment in which they are free from violence, sexual trafficking, and exploitation. If we are honest about reconciliation, this and succeeding governments have an obligation to honor Indigenous perspectives when addressing underlying factors that create the unsafe conditions for women and girls, such as precarious housing and poor living conditions, high rates of unemployment, unstable employment, and low working wages, and the lack of access to social and economic resources. So thank you, Speaker. I look forward to the questions ahead.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He raised an issue that I care about, and he talked about modern slavery and human trafficking. And that's an issue that we've studied before. And there was a figure of 54% when it comes to trafficking in Indigenous women. It's a huge number. I wondered if he had any concrete proposals to help those women. And maybe we need more data. During the pandemic, a lot of those numbers were lost. And the pandemic made that research even tougher to find out what's really going on with the impact of human trafficking on Indigenous women. I'd like to hear him on that. The honourable member for Haliburton Lakes Brock.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Shefford for that question. She's absolutely right. Even in committee, the experts said themselves that the numbers weren't as accurate as they probably could be because the correct information wasn't there and the data wasn't there. So we heard a number of recommendations from committee, all the way from changing how Indigenous police services are able to operate and act and still have the same power as off-reserve police services, and how they can use their officers that know the community, know the people in the community, have traditional methods on how to deal with certain situations. That was one in a very long series of recommendations, which I hope the government takes into account and actually acts on some of them, because I think we could have real change and help a lot of people.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. That was great. I'm glad that you outlined some of those factors that lead to the incidences that we see all too often. I wanted to ask you what you think about all those indicators impacting Indigenous peoples, Indigenous women's perspectives on what they need to rely on, including such as perceived need for resource industries to gain employment in those kinds of sectors, because those kinds of sectors are the places where most of the violence are being caused by. So if you could share with me what your thoughts are.
The Honourable Member, Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend from Nunavut. She's a great advocate for her territory in committee. I do enjoy working with her, and in fact, I've learned a lot from her and respect everything she has to say, and just truly enjoy my time with her. And I see the member from Winnipeg South Center, right in front of her, who also spent time on committee and learned a lot from her as well. You know, I think in terms of the resource part itself, I think first of all what we've heard is as the economy recovers from COVID, Indigenous people themselves have a very large young population. And I think if we want to actually reach full potential, we need to have strategies so that they are at least feel included. Actually, I think they would. I think that's a shortfall in governments not of past, right? It's been a big failure all the way through. But also, in resource itself, I was at a conference not too long ago in Vancouver. A lot of the conversation was an estimated $2 trillion worth of minerals in First Nations communities themselves, and they think that number is low, where they could provide an economic boost to a number of communities, especially in the north and remote. But that's just one, right? There's a I don't know how much time I have, Speaker. There's a company or a not-for-profit in my riding that actually does coding for students in Nunavut. And so coding's one, but there's a whole series of opportunities. I think if we stop the top-down approach and actually listen to the people on the ground, we can actually make some change here instead of the Ottawa knows best approach.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, because I know she's been up a couple times.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable friend for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, I noted his conversation about what police services should do. It hasn't come up yet in the Take Note debate. I want to ask about the risk to Indigenous women and girls who are murdered by police. And does he have any comments on the problem of wellness checks and how we might be able to remedy that problem?
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, in about 30 seconds to us.
30 seconds, that's a long answer for 30 seconds. Okay, yes, I would be open to hearing anything that helps solve this problem and make it safer for Indigenous women and girls anywhere. And like we did here in committee, there are a number of changes that can be done so that Indigenous police services do have actual, as kind of the level playing field as non-Indigenous police services, which might help people feel safe and change that relationship a bit. So I would also support that and any other measures that might help this situation.
Before we continue, I just want to remind, I want to keep this discussion as organic as I possibly can without having to cut off folks, but the quicker the answers, the quicker the questions, we can get more people in participating in the debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that this evening I'm a parliamentarian, but I'm also speaking as a woman and a mother, and I'll be quite personal in my remarks because this matter is something that has impacted my life. First off, as a woman, I have to say that, yes, I got into politics because I'm a woman, but I asked myself a question when I learned during my second pregnancy that I was going to have a girl. I remember that I was told that it's hard raising a girl in this world, and perhaps having a second boy would have been easier. I say this as a woman, as a white woman, but if I try to transpose that onto Indigenous women, I can't imagine what I would have thought back then, because in a world that is still hard, and you can see that from the Take Note debate tonight, and I know it's not the same word in English as it is in French, but Take Note debate in French is called an exploratory debate. I find that an unfortunate term, exploratory, to be saying that about a topic like this after all this time, all these years. And I was the head of a women's organization in my area, and we were kind of an umbrella for all kinds of advocacy groups for women, and there was issues of shelter and so on. And I naively, I'll say so in all honesty, I naively organized a march involving Indigenous women, a number of them, and I think it was just before the Commission on Missing and Murdered Women, and we marched in the streets together, and it was all very academic for me, but in the streets, when women came up to me and talked to me, they told me their own stories that often were things that it was hard to imagine anyone living like that, and they were the stories without real endings because people disappeared, they were missing, and they were never found. So it was quite historic for me, and I remember my daughter was there with me at the time, and it's very important to people in my area, but I think it's important for everyone, wherever they live, whether it's in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada. And for me today, to call this an exploratory debate or a take-note debate, I have to say it reminds me of a song by Renaud called Fatigué, or Tired. There are topics like this. I'm not saying that I'm sick and tired of it, but I'm sick and tired of the fact that we're still having to talk about this today. Here in the House, I think people are quoting statistics. They're citing statistics and so on. I don't think we need to be talking about statistics anymore to justify the need for this debate. And one of my colleagues said, well, what's the point of asking questions here in the House because you don't get any valid answers? It's a dialogue. You're talking to yourself, basically, when you make a speech here in the House. But there's someone here in the stands who's worked very hard for Indigenous rights, and I'd like to salute him while we're at it. We're talking about rights, but we haven't reached implementation of those rights yet, and we need to get to that stage. Often we use the term systemic discrimination. Well, the Indian Act has done huge harm to women, and we talked about systemic discrimination with the residential schools, and that was institutionalized discrimination, and there was a goal of cultural genocide. When I marched with women over the issue of murdered and missing Indigenous women, this is a multifactorial issue. It's not a simple question, and I agree with the Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations. He's really got, he means well, but when I asked a question, what did you do during COVID for women who were victims of violence, because we know there was more violence, why didn't you give them more? And what I was told was they're going to build cultural centers in a few years. That's all well and good. You can't, obviously those things are needed. You can't stop everything else to deal with one problem. But to hear that here in the House, I think it's really missing the mark. When you think of at committee, it's exactly the same thing when we talk about all the government spending, budgets, and extra funding. And we hear this all the time, and I heard it again. Look, in BC, we spent $60 million. In your riding, $2 million. It's going to be great. Well, I wish we could just take a step back and realize that actually we need to change our direction, not just increase funding here and there. And I think what Canadians and Quebecers are expecting is a wholesale shift in strategy. When it comes to housing, we've been talking about housing for years. That's one of the stumbling blocks for Indigenous communities. It's a basic need. And all we get told again and again is, yes, we're going to do something, but, you know, it's very difficult to build in the north. Well, I live in the north, and houses can be built there. So I think there's a lot of bad faith I know that we're stuck with the budgets we have, but to me, it's really a matter of what they're doing is trying to disguise. It's a cover-up. They would have us believe that, oh, yes, we're spending more here, we're spending more there, and we have a plan that's been expected for some 3 years. So we'll have to present something eventually. But I don't think they're serious. I don't think they're serious at all. And personally, maybe I'm not the right person to ask this question, but to the people of the First Nations in my riding, that's 15% of my constituents. If I said, if you listen to the debate tonight or everything at committee, if you listen to everything the government's doing, I don't think they'd be satisfied. I don't think they'd be satisfied with the answers we've been getting. We're not supposed to play politics in the House, but it's a bit hard not to, given everything we've heard. And I think my constituents would be dissatisfied. They want housing, they want equity, and that's just not happening. Obviously, the government says they're doing the best they can, but they're not. So I'd like everyone here and the minister and the government to show that they truly want reconciliation. Because if you're going to reconcile, you have to reconcile with someone. And we can't impose the terms. If you're trying to reconcile with someone, you have to allow the other. You have to listen to the other. And you have to grant their wishes. I know it's hard. There's a big matter of money, but I don't think it's just about money. I think there's things that can be done. And personally, Mr. Speaker, I've been here for 7 years here in the House, and I don't think I was naive. Absolutely not when I first got here. But you do come here with a desire to serve your constituents in all modesty. But I have to say that I had high hopes, and it's just been one disappointment after another. And it's I find that the Liberals, they're just making it up as they go along. And if there's one thing the government could do tonight, or in the weeks or years to come, perhaps they could just reassure us. Because what I've heard so far tonight from the minister himself, that does not cut it. I'm not satisfied with what I've heard so far. And I'd like the government to have the courage to get down to work. As a woman, my daughter's very young, and she says she absolutely does not want to have children, but in a few years, I hope she doesn't have to be asking the same questions. I hope Indigenous women don't have to be asking themselves the same question, do I want to have a daughter because her life is going to be so tough and dangerous? And are they going to have the same rights? Of course, on paper, they have the same rights, but in fact, will our daughters enjoy the same rights as men? And I hope that Indigenous women down the road will be able to say they have the same rights as everyone else, and they won't have to fear violence and murder. So I'd like us to take some concrete steps to make that happen. I want to see strong action, stronger than what we've seen to date. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech this evening. I know that, like myself, she represents many Indigenous women who've sought and pursued through great challenges and sacrifice in their lives. They have grieved the loss of so many amongst them. But I also know she understands that reconciliation does not come easy. It is a very difficult conversation, and it requires tremendous commitment of government, one that our government, for the first time in history, has stepped up to do. So I ask her this evening, she talks about next steps, what needs to happen. I'd ask her to tell the House today, if there was one thing that she could do on this path to help with missing and murdered Indigenous women and their families that are suffering, what would that one thing be that she would pose to the government and to the House of Commons this evening that would need to happen?
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I answered, well, I thank my colleague from Labrador for her question. I answered earlier by saying that on the one hand, we have all the reports and recommendations we need. I don't want to reinvent the wheel, and it's not me as a white woman who's going to say what recommendations are best. But as a member of Parliament, I would say that with those recommendations, we have a plan. The government had said that by 2030, the issue of Indigenous housing would be solved, would be resolved. But we can see that it's not working, and we won't get there by 2030. That's the type of thing that we need to do. So there should be a concrete plan and a plan that makes sense. That's what I would recommend. There's debates we need to have, but the government should say, here's what we propose. Because there was consultation, but it can't be one-sided. It has to include the First Nations. So I would simply ask for something. It's huge, but I think to get anywhere, you need a plan. Thank you.
Montar, the honourable member for Dineste, Minisnipi, Churchill River. Eventually, I'll get it correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listen intently, and I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for her words. We do work together on the I-9 committee, and I appreciate the advocacy and the work you do there. Since 2015, Canadians have seen from this government a lot of announcements, a lot of media headlines, a lot of promises when it comes to solving the long-standing issues facing Indigenous people. The problem always is in the follow-through. My colleague spoke about the frustration and some of the concerns around that. In this case, tonight we're talking about the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls public inquiry that began in 2016, had a final report issued in 2019, and then there was a year delay in tabling the action plan. Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to ask my honourable colleague to explain or to comment on how detrimental these delays are, how frustrating some of these unfulfilled promises are, and how that impacts the trust relationship that is necessary with Indigenous people, a relationship that so desperately needs more trust.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot to say about that, but first of all, when it comes to the delay, there are always good excuses. I'm being sarcastic here. The election, for example, in 2021, as far as I know, it was the government who decided to call that election, so that was a waste. Then there was COVID, and this government can't do two things at the same time, so they blame that for the delay too. I think it's completely irresponsible and unacceptable for the government to use those excuses. Once again, they have an opportunity to do something, but of course, it's all smoke and mirrors when it comes to actually getting down to work. So, and perhaps there's also the issue of, I've been here for 7 years, and all we've done for 7 years, and my colleague talked about this, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it's all communications. So reconciliation is a term the Liberals came up with, but I have no idea what they've actually done to reconcile. From my perspective, it's all PR, it's all communications. All I see is window dressing, and unfortunately that's what I have to say tonight. I'd like to see something concrete, not just communications exercise. Thank you.
A commentaire, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. She noted the lack of housing, in fact, lack of support from the government with a dedicated for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing strategy. Further to that point, there's also the lack of specific allocation to Indigenous women and girls housing. I wonder if the member can comment on that and how the government's inaction is in fact enabling the continuation of the genocide of Indigenous women and girls.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her question. In fact, I'm talking about my personal experience with housing, not personal to me, but what I experienced with other women. And the issue of housing is an issue of safety and security. I come from a very large riding There are people who live thousands of kilometers from others, sometimes without a road. And sometimes a woman, because she doesn't have housing, will accept or agree. It's terrible to say accept, but I don't think she has another choice, but she agrees then to stay with a violent partner. This is just an example, but imagine if you're in a place where you have no other place to go. It's quite hostile. Often these are northern communities, very remote. And the choice that they have to make is to stay because economically they have no means to leave. Culturally, I otherwise would be assimilated. I would have to leave my children because I wouldn't have any other bearings. So that this woman is mentally or physically abused, it's the same thing that could arrive or happen to them rather outside of that home. So it's a choice that is no choice. And so the question of housing is a central issue for women, Indigenous women and girls. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunaviki U. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. In Abitibi Bay James Nunaviki, you have the same situation that we see with Indigenous women. Even in Val d'Or, there are disappearances. And sometimes they're never found, sometimes they are. But how is it that it continues to happen? It's beyond our comprehension. The government is not acting. They're not walking the talk. They're not listening to the requests coming from Indigenous communities, Indigenous women. So I'd like my colleague to tell me, what does she think of the current government with regard to everything that is happening and the National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls? The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that for the Commission of Inquiry, like the Royal Commission of Inquiry on another subject in 1996, we're not reinventing the wheel, but they're consulting again and again and again, but there's very little action taken. So I think this is what I see yet again. I don't appear to be very outraged, but I have kind of a fatigue by this kind of speech or rhetoric that I'm hearing. It's rhetoric, and I'd like to just give my colleague an example, because in my riding, there was an event that occurred 2 days ago to tell you the extent to which people, I must say, they have a trauma, and I too. 2 bodies were found. It was 2 individuals who died, and they were found when the snow melted, and the first thing I thought of, and I can't control it, I can't control my thoughts on this. It's a reflex. So the first thing that came to mind, I wondered if they were women. I wondered if it were children, if it were girls. It's incredible. It's the very first thought that I had. And obviously, I know that. I'm aware of that. It wasn't the case. It was 2 men. And I would like to say to the community of Nuktakan and Takshakuan, the communities that I am with them, they know it. I will tell them again. But this violence is in our collective conscience, and we can't get rid of it. We are afraid of it. And what we're saying tonight is that we're going to build cultural centers. To me, this does not meet the need at all. I think the vision and the objective of the Take Note debate, resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's Take Note debate, a day before the National Day of Awareness for Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls and Two-Spirit, is a crucial one. A debate about why, once again, families of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and survivors of violence have fallen by the wayside. Like in this 2022 budget, where the amount allocated was 0 to implement the 231 calls for justice to address this ongoing genocide. And this is a crisis of violence. Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people are 12 times more likely to go missing or murdered and are 5 times more likely to experience violence than any other population in Canada. In fact, 56% of Indigenous women have experienced physical assault. That's more than half of all Indigenous women, and 46% have experienced sexual assault. These stats are staggering, but sadly, they aren't surprising to Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit who continue to endure this violence. And violence and mistreatment doesn't just affect Indigenous women. It even impacts a disproportionate number of young Indigenous girls. 42%, Mr. Speaker, of Indigenous women report having experienced physical and sexual abuse during their childhood. This kind of exposure to violence and trauma has lasting impacts and consequences. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the budgetary allocation from this government to deal with this crisis was zero. Zero. This is not an oversight. This is a choice. This is a statement about the normalization of violence against Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people. And while bureaucratic discussions persist, women, girls, and Two-Spirit individuals go missing, are murdered, and have to endure out-of-control levels of violence. Our lives are there for the taking, as though our lives or the loss of our lives is of no consequence. We are objectified, stigmatized, minimized. And how much has this government invested in the 2022 budget to deal with this crisis? Zero. A choice. A statement about how we have been devalued since the time of colonization. And I'm not the only one with this view. Marion Bowler, the former chief commissioner, noted that, in quotes, finds it appalling that the federal government, through the Prime Minister, had admitted to the situation at least amounting to genocide, and yet they are allowing to continue it without any sort of responsibility, end quote. She also stated, quote, there is no looking forward. If there is an implementation plan, I don't know about it, and if they're keeping it quiet, but they have quite literally fallen flat on their face in terms of responses, end quote. The Native Women's Association of Canada, that fights for Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse people, gave the federal government a failing grade for not delivering on a national action plan to respond to the national inquiry. The Native Women's Association of Canada criticized the 2022 budget, stating that, quote, the National Inquiry report was handed down with 231 calls to justice, and we're very concerned that on the surface of this reading of the budget announcement, we don't see where the investment is going to be, and we have very serious concerns about that, end quote. Mr. Speaker, again, this is a choice. It is a political choice, a human rights issue that continues to be out of control because of government inaction. It is a result of policy choices deeply rooted in the Indian Act and violent colonization that has left us fighting for our right to live, free of violence, insecurity, indignity. By refusing to act, the government is telling Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people that we have zero value. Zero. This is something my mom learned as an orphan living in a Catholic convent at 5 years old. My mother was one of the most kind, gentle, and loving person I've ever known. She had this way of making everyone feel, or everyone she met feel like they were special. And everybody thought that they were my mother's special one. And I like to believe that I was her special one. Her gentleness was truly remarkable, considering the violence that she had to endure throughout her younger years of life, including being passed through 15 different child welfare placements. Yes, Mr. Speaker, 15 times before aging out of care without a place to go at the age of 18, a common existence for young people aging out of care, ending up on the streets, a breeding ground for murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people. And there were not too many spirits that she met along her journey who showed her any level of kindness, aside from a woman named Maud who noted my mother's gift for music and taught her how to play the piano, and the local librarian that shared my mother's love of reading and learning and spent hours with my mother mentoring her and showing her care. I remember my mom sharing a memory about her time in the Catholic convent where they housed orphans. She didn't share very much about her childhood, but for whatever reason, she shared this memory about choke cherries. My mother loved choke cherries. One of her favorite feast foods in the world was wojapi, a traditional Lakota dish made with choke cherries. The convent where she stayed had choke cherries all around their grounds, and the children were often tasked with picking the berries from the choke cherry bushes with very strict instructions to not eat any of their pickings. You see, the choke cherries were not for them. But in true 5-year-old style, my mother would pick the berries and snack on a few and then violently wipe off her stained teeth with her white bib on her uniform. Nobody wanted to be caught by the nuns not following the rules. After a day of picking, indulging in her delightful innocence, it was put quickly to a halt after an interrogation by one of the nuns. "Marjorie, you were eating choke cherries." My mother tried to lie about her indulgence, something that gave her great joy, until she looked down at her bib covered in purple choke cherry juice and knew she was caught red-handed. A tragic ending to a moment of joy for a 5-year-old. When she shared this memory with me, she had a sad chuckle describing her moment of defiance to just have that brief moment of joy. She relished in that moment, something that the nuns ended up abusing her for, and I can't even imagine the punishment she had to endure as a result of her decision to participate in this normal and youthful act of joy over choke cherries. At 5 years old, she learned that abuse, violence, mistreatment were part of her existence as an Indigenous girl, and this made her feel like a zero, worthless. She even described trying to scrub off her brown skin with Comet as a young girl. And this government's lack of investment reminds Indigenous girls that this government is still treating them like they're worth zero. As my mother grew older as a kid in the system, she would ask all the girls running away to escape the system about the futility of their actions because, in quotes, nobody cares anyway, ends of quotes. It breaks my heart that this government is still giving Indigenous women and girls that message. Zero. My mother was not a zero, but she will always be my hero, and neither are we. We are not zeros. We are heroes, thriving despite all the obstacles in front of us. I wept when I saw that the government decided we were worth zero in the budget. I am tired of listening to the million excuses and the list of million complications that seem to justify an action like our safety is of no relevance. This is not okay. Stop hoarding money from the last budget with the million excuses about why it can't be done while another girl, woman, or two-spirit goes missing, murdered, or has to endure violence. Where is the action plan? And like my beautiful mom who endured so much, we are valuable, precious, loved, resilient, and we are still here, and we have a right to joy. The Prime Minister acknowledged this as a genocide. Now is the time to stop making excuses and give us the justice we deserve. It's time to end this crisis of violence and genocide now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for the words that she shared tonight and her continued advocacy both on the floor of the House of Commons and outside, and know that we are continue to accelerate the work that we are doing based in part on our advocacy and the work that we need to do as a country and as a government. I do want to talk about the issue of forced sterilization in this country, because while we are justly outraged at the apparent reversal of Roe versus Wade, we still need to acknowledge that in this country forced sterilization has taken place. Perhaps the member opposite could speak to that and the continued systemic racism in the healthcare system. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I think it goes into the whole notion of eugenics and how we are not worthy of life in terms of the forced sterilization of women and girls, the right to live. the right to have choice over our bodies, the right to have control and choice over what happens with our children. And this is still happening today. There is, 2019 cases of forced, coerced sterilization are still being inflicted violently on Indigenous women without choice. There's been calls on the federal government to collect data to do their part in ending this genocide, this vile practice of forced sterilization. It's 2022, and not only are we still begging and advocating to have the resources we need to live, we're even having to advocate over our own bodies so we can choose whether we want to bring life in the world or not. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be honest, this debate can be extremely intimidating, especially when you're a girl from Sparta, Ontario, where I have not been part of the communities where I'm seeing these violence. But I can tell you from my friend and the member from Winnipeg Centre, thank you for teaching me. Thank you for sharing the story about your mom, because those are the things that each and every day makes me say, Karen, you can do a lot better. So thank you very much for that. I think as we're looking at this, we do need to be honest. We know that there's so many sectionality on this, what we're looking at. What would this member like to share to all of the members of Parliament, including me? What is the one piece of information that I can take home today that I can start making that change right now?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable member. I have a really wonderful time working with her on the Status of Women Committee, particularly right now as we're currently having a study on the relationship between resource development and increased levels of violence against Indigenous women and girls. I've enjoyed working with her and learning from her as well. I think one of the frustrations is that there seems to be a culture of picking and choosing to support human rights when it suits economic and political interests and brushing it aside when it doesn't, to pick and choose calls to justice that don't threaten the status quo, but then not responding those that really will result in systemic change. And it goes bigger than relationships, relationships are not positive without action. If we want to improve relationships in this country, if we want to really address the crisis of violence and genocide against Indigenous women and girls, that requires resources, sustainable funding. That requires working with families and survivors of violence on the ground. We have been clear. We're just waiting for people to respond, not when it suits their interests, not 10 years later, but now. We are in a genocide now, and that requires an urgent and immediate response. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague. I sit with my colleague on the Standing Committee, the Status of Women. It is an honor to work with her. She is a member of this committee in this Parliament, but since I've been here in 2019, almost every study we've done in committee shows that there's always an increased impact on Indigenous women, be it impacts of COVID or natural resources. We've also talked about mental health and living in rural areas. Every study we do shows that Indigenous women are disproportionately impacted, and yet here we are. It's 2022, and we're having a take-note debate about this. When will there be action? What does the member think about all these studies piling up?
Thank you so much to my honourable colleague, and again, it's such a pleasure working with her on our committee. I think we need to stop pathologizing Indigenous women and girls in two-spirit. and really look at the heart of the matter and where this is happening. You know, you can go back to the Indian Act, which legislated the marginalization, including the economic marginalization of Indigenous peoples, more violently towards Indigenous women. We still live in a country as an Indigenous woman where, never mind not having the same rights as men, I still don't have, under the law, the same rights as other women. We have built a country. This country has been built on the wrongful dispossession of land and genocide, ongoing genocide of Indigenous peoples. One only has to look at the resource extraction projects and the kind of violence that's perpetrated against girls and Indigenous women on the community to see that the ongoing colonial agenda persists. So if we want changes, we need to be honest about how this country and what this country has been built on and how we want this country to look going forward. That takes truth, and that takes all of us in this House looking at our privilege and seeing which of us needs to give up with some privilege to ensure everybody in this country, including Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit, has their human rights upheld.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I wanted to thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for her very inspiring story and her leadership. I very much appreciated her story about her mom, because that is a direct example of how deep the impacts are of colonialism and what those behaviors continue to do in generations that have had to follow in those traumas. I wanted to, though, specifically ask her about her expertise and knowledge about how deep the impacts are on the reliance on the extract industry, the resource industry, and how there is a misperception out there that First Nations, Métis, Inuit want to rely on those resource extraction companies because of the gainful employment that they might provide. At the same time, those being the same places that are exercising the genocidal activities, resulting in too many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit women and girls being lost to murder and being missing for years. The
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, and I just have so much respect for her and the work she does fighting for human rights, particularly for Indigenous peoples. In terms of resource extraction, I think it goes into the free, prior, and informed consent of nations. Free of coercion prior to development going through, or free of coercion prior to the development going through, and informed, knowing what the development means. Only then do you have consent. That is rarely achieved in this country. One only has to look at Wet'suwet'en territory right now, on unceded Wet'suwet'en territory. As an example I use, 2 unarmed Indigenous women having their door ripped down with a chainsaw and an axe and a guard dog, unarmed. I mean, if we are using state police violence against unarmed Indigenous women in great force, where are we at in this country in terms of really responding to genocide, when the very actors within this genocide are supported by governments, including actors like the RCMP? So it's not up to me to tell Indigenous peoples what to do in their territory. But one of the things that does need to happen in this country before any development occurs is to obtain true, free, prior, and informed consent.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to be indicating that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Labrador. And before I proceed with the substance of my remarks, I want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre for sharing with her the lived experiences of herself and her family, and it crystallizes why it's so important that we continue the work of reconciliation to ensure that the rights of Indigenous peoples are respected, that we have a relationship that is based on dignity, on equality, and the recognition of the right to choose their own paths. And that's why this debate is so important. Violence against Indigenous women, girls, and the LGBTQ2+ community is a devastating reality across Canada today. It is one of the most significant public safety issues facing our country and has taken far too many sisters from Indigenous communities across Turtle Island. That's why the entire public safety portfolio is engaged in extensive efforts to prevent and end the violence and to protect Indigenous women, girls, as well as their rights. And today, I want to outline a few of them. The calls for justice from the National Inquiry point toward the need for urgent reform to policing. That's why we're investing over $1 billion over the next 5 years in culturally responsive and sensitive policing and community safety services in Indigenous communities. Nous stabilisons et améliorons également.
We are also stabilizing and enhancing the First Nations and Inuit policing program by improving the RCMP policing services funded through this program.
In addition to our investments in Indigenous policing, we're devoting more than $80 million over the next 5 years in Indigenous-led crime prevention strategies and community safety services, stopping crime before it starts by supporting initiatives that have already helped nearly 60 Indigenous communities to keep themselves safe and empowering them.
This initiative supports the healing of Indigenous communities through a facilitated community process that addresses multiple safety and well-being problems.
Of particular concern that was raised during the National Inquiry is the horror of human trafficking and its disproportionate impact on Indigenous women and girls, Mr. Speaker.
In 2019, the Government of Canada launched the National Strategy to Combat Human Trafficking. This national strategy, led by Public Safety Canada, is based on the internationally recognized pillars of prevention, protection, prosecution, partnerships, and empowerment.
Provides over $22 million in funding to 63 organizations that deliver trauma-informed and culturally relevant supports and services to survivors of human trafficking. 33 of these serve Indigenous people, and 10 are Indigenous-led. Now, the RCMP has a unique role to play in reconciliation and is committed to improving relationships with Indigenous communities, supporting survivors and families, and ensuring investigations are robust and professional and respectful.
In response to the final report of the National Inquiry, the RCMP undertook the following efforts: developing courses for RCMP employees on trauma-informed approaches, cultural awareness, and humility, updating the Canadian Police College Human Trafficking course so that it includes elements of Indigenous awareness and human trafficking prevention, create a pilot Inuit police recruitment program in Nunavut, strengthen the engagement of Indigenous leaders and elders at the national, divisional, and local levels.
Established new partnerships with the Inuit Women of Canada and the Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami, both of which include cooperation to address violence against Inuit women, girls, and Two-Spirited people. Work to address the national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and the LGBTQ+ people, and responding to the calls for justice cannot be done overnight, but it has some of the most important work the Government of Canada has on its agenda. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm so honored to participate in this debate and to continue to shed light on the work that the government is committed to doing with all members of this chamber, Indigenous communities, and indeed all Canadians in the path to reconciliation. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Bow River. I saw you a bit.
And to my honourable minister, the honourable minister across the way, and I know he'll be very familiar with this issue. One of the things that, having met, and I know in a limited way, with Indigenous people, it's the police service that they have in some Indigenous nations. And one of the things they've asked about and talked about is program funding is what they receive for it, not guaranteed funding. It creates a lot of difficulty to create a safe environment when the police service on Indigenous nations does not know from year to year whether they'll be funded. And I know he's well aware of this, and maybe he could explain where they are in the sense of developing that relationship with Indigenous police services that are needed for safe communities.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank my colleague for the question, and indeed it allows me to elaborate on the work that the government is doing to ensure that we're working closely and collaboratively and respectfully with Indigenous communities right across the country through the First Nations, Indigenous and Inuit Police Programming Initiative. We've invested about $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. This is a historic amount of financial support that will be channeled in partnership with Indigenous communities so that they can be empowered to provide public safety for themselves. In addition to that, there's a commitment from the government to work, again, in a very respectful and collaborative manner with Indigenous leadership across the country to co-develop legislation that will recognize that Indigenous policing is an essential service. And this is, again, another important step on the path to reconciliation, which we are committed to taking along with Indigenous individuals right across the country.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier I made my speech, and I think this is just the example I needed to make my points. Once again, I get the impression that what we're seeing here is a publicity ad for what the government has given. We always hear about millions and billions and thousands, but I'd like to also hear my colleague talk about results, because we're hearing them say we spent on this, on that, and the other, but I want to hear about results, and I think what people want tonight and in general are results. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. It is important to begin transforming policing services in Indigenous communities in good faith. This isn't just about promises and words. I agree with my colleague that we must get tangible results. So, in a historic effort and in collaboration with Indigenous leaders from everywhere in Canada, we will get results on the ground. And I repeat, we will do so in partnership with Indigenous leaders.
The Public Safety Minister recalls that on the one-year tabling of the calls to justice, that Chantel Moore was shot during a wellness check in Edmundston, New Brunswick, which we know right now that we're waiting for the inquest, which begins on May 16th. But at the time, the government made commitments to reform policing, to look at policing in general. And there was a very important report that was tabled in June of last year. And in the mandate letter for the minister, the Prime Minister said that he would continue police reforms, but they haven't started, Mr. Speaker, on any of the reforms. One of the reforms that was very important was to ensure that there was Indigenous peoples on oversight boards. There still isn't independent investigations by Indigenous people when Indigenous people have been killed, especially women, missing, murdered, and women and girls. Now, Judith Sayers, the president of the Nuu-chah-nulth Tribal Council, she stated, quote, Indigenous peoples must be given an opportunity to be the pen on new police legislation, rather than being allowed to comment or respond to regulations written by politicians. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the minister, when is he going to begin reforms? Will Indigenous people be the pen?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly agree with the comments of my honourable colleague, and I assure him that transformation has already begun, and that there is a commitment to ensure that there is Indigenous representation in our police forces. I've explained the work that we're doing in the First Nations and Inuit policing program, but I agree with them. There's more work to be done, not only in terms of oversight, but on the ground, and that is work that I'm committed to doing with the Commissioner of the RCMP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a reminder before we go back to debate, just the quicker we can ask a question, the quicker we can get an answer so that everybody can participate in tonight's Take Note debate. Unfortunately, we're redoing our reprise de débat, continuing the debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and Northern Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to acknowledge that Canada's Parliament is located on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and established people, a very proud people. I also want to take a moment to recognize all the Indigenous partners who have worked so hard to bring together in their communities the commemoration of the Red Dress Day. We are here this evening to debate a very important issue. It is an integral part of this government's efforts in the shared journey of reconciliation with Indigenous people. Tonight, I listened to many of my colleagues on both sides of the House as they have spoken. They have spoken with tremendous insight, understanding. They have spoken after listening. They have spoken with action. And Mr. Speaker, I truly appreciate their words. The violence that Indigenous women, girls have suffered and the pain that this has caused survivors and their families is an injustice that has ripped at the very fabric of Indigenous communities like mine. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, I would like to read into the record some of those sisters that have been stolen in Labrador, some of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls that we continue to mourn every day, whose families suffer. They suffer silently, they suffer in communities, and they suffer, Mr. Speaker, holding close in their heart those that they love and now miss. Nellie Broomfield, Dina Similak Igliorti, Molly Party, Daphne Mesher Brown, Anne Hilda Abraham, Sharon Murphy, Henrietta Milek, Hannah Obed, Pamela Asprey, Elaine Flowers, Dr. Mary Coran, Deborah Corrine, Joanna Anderson, Misty Dawn Bordeaux, Deidre Marie Michelin, Marguerite Dyson, Mary Evans Hardlick, Sarah Obed, Kimberly Gerarcy, Martina Ford, Bernice Joan Rich, Katie Obed, Loretta Saunders and her unborn baby Saunders, Regula Schultz. Mr. Speaker, what we do to support missing and murdered Indigenous women, to help end the suffering of families, to rise up wherever we can, all Indigenous women in Canada, we do in memory of women like those I have read into the record tonight, women that I have known whose lives are lost, whose families continue to suffer. Mr. Speaker, in our culture, we have a ceremony. It is the lighting of the sacred hudlik, which is a traditional Inuit soapstone lamp, which my colleague from Nunavut would know and practice in her culture very well. And it honors the fact that women are the life carriers. It rises women up. It holds them in a place where they are teachers, where they show strength and resilience to lead the way that is best for their families and for their communities. As a government, we have a responsibility to light as well. To shine a light on the injustices is our responsibility. And I say our government has been shining that light. We have been moving forward with missing and murdered Indigenous women in providing the strength, the encouragement, the investments as they have identified through our dialogue, through our process of reconciliation. And we will continue to do that in the path forward with each and every one of them. And I ask my colleagues to learn more, to share more, and to continue to advocate more, because in doing so, we are saving the lives and saving heartache and grief for so many families in Indigenous Canada.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for focusing on the names of the women and the girls and the mommies and the aunties and the sisters and the daughters that are missing from her territory. The report that we hold in our hands and that we study tonight is one that calls on us to do much more than anything we've even imagined, which includes ending the culture of misogyny and patriarchy and racism and extraction and oppression of the land itself. And I want to ask her if the government she serves is prepared to actually look at the recommendations that the extractive industries themselves, the transient industrial workers along pipelines in mining camps throughout the country are actually a threat to Indigenous women and girls.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Sandwich Cove Islands always provides insightful thought and questions in the House of Commons. I am open to look at all aspects of society that infringes upon the rights of women and girls. No woman, no girl, no individual should ever feel unsafe within their homes, within their communities. And whether that perpetration is coming from within family, within community, within workplaces, within any form or aspect of the society that we live in, then we have a responsibility to address that. I would say to my honourable colleague, I am always open to learning where harm is being done and doing my part to correct it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in the debate tonight. It is unfortunate to hear the member from the Green Party try to single out one particular sector. I think we know that there's problems of violence against women from people in all different sectors, all different parts of the economy. It's a problem we need to address more broadly. So to single out workers in one sector is, I think, very unfair and reflects another agenda. But I want to ask the member, I had a follow-up question from the speech given by the minister with respect to human trafficking. We know that human trafficking disproportionately affects Indigenous women. There were concerns raised by members of our caucus with respect to C5, the fact that amendments to C5 open the door for possible house arrest for people involved in human trafficking. It's our contention that tough sentencing in response to human trafficking is part of the solution to combating this. I wonder if the member has a comment on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for pointing out that violence against women and girls is not sector related. It's happening in all aspects of society, and I think we all recognize that, and we all have a responsibility to do what we can to end it. And that's our job here as parliamentarians. That's what Canadians look to us to do. In terms of human trafficking, you know, the story of human trafficking around the world, I think, is one that we all look at with tremendous sorrow and wish that we could stop it today, that we had the means, the ways to end it in every single aspect of the world that we live in. And yet we have many tools available to us to be able to do that. It's a matter of having the ability and the resources to be able to stop it before it happens, educating people, making sure that we have the right stops in place to stop human trafficking before it can start. That's the path we need to be on now. That means a path that really signals out perpetrators as well as others that could be involved.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and for taking the time to say the names, to put names to this tragedy, which I would describe practically as, well, a pandemic in the shadows. We've been through a pandemic, but this is like a shadow pandemic. And the whole question of missing and murdered Indigenous women, it's hard to get the numbers, to get the statistics. Nobody talks about these things. These women are completely forgotten. What can be done to get more statistics and numbers that would help bring this issue out of the shadows and to really finally attack and grapple with this problem and deal with it instead of them just being forgotten, completely forgotten. The Honourable Member for Labrador.
I want to thank my colleague for her question, and I know that we're nearly out of time. But I think that the real information we need are the stories of victims, the stories of families. And many of them can only enable themselves to tell that with the health supports and victim support services that they have around them. That's why the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls was so important. It was important so that we could lay out the investments that were needed to get to the root causes that contributes to the tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, but also the health supports, the victim services that is needed in so many communities, the infrastructure that is needed. And that's the road we're on. I just wish we could take that road a little bit more faster than we have been in society.
Before we continue along, I need to apologize to the member for Hamilton Centre, because I know he didn't want to ask a question, but we did run out of time. I'll get him on the next round. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's truly an honor to be standing in this House speaking on this. I have heard some of the, especially when I speak of the member from Winnipeg, or Winnipeg Centre, just passionate voices and learning about these things. So I would like to thank all of the members who have so far participated in tonight's debate, because they're bringing so much genuine thought and care on this discussion. And that's why tonight I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill to discuss these types of things that we need to actually have genuine discussion about. Things like murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. This is something that we must focus on. Throughout this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we have seen an absolute increase in violence against women. But if we want to look at the statistics, and want to be embarrassed, we should look at what those statistics are for Indigenous women. It is truly undeniable to disagree or not take into consideration that Indigenous women do face the highest levels of violence than any other woman in this country. We need to recognize that. We need to say, how can we do better? And as the member had mentioned earlier, we are doing a very important study at this time. It's a study where we can talk about what is happening in the resource sector, is what it's on that, but what can we do to make sure the lives of families, the lives of women and girls in those communities are better? What can we do to ensure that when we're talking about human trafficking and sexual exploitation, when we're talking about the lack of resources and lack of supports for members of Indigenous in their communities, when we're talking about the intergenerational trauma, what is it that we can do to help? What can we do? And we know that Indigenous-led and the Indigenous solutions are where we need to start. And we have heard that from all of the members in here. It cannot be a top-down approach, sir. It needs to be a time where we're looking at women who are facing extreme circumstances in their own homes. Sometimes it's because of addictions. Sometimes it is abuse. But we know that from the past that so much healing needs to be done. And that is why I'm really enjoying listening to this debate, listening to the members, because I can actually feel that we're in a room where people actually care. People actually want to do something. And I'm hoping that the tone of this debate stays there. Because we can sit there and try to divide. We can try to wedge people. We can try to put in a question there that might get a lot of likes on Twitter. But it's not going to help one single woman and girl that needs that help in Indigenous communities. And that is why tonight I'm speaking here about this. What can we do when we're talking about this? We need to talk about the intersectionality. We need to talk about things like the gender-based analysis that we do talk about. The gender, the sex, the age, the citizenship and immigration, income, education, but most of all, location in Canada. And I think with that location in Canada, it's something so important, sir. It's so important because when we're talking about resources, we recognize that in rural and remote communities, that these resources may not be available. That when we're looking for shelters, we're talking about women having to get in a plane and flying to another community because they may not have any health care within their own communities. We're talking about an issue when we know that they want to go and speak to the authorities, there is no trust. That is something that I have heard time and time and time again. We need to work to rebuild that trust. And that is why I'm hoping, as why I'm listening to this, a nonpartisan approach where we're actually trying to do what's right for the women and girls that are Indigenous. We're trying to improve. And so I'm very excited to participate in this debate today, and I'm looking forward to the rest of it. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for her comments. And I agree. I think this is a nonpartisan issue. I see 3 of your members sitting behind you that sit on INAN with me, the Indigenous Committee that we have at a standing committee. I see some members over here from the NDP as well. And we do that. We work together, bipartisan, to in fact get to the job at hand. Now, the federal government has created policies, and we have created legislation passed recently, these past few years. The Indigenous Languages Act, the Act Respecting First Nations, Inuit, Métis children, youth and families, as well as UNDRIP. The question I have for the member, and it goes to your comments, we know what the what is, but now let's concentrate on the how. So as we move forward, we do want to accelerate our efforts. We are committed to that, all of us around this House. So my question to the member is, how? How do you think we move forward? How do you think we accelerate this? How can we work closer together to, in fact, deal with the job at hand?
The Honourable Member Elgin, Middlesex, London.
You know, I think that's probably one of the hardest questions I've been asked here in the House of Commons in my last 7 years. The how to something that is so overwhelming. And you know, we talk about elephants. We talk about one bite at a time. And I think we have to take it from the direction of Indigenous leaders and Indigenous communities to say, what is that first bite we need to take? We know that the government has stated that they're moving forward on things. I know that they're moving slowly because we hear that. I know that the member from Winnipeg Centre is going to talk about where's the money because we're not seeing it allocated. We need to sit down and be accountable, transparent, and do what's right with Indigenous leaders. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention and just how much I appreciate her openness to learn and to support an end to violence, including for Indigenous women and girls. I want to ask a question. We're currently studying the connection between resource extraction and increased violence against Indigenous women and girls. And we often say, no matter how you feel about resource extraction, is it not urgent that Indigenous women and girls around resource extraction projects are immediately provided with supports and resources to mitigate this crisis of violence and genocide?
The Honourable Member Elgin, Middlesex, London.
You're going to think this is a very odd answer, but the other day when I was sitting in Sat as Women watching this member speak about some of these things, I thought, that girl and I, we just need to go up there and we just need to take charge. And that's how I feel on some of these things. I don't know exactly how we need to do it, but I do know that we need to work together. We need to be there. And we need to ensure that everybody is being listened to. The trust issue is something that I think is the #1 issue that we have to deal with, the trust, because for years and generations they have been told, people have been told things are going to be done, and they're still waiting. We need to see more movement on this, and I will do everything I can to be part of that movement. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member Kawartha. We'll try that again. Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. In Canada, we know there's different campaigns and organizations that exist to raise awareness and honor Indigenous women and girls who have either been murdered or gone missing. And as some have mentioned, tomorrow is Red Dress Day. There's also the Moose Hide Campaign, the Faceless Doll Initiative, and there's many others. So, Speaker, in addition to participating in events such as those, how does my colleague from London, Middlesex, London, plan on engaging in this important issue and encouraging others to take part in some of these campaigns?
Member Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And I believe if you want to learn how to cook, you go into the kitchen. Same thing. That's the way I think I want to approach it. If I want to learn, I have to speak to people. I have to speak to the people that are living these lives each and every day. I need to be able to see it and then be able to say, what can I do? And that's just the way I work, sir. So that's the way I'll be moving forward. Thank you.
Et commentaire, Retampin Petit, London Update.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and my chair of the Status of Women Committee. I'd like to hear from her because earlier Well, often at Status of Women, there are studies and we hear witnesses from various Indigenous communities people who work with Indigenous communities. There are all kinds of solutions out there. But now it's time to say, okay, we've studied this, now it's time for action. So lots of things have been proposed at Status of Women to help these communities so that there is not even one more. What can be done to ensure there's no more missing or murdered Indigenous women?
The question prior from the NDP, what do we do in places like resource extraction? We need to make sure that everyone is held accountable. Everyone, from the person that's working there, from the people that are working within that community, to make sure that the social infrastructure is there. That is something that we need to do. We know that populations increase, and we need to make sure that the supports are there as well. You know, there's lots of things that we need to do, but I think the most important thing is we need to drop the idea that just dropping resource development is going to solve the solution. That is, you know, it's going to continue, because I think if we're looking in other things, I've said to people, have you ever walked into a frat house? Have you ever walked into a place that have so many people? Sometimes you see this mob mentality. We need to do more on that. And so I thank you for that question.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Speaker. In the spirit of reconciliation, I acknowledge the people of Calgary-Nose Hill live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region, which includes the Blackfoot First Nation tribes of Siksika, the Piikani, the Guyana, the Stoney Nakoda First Nations tribes of Chiniki, Bearspaw, Wesley, and the Tsuut'ina First Nation. I acknowledge the City of Calgary is also homeland to the historic Northwest Métis and to Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. I hate these debates because I find that we mark annual events and so little progress is made. I know we have to talk about progress that has been made, but it's never enough, particularly when the issue that we're discussing is still so prevalent. So many of my colleagues here, and I think in the spirit of good faith, have shone a light, and rightly so, on the statistical evidence of the hardship, violence, misogyny that many Indigenous and First Nations women experience. And I think it's very important for us to wake up to those realities and to hear them. But again, as the parliamentary secretary said earlier, what next? What do we do? You know, I have with me the master list of the report recommendations from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. I've read the subsequent reports. And, you know, what really strikes me is that there are short-term solutions that we need to move on, and then there's longer-term systemic action that needs to be taken as well. But I think with the brief time that I have tonight, what I want to focus on is the lack of representation of First Nation Indigenous women in the Government of Canada, in the organizations that are tasked with implementing these recommendations. What strikes me tonight is I think if I asked anybody here how many First Nations women, how many Indigenous women held positions of power in the RCMP, in the bureaucracies of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, Indigenous Services Canada, Public Safety, Health Canada, I think the answer would be woefully inadequate. Even when you look at representation in this chamber or in the other place, Speaker, where are they? And I think that lack of footprint and that lack of voice speaks most starkly to the violence, the misogyny that these women face. And even when they're here, it's not easy. We all know one colleague from the NDP in the previous parliament who gave a heart-wrenching testimony, which will stay with me forever, about her experience here. We cannot erase these stories. And you know, tonight in debate, the topic of violence near resource extraction camps are coming up. I believe we have to acknowledge that this is happening while at the same time not impugning everybody that's working in these industries, but at the same time saying, look, this is a problem, let's actually address this. Because these women are counting on us and they're not here. So who is going to speak for them if we're just, if we're not being precise, if we're not trying to get them to positions where they actually have control and their hands on the levers of power? There have been many a day where I, so close to the levers of power, have felt the violence and misogyny of this place. And that's me from a position of privilege. They're not even here. If we are truly going to change the what next, these women have to have equal say, equal voice, equal power, and equal agency that they are deserved and owed as inhabitants of this shared land. And that's just the reality. But more importantly, Speaker, we all have a duty to be their allies and to fight for them while we fight to bring them here. We have to change the patriarchal system of power that works against them. We can't gloss over it. We can't let the inertia of bureaucracy work against them, because every day more of these women die and more of them are just another statistic. I hate these debates being about victim porn and talking about what happens next. We have to have action, Mr. Speaker, and that's what I call on all of my colleagues here to do, to take.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an issue that all members take very serious in the House, on all sides of the House. And, I can't help but think in terms of the red dress in a window specifically, just before the Salter Bridge in the north end of Winnipeg, and it is a constant reminder. And I think that's important. Symbols matter, but action is more important. And that's why, whether it's the reconciliation, the calls for action, or the calls in the report for murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, that we all have a role to play. Not only the national government, but our local governments, our community leaders, that a part of reconciliation is understanding the past, and I believe taking a holistic approach and encouraging and taking actions that are necessary in order to ensure that because today we still see murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, and it needs to end. We all need to play a role, and if the member can just provide her thoughts on that.
Member Calgary Nose Hill.
Yes.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's nice to listen to the intervention of my honourable colleague. And I do agree with her. I think part of the problem is that decisions are made about us without us. And our voices are often excluded in decision-making circles, including things that directly relate to our safety and our well-being. I'm wondering what my colleague thinks needs to happen immediately in this House to ensure that women are safe, particularly women who are Black, Indigenous, and people in color in this House, where there has been many incidents reported of racism and misogyny that becomes unwelcoming for Indigenous women and girls and people of colors to even consider being in here.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, I'm not here to make people comfortable. And I think that that's number one, is that when we speak truth about these experiences, that our colleagues need to listen to them. It is a violent place here for women. It is violent. And when you add those intersectional issues, those intersectional lenses of racialized women, women from the LGBTQ plus community, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. Every person who is in this place has tacitly stood by and watched this violence occur and be silent. And what needs to change in here? The culture in here where we repress people, we punish people for speaking out, for speaking their mind and having their own positions, needs to end. And anybody who is comfortable with that is comfortable with this culture continuing. So what needs to change? People in here need to look inwardly and ask themselves if they are comfortable with the environment here, and if they are comfortable with the lack of diversity and equity and voices that this place contains.
Question and commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I want from the bottom of my heart to thank the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge for such a thoughtful and inclusive approach to talking about the Take Note debate tonight. And I particularly appreciate her perspective on what the report calls out. And it's to my honourable friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I didn't invent this or pull out one industry out of many. It's the only industry mentioned in the report as a threat. But the honourable member is so correct, and I want to ask her to expand on it. If we can accept that that's a thing and it's happening, and nobody would ever suggest it's every single person in that industry, that would be appalling. But there's other recommendations of this report that would make things safer for women near those extractive industry camps, like safe ground transportation, which is also called for in Call for Justice, I think it's 4.5. Does the honourable member from Calgary Rocky Ridge have some thoughts on how we can face a reality and make it safer?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Close enough, Mr. Speaker. Actually brought a little piece of Calgary Nose Hill with me tonight. Yes, safe transportation. Yes, all these things that make women safer. But to say that this is the only industry where First Nations and Indigenous women experience violence is wrong. I mean, what about sex work, just to start? What about any downtown core? I grew up in Winnipeg. My family has lived in the member of Winnipeg Centre's riding. I think that we can acknowledge that there are industries and specific areas where there are problems to fix and work on that while trying to suggest that there may be the only thing. I can only feel and imagine the frustration of women from these communities who are going, are you kidding me? So I would just ask everybody to take a moment, take a pause, and say, sure, let's make extractive communities safer for these women. But let's also not pretend that this is the only place where this happens, because it's dangerously laughable and disgusting to think otherwise.
That's right. Reprise du débat, continuing debate to the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's such an honor for me to be here today. Kwekwe, Ulukut, Tansi, hello, bonjour. I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Fredericton. As we are talking about this tonight, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is Red Dress Day, May 5th. So tomorrow, many across the country will wear red, hang a red dress in a public space to grieve and remember the far too many missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people in Canada. I'll take this moment to remember just two people from my city, Sandra Johnson and Rena Fox. Both of their deaths were violent, both are unsolved, and both leave devastated families behind. And I especially acknowledge Sandra's sister, Sharon, who long before many others worked so hard to bring this ongoing tragedy to light. Sharon, your full moon walk has inspired a nation. Tonight's debate is essential, not only to demand more from ourselves, but to reinforce that we must move forward with concrete and measurable steps on a path to healing and ending this cycle of trauma and violence that still exists for far too many. The final report of the National Inquiry, Reclaiming Power and Place, outlines concrete steps that we must all take to address the historic inequities and better protect Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. I know that so many have spoken tonight from a true sense of commitment, passion, grief, and determination, and I share all of those feelings. But this, Mr. Speaker, is indeed a crisis that has many roots, and we can only do better if we recognize that the underpinning of safety is choice and equity and the existence of equal access to the social determinants of health. That's why the investments that we've made in child welfare and ensuring children get access to healthcare and supports through Jordan's Principle, our work to address anti-Indigenous racism in healthcare, on building shelters, on supporting Indigenous-led development and delivery of mental wellness supports, on delivering much-needed infrastructure, including renewed and brand new schools, on expanding access to education and adult training opportunities, and on supports for survivors are all responses to these calls to justice. And these are just the responses directly from Indigenous Services Canada. I agree with my colleagues that colonialism has led to this scourge of violence, and breaking the cycle of violence is indeed multifaceted. And addressing the social determinants of health is perhaps nowhere more apparent than when you look at the treatment of children. Indigenous children and families have the right to grow up surrounded by their culture, their loved ones, and their language. And so the coming into force of the Act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families on January 1st, 2020 marked a historic turning point for First Nations, Inuit, Métis children and families, because this Act puts in place what Indigenous people across this country have been asking of governments for decades, that their jurisdiction over child and family services be affirmed so that they can decide what's best for their children and their families and their communities. And I was so honored, Mr. Speaker, to be in Wabaseemoong as the coordination agreement was signed with Ontario. And agreements like these are going to change lives. So this is the work we have to continue to do. Children deserve all the supports they need to grow up healthy and to grow up full of life, no matter where they live. And so Jordan's principle, for example, makes sure that all First Nations children living in Canada can access products, services, and supports that they need when they need them. And the funding can help with a wide range of health, social, and educational needs, including the unique needs that First Nations Two-Spirit and LGBTQIA children and youth and those with disabilities might have. This has been backed by $7.1 billion of new funding since 2015. The inquiry also made it clear that we need more safe spaces for women, girls, and gender diverse people escaping violence. So the construction and operation of Indigenous-led emergency shelters and transition homes is an important step towards the Government of Canada's federal pathway. Since last June's announcement of 12 new shelters, 3 are already under construction in Lillooet, Hollowater, and Whitefish Lake. The violence prevention strategy is backed with $724 million, which includes funds to build at least 38 Indigenous-led emergency shelters and 50 Indigenous-led transition homes across Canada. Let me just stress Indigenous-led, Mr. Speaker, because indeed, Indigenous-led services are demonstrated to provide better refuge, culturally relevant programming and treatment to help the survivors of family violence heal and recover from trauma. Mr. Speaker, as a Minister of the Crown tasked early on with launching the inquiry, I will forever carry with me the stories of survivors, friends, and family members of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. It is their voices and stories that push me to work as quickly as we can to implement the calls to justice and to push our partners at all levels to do so as well. I know we can do better together. The federal government will continue to lead work across many departments and sectors to put women and girls at the heart of our actions. And Mr. Speaker, our country will be much stronger when everyone is safe. Thank you. Miigwech. Merci.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the Minister for Indigenous Services for her important presentation, her intervention, and thank you for confirming that she's read the Reclaiming to Power and Place calls, because the many recommendations included in there are for calls for sustainable funding in many different service areas impacting First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. Does the member agree that not renewing funding in the 2022 budget is an indication by the Liberal government that it plans not to provide sustainable funding for this important issue?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, I don't agree with the member's assessment, although I do agree with her firm commitment to ongoing sustainable and equitable funding for Indigenous communities. And I will say that the $2.2 billion in Budget 2021 was about the framework for the actions and the plan, but the billions of dollars in Budget 2022 over many different files related to Indigenous communities for housing, for infrastructure, to continue the work on ending boil water advisories, $500+ million for wellness and mental health. Those commitments will continue to underpin those actions and ensure that the multifaceted action plan can indeed be brought to life in communities across the country.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the Honourable Minister. One of my frustrations in looking at the calls for justice is how many of them should have been in the budget to assist with the tragedy and the ongoing nightmare for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and their families, but they're also part of building a healthy society, like having decent ground transportation. That should have been in the budget for all Canadians. It's particularly urgent. So I asked the Honourable Minister if around the Cabinet table, things like guaranteed livable income, which most members of Parliament in this place support, but which is a recommendation on the calls for justice, can these much more all-encompassing transformational programs find a place in a budget so we respond to this immediate crisis and to improve Canada right across the country, coast to coast to coast?
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, listen, I think that it is important that we continue to stay focused on the most vulnerable in our communities. The member opposite knows that, in fact, that I share that perspective, that when those amongst us who have the least opportunity are empowered by a government that invests in things like affordable housing, like access to clean water, like supports for mental health and wellness, like ensuring that no child goes without supports and care through Jordan's Principle, that's when our communities will be stronger. And I'll continue to be an advocate, Madam Speaker, and as I know the member opposite will.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable ministre, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The government has made many announcements over the past year. My colleague from Manicouagan said earlier how important it is to really listen in a true spirit of dialogue and reconciliation. Yet here I've read that Women's Indigenous Group of Quebec said that Ottawa's action plan identifies some goals and targets, but they don't actually match the reality of Indigenous women and their families. So if we are truly working in a spirit of reconciliation, how can we listen better? Because many Indigenous women do not feel heard right now with what the government is suggesting. The Honourable Minister has 1 minute to reply.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And indeed, I met with the group of women from Quebec just recently to talk about their concerns and to talk about the opportunities ahead for Indigenous women and Indigenous women leadership. And I will continue to meet with Indigenous women's groups and indeed all Indigenous communities and families across the country to make sure that we can course correct as we do this important work together.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Merci, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank you and all of my colleagues in the House tonight for having this Take Note debate. This evening, we have the gut-wrenching task of trying to sum up the true travesty of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited peoples in Canada. It's important that I emphasize that because I feel like we've been, saying these terms, MMIWG, that we're losing the emphasis on what this really is and how serious, this discussion is tonight. I'm deeply humbled and fully aware of my white privilege, also while addressing this House on this solemn day. And tonight I speak from unceded Wolastoq-Galyag territory, where my ancestors settled on stolen land, where the Crown signed peace and friendship treaties with Wabanaki sovereign nations and agreed to share the land. In the Eastern Woodlands, grandmothers, Newcomzugs, they raise up the chiefs. Matriarchs are leaders and life givers, knowledge keepers, dream weavers, and Two-Spirited peoples are cherished and gifted. They became targets for the colonizers who had no intent to share the land, but to clear the way for Canada. The proliferation of missing and murdered Indigenous peoples in this country fits the international definition of genocide. It is the manifestation of sustained, overt, and systemic racism in its most perverse and deadly form. Red Dress Day is a day of honoring missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited peoples. It's a day to raise awareness, and it must also be a day centered on action for a human rights crisis. Indigenous women are 3 times more likely than non-Indigenous women to be victims of violence, and homicides involving Indigenous female victims were 4 times higher than that of homicides involving non-Indigenous female victims. This current public data on MMIWG oversimplifies and underrepresents the scale of the issue, yet still clearly demonstrates a complex, pervasive, and disproportionate pattern of violence against Indigenous women and girls. We should all be outraged, but not surprised, knowing our painful history and ongoing injustices in this country. It is an inconvenient truth that continues to claim the lives of mothers, sisters, aunties, and daughters all across this country, including here at home in Fredericton. MMIWG are not numbers. They are loved and missed and part of the fabric of our communities, and we are failing them. We need to be asking more questions about impacts on women when we make decisions in this country, and as has been aptly discussed this evening, specifically when certain types of industry bring transient workforces to the doorsteps of Indigenous communities, which studies show leads to increased rates of reported violence. Systemically, police are not investigating cases at the same rates as for non-Indigenous victims of crime. And in some cases, police have even been found to be involved or complicit. Justice for Chantal. Human traffickers are out in full swing. Serial killers, gangs, and domestic abusers seek and find their preferred targets. As society has sexualized and objectified Indigenous women, and it has been going on for so long, and it's so embedded in our society that we find ourselves now scrambling to grapple with the magnitude of a crisis that the very history of our nation created. We passed the UNDRIP Act in this House, an incredible feat. My concern then, as it is now, is that we have not fully come to terms with what we finally acknowledged about ourselves. We have yet to face facts, Canada, even as the Act spells it out for us. To bring justice, to bring healing, to bring peace, we have to decolonize in the fullest sense of the term. That is where the gaping wound begins. Decolonizing can be a scary word for some, but what's really scary, Madam Speaker, is the reality that Indigenous women in Canada have to wonder if they're next. What can we do? We can honor the work of the MMIWG report on the National Inquiry entitled Reclaiming Power and Place. Follow the path graciously and courageously laid out for us. We need to listen to, believe, and support survivors and families, fund healing initiatives like resiliency lodges and justice projects, friendship centers, and women's organizations, equip task forces and Indigenous policing services, educate the public, and deal in honesty and transparency every step of the way. There is a commitment by our government to address the wrongs. The time is now for transformative action. It was actually many, many years ago. And for Turtle Island, it is now time to be a safe, supportive, and honorable place where Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited peoples can thrive. And when that happens, we will all be better for it. Madam Speaker, no more stolen sisters. To the community of Sidensis in my riding and to all of Fredericton, let's bring Erin home. Let's break the cycle of silence. Wooliwin, thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for her passionate and thoughtful speech. I wonder if she would like to identify some specific policy changes that she would suggest that the government consider in terms of addressing this problem, given the ongoing nature of the problem. If she could propose any specific ideas that the government should be doing differently to respond to it.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from his riding. I want to, I pointed out a couple things that was specifically highlighted in the report, but I'd like to highlight as well some of the words from the member from Saanich Gulf Island. A guaranteed livable income was pointed out as a means to support those who may be fleeing domestic violence situations. And this can happen for anyone across the country, but as we know, it disproportionately affects Indigenous women in particular. So that's an example of something transformative. We can do incremental pieces. We can look at funding long-term programs, but really it's got to be something that's on a societal level that's going to really, create the space that's going to ensure that women have safe places to go when they're facing the increased rates of violence. So that's just one example, is that guaranteed livable income, but also transportation was another piece that was mentioned, and that's critically important. So those are a couple examples, but again, read the report. It is laid out there for us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member talked about how the government continues to support the Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls cause for justice. But the reality is this. The Coalition for Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls in British Columbia were shut out of the process. And after the inquiry and the final report was tabled, to this day, they do not get recognition from the government to ensure that they have a voice at the table to see its implementation. And who is at the coalition? They are family members and they're women organizations, Indigenous peoples, Indigenous women who's done the hard work in our community calling for this national inquiry. So my question to the member is this. Would she call out the Liberal government to do the right thing and provide support to organizations such as the Coalition in British Columbia so that they can have a seat at the table and so that they can ensure action, real action, meaningful action is taken on the path forward in implementing the cause for justice?
A member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague so much, and I respect her work in this House. I specifically, joined the Liberal Party of Canada to have these conversations, to be a voice that empowers those voices from my local community here, but of course those from coast to coast to coast in critical organizations such as the Native Women's Association of Canada. There are many times when those voices are often shut out of these processes, and that's part of that systemic racism that we continue to see. It's ongoing, and I certainly did not use my time in my speech to sing the praises of the work that's been done. I know that we need to, it's full time now, that we have that commitment now. And I see that with the members in the House speaking together. We're united in this, but I want you to know that the government that I'm a part of, the conversations that we have, they are absolutely committed to righting the wrongs. And I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief question, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yes, the honourable member for Fredericton. First, thank her for her very good speech. She said very briefly, justice for Chantal. It's been almost 2 years since Chantal Moore was murdered in Edmundston by a municipal police officer. I asked the honourable member for Fredericton if she is, like me, completely dissatisfied with the cover-up of her murder.
The honourable member for Fredericton has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. My heart breaks for Chantal and her family, for her daughter, and I'll be marching tomorrow with our local communities here in Fredericton. I'll be holding with me, it's a tiny yellow wooden T-shirt that represents Chantal and her daughter. Gracie gave that to me, and I think about her many, many times, when we have these conversations, and I am absolutely, outraged that she has yet to find justice, and I will continue to be a voice for her daughter and her mother and her family, and the pain that they suffer and what's ongoing. So thank you so much for that question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and before I begin my remarks, I'd just like to indicate to you that I am happy to be splitting my time today with the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who we know often contributes quite meaningfully to the debates on a number of issues we have in this chamber, and I appreciate the work he does on behalf of his constituents and all Canadians, Madam Speaker. Speaker, this is an incredibly difficult discussion to be having here this evening. But I am honoured, and I feel it's quite important for me to be here as the member of the Kenora riding to speak about this important topic that unfortunately has touched the lives of far too many people in my riding, and I'll touch more on that in just a moment, Madam Speaker. But I just want to begin by indicating that it has been nearly a year since the National Action Plan was released by the government. And I think from the discussions we've been hearing on all sides of the House today, respectfully, I think we all agree that there has not been enough action to this point. And there are even many short-term priorities that were outlined in that plan, such as services being provided for families and survivors, and developing public education and awareness campaigns that are so vitally important and as the plan mentions are immediately needed. And Madam Speaker, I just want to say that from what I've been hearing so far today from all sides, I am heartened to know that all members recognize the importance of moving more quickly to implement this and put this into action, because we have gone far too long without adequately addressing these important issues, Madam Speaker. But as I noted, the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls hits very close to home for many in my riding. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to quote a statistic that I previously have noted actually in this chamber just a couple of years ago from Grand Council Treaty 3. Now the Kenora riding encompasses 3 treaty territories, 3, 5, and 9. There's 42 First Nations as well as the Métis homeland. But Treaty 3 is an area that represents a large portion of the population of my riding, and the Grand Council indicated in 2020, again, so perhaps a bit dated, Madam Speaker, but in 2020, Grand Council Treaty 3 indicated that over the last 8 years, that half of Ontario's identified cases of a murdered or a missing Indigenous woman actually happened in the Kenora region. And Madam Speaker, that is a incredibly troubling, incredibly startling statistic, especially looking beyond the actual stat and understanding what that means for the families, for the communities, recognizing that those individuals are daughters, mothers, sisters, valued members of their communities that unfortunately have faced tremendous amount of abuse and unfortunately in some situations we know have had their lives taken from them, Madam Speaker. As well, there is a TVO report that was put out in 2018 that highlighted the human trafficking problems that exist across the Kenora region, something that was sort of under the radar for far too long and arguably still is. There's not a lot of data to actually back up what is, for lack of a better term, conventional knowledge on the ground from those at the Kenora Sexual Assault Center and other organizations, knowing that Kenora has, as the TVO reports indicated, served as a hub between Winnipeg and Thunder Bay for human trafficking, Madam Speaker. So there's certainly a great importance in the Kenora riding and a great urgency for all of us in this chamber to move forward together, to work together to address these very real and very important issues. And I just want to make one final plea with the remaining moments I have, Madam Speaker, that it's important that we take this action because we've had this discussion before. We've had discussions like this before. But of course, if the action isn't taken, if the government doesn't move forward and work with everyone in this House, if we're not working together to put these ideas into action, unfortunately, we're not getting the job done. And I just want to make sure that I emphasize that point, Madam Speaker, because of the importance that this means for people across the Kenora riding. And I'm looking forward to any questions and comments from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill River. No, sorry. Give me 1 second here. The honourable member for Desnette, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the things we've talked about a little bit tonight is the fact that we've seen kind of lots of announcements and media headlines, many promises from the government since 2015 on the long-standing issues facing Indigenous people. I'd like to ask my friend from Kenora. Sometimes the issue is with the follow-through and you know the promises and the commitments, but a lack of follow-through. And a simple question to my colleague from Kenora, through you, Madam Speaker, is can you talk about how the delays and how the promises that are not fulfilled in a timely manner create a lack of trust in a relationship that requires such an improved level of trust?
For Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Northern Saskatchewan for that important question. And I would say, simply that the lack of follow-through has led to a lot of frustration. I hear it on the ground in my riding. The fact that we are here after all these years still having this debate and still having this discussion is frustrating for many people because we know what needs to be done. We know that there needs to be more supports put in place. And that's something that I think we've even heard from the government members. They recognize that they do need to move quicker on this, and I can appreciate that. I hope that we'll continue to have fruitful conversations going forward on how we can best take the proper action and support Indigenous women and girls across the country.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. This year marks the 10th anniversary for a group called Butterfly and Spirits. It was a group actually founded by a woman named Lorelei Williams, an Indigenous woman who lost her aunt and also lost her cousin in this ongoing genocide of the missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls. So to that end, she used culture and dance as a means to reclaim and to reclaim their culture, but also to give voice to family members. Her entire group are women Indigenous women who's lost loved ones. And so to that end, in terms of actions that the government can take, does a member think that the government should be investing in indigenous culture so that they can reclaim their culture, thrive with it, and to counter the colonial practice of genocide where previous governments, successive previous governments, try to actually eliminate Indigenous peoples?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I really thank my member, the member opposite, for that those comments and that question. That's a group I'm specifically not very familiar with, but I'd be very interested in learning a lot more about it, Madam Speaker. And to the question, I think absolutely those are the types of initiatives and supports that the government should certainly be looking at. I would certainly support that, and I'd be happy to contribute as well in a discussion further on that, because I know how important culture is, especially to many of the communities in my riding, many of the remote communities. That sense of community and that sense of culture is so vitally important and can really be incredible in the healing process. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dans les commentaires, we have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank the honourable member from Kenora for the depth, which was clear in his speech, of sense of grief and connection to the disproportionately high number of Indigenous women and girls who've gone missing from his area of his riding. I want to specifically ask if in reading the report he took on board the notion that it's time to stop looking at Indigenous women and girls as solely as victims, but as individual human rights holders and defenders of their own rights as a human rights issue that permeates this whole debate.
Member for Kenora has 50 seconds to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comment, the question from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, and some of the comments that I've heard from her throughout the debate today. And absolutely, I think that she raises again a very important point that that there's a lot more to this discussion than we've been talking about really on the surface of it. And unfortunately, in the 5-minute comments, I don't think we have quite enough time to get into it all. But I would certainly agree with the premise of her question 100%, and I think that's an important discussion we should continue to have.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this important take-note debate on combating violence against Indigenous women in Canada. In each parliamentary caucus, we know that there are individual members who share information with each other and who shape our understanding of this particular topic. I want to recognize the member who just spoke, the member for Kenora, and many other members from our caucus who have contributed to my understanding of these issues, and members of other parties who have given excellent speeches tonight. I want to express particular gratitude to my friend from Peace River Westlock, who is such a champion for victims of violence and for Indigenous peoples in his riding and beyond. His insights in particular have helped me and inform my understanding, and I've appreciated the legislative initiatives he's brought forward as well. Many important points have been raised by colleagues during this debate. In the brief time I have, I don't want to repeat what has been said, but rather try to discuss some new points and some particular initiatives that I think we can pursue that will make a practical difference in terms of reducing violence against Indigenous women in particular and against all victims. My colleague from Peace River Westlock has recently tabled Bill C-270. This bill would require that anyone making, distributing, or advertising pornographic material must be able to demonstrate that those depicted in that material are over 18 and have given consent. The same member put forward Motion 47 in a previous Parliament to advance a study to examine the public health effects of easy access to violent and degrading sexually explicit materials. These initiatives are an important part of the fight against violence. The fact that many boys are exposed to violent sexual material at a young age can shape a false perception on their part that violence in the context of sex is normal and desirable. Studying the effects of early exposure to violent sexual images, combating the depiction of violence in pornography, and requiring meaningful age verification for those accessing pornography would go a long way towards combating the normalization of sexual violence. Now, the taking of sexual images from minors or without consent can contribute to cycles of violence and exploitation. Members from various parties have done important work holding Pornhub and other companies accountable for a failure to prevent non-consensual images from appearing on their platform, but more work is needed. The non-consensual distribution of intimate images is a form of violence in itself, and it contributes to further violence. While private members' bills like C-270 are important ways of addressing these issues, legislation proposed by the government would have the potential to move much more quickly in this place, and we would welcome government action in this regard. Criminalizing the distribution of intimate images without clear age verification and the confirmation of consent will help to reduce the victimization of children, women, and all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight the action proposed in Motion 57, a motion I tabled in this House a few weeks ago. Motion 57 seeks to promote bystander awareness and intervention training as critical tools for combating violence. Often when we talk about violence, we think about the role being played by the perpetrator and the presence of the victim, but I believe that we need to think more as well about the role of the bystander, the person who is neither the victim nor the perpetrator, but who sees or is aware of the situation and has some capacity to do something about it. Too often, well-meaning bystanders fail to intervene. Even if they do not lack for good intentions, they could fail to intervene because they don't react fast enough, because they fail to notice what is happening, because they're scared, or because they don't know what to do that would be effective. I understand how it can happen that good, well-intentioned people can fail to intervene, but as the saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We can take concrete action to empower bystanders to know how to step up and make a difference, and that means providing potential bystanders with the tools and the information to react quickly. Motion 57 is about asking the federal government to promote training so that more people have the tools and more people will be able to intervene effectively. Data consistently shows that bystander intervention training reduces violence. It may even deter crime if potential criminals are more likely to expect intervention by bystanders. I hope that Motion 57, as well as Bill C-250 from my colleague, will have the full support of colleagues and perhaps will be incorporated into government legislation. Madam Speaker, we know that acts of violence disproportionately affect the most vulnerable communities, communities that are already disadvantaged and victims of colonialism and other forms of violence, past and present. And Indigenous women are particularly likely to be victims of violence. It shows up in the data around sexual assault, around all forms of violence, around human trafficking. And I believe it is our obligation to address violence in general and to pay particular attention to those who are most likely to be victims, to work on recognizing universal human dignity and also empowering the most vulnerable. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to emphasize that a great deal of harm has been done to Indigenous people because of a lack of esteem and recognition for the value and the dignity of the family. The horror of residential schools in particular involved children being taken away from their communities, and it also involved children being taken away from their families. This attack on the sacred bond between parents and children by a system that thought it had a right to replace parental authority with state-coordinated enculturation in dominant values was deeply evil. One of the key lessons that we should draw from this era is about the need to preserve and defend the parent-child bond from attacks by the state and by other institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I do appreciate that the honourable member gave reference to the horrors and atrocities of residential schools, and he did it in the framework about the sanctity of the family, but I don't recall hearing him actually talk about the atrocities of the murdered children who are being recovered from these institutions that were often led by faith groups, including church organizations. And I'm wondering if the member would reflect on those atrocities given the context of this continued genocide within this country, and offer any comments that he might have of thoughts of the communities who are actively in the process of recovering those children today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity the member has given me to, in fact, continue my remarks. And I would very much agree with him that the violence that occurred, the lack of attention, the neglect that allowed disease, and as well as the direct abuse of children that took place in these places that were created by government policy. But yes, shamefully, many different organizations, including church organizations, participated in the implementation of this government policy, and they were wrong to do so. And all of us as individuals, as institutions, and the Government of Canada must do much more as well to address these injustices and to ensure nothing like it ever happens again.
Comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I really thank my honourable colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and particularly for the lens he brought to the questions around sexualized images and groups like Pornhub. But I would, because it's rare to have a chance like in this Take Note debate to actually exchange ideas. So I want to clarify and perhaps come to the same place, because also with the honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill, I want to clarify what I said and make sure it's understood. This report after extensive expert testimony and extensive reviews of the issues, only focused on one legal industry that is identified as a source of a threat to Indigenous women and girls in remote locations. It is only the resource extractive industry that is named. That's not to say that illegal industries like the sex trade, illegal industries like human trafficking are not grievous threats. It's not to say that systemic issues like racism, misogyny, and the poverty and marginalization, all of those issues are real. But just to the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, I didn't pick it out of a group of possible industries that could be identified, like the film industry or agriculture. The only industry mentioned by the inquiry report is resource extractive industries, and we need to find solutions.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, it's very clear that people involved in every sector of our economy, that there are individuals in every sector of our economy that commit crime and that commit heinous crime. I mean, let's talk about some of the revelations that have come out about violence against women that people in politics have been involved in the past. And, you know, I think it would be wrong to deny that presence exists in every sector, regardless of where we stand politically. I think we also need to acknowledge just the immense opportunity for empowerment that Indigenous peoples are choosing to embrace through resource development. That in supporting the rights of Indigenous peoples, that includes the right to choose to develop their own resources. And I don't want to have a big debate about resource development in the context of tonight's conversation, but I think we need to acknowledge as well the opportunities for empowerment that come through the choice to develop resources, and many Indigenous communities are choosing through their democratic representatives to do that.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member raised a very important point in the context of missing and murdered Indigenous women, and that is the culpability of men. And he talked about the need for greater attention to young boys in their perpetration of toxic masculinity. And I'd like the honourable member to have the opportunity to expand on what he feels we could be doing better as a society to end the toxic masculinity that results in the violence against missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Thank you.
A brief response from the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think so much of the teaching of young boys starts in the home, starts with the examples set by families. And I spoke as well in my speech about the importance of strong families and the instruction that's provided in the home, and then the importance of young men receiving a positive image of masculinity, how to treat women and all people they come in contact with respect. So having strong families that model that positive image, as well as doing what we can around access to violent images, there are steps we can take as a legislature on that side, as well as supporting strong families. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Madam Speaker, Kwe Inusakut, Tansi, hello and bonjour. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Sydney, Victoria, who I respect so much and has taught me a lot about Indigenous people and its culture. I'm here today speaking to you from the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Last week, I had the opportunity to rise in this House, and I spoke about the impacts of gender-based violence within my riding of Mississauga-Streetsville. I also spoke in detail about the increase in targeted hate and violence in this country and how Budget 2022 was addressing these items. It is proven that violence and abuse can lead to poor physical and mental health, serious injuries, even homicide. Today, it is difficult talking about the topic about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, but it is a topic that is much needed and necessary to help us, all of us, learn and be a part of change. Culture is the foundation on which we build identity, our sense of self. In Canada, colonialism has robbed generations of Indigenous people their sense of knowing and community. It robbed Indigenous peoples of their languages, spirituality, and ways of interacting with the land and in the world. It forcefully disconnected Indigenous peoples from each other and their communities. It stripped Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, LGBTQ, QIA+ people of their vital roles, undermining their inherent value and positioning in society. To heal, Indigenous peoples must be able to reclaim, preserve, and practice their cultures. They have the wisdom and resilience to do this. It is the responsibility of the federal government to support this work with steadfast listening and actions that match our words. The Government of Canada is committed to a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples based on the recognition of rights, respect, truth, cooperation, and partnership. Historic investments have been made to support Indigenous priorities and their path to self-determination. But there is so much work to be done, and our government will continue to be there to work alongside Indigenous peoples to address historic injustices. This evening, I would like to highlight some of the Canadian Heritage programming that respond to the calls for justice of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls National Inquiry's report, addressing the violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit LGBTQ QIA+ people. As the lead for the culture thematic for the federal pathway component of the National Action Plan, Canadian Heritage has worked closely with colleagues at their other departments, portfolio organizations, and Indigenous partners on advancing this work. The culture theme for the federal pathway outlines 3 ways for us to do that. Number 1, supporting the retention, revitalization, maintenance, and strengthening of Indigenous languages, cultures, and spaces. Number 2, strengthening opportunities for Indigenous culture expression, participation, promotion, and representation in the arts, cultural industries, and media. And number 3, addressing systemic anti-Indigenous racism in the public and policy spheres to see lasting change. As we've talked about in this House this evening, we absolutely need lasting change. The government has shown its commitment and support for the culture thematic priorities through Budget 2021 and Budget 2022 investments. Budget 2021 provided $453.1 million over 5 years and $4.9 million per year ongoing for initiatives under the culture theme. And Budget 2022 provided $25 million over 3 years. The funding has been used to support a number of activities. First, progress continues to be made on the implementation of the Indigenous Languages Act, which responds to a number of the calls for justice. Canadian Heritage will administer $275 million for the implementation of the Indigenous Languages Act, with $2 million in ongoing support. This funding supports the reclamation, revitalization, and strengthening of Indigenous languages as a foundation for culture, identity, and belonging. This funding has been used to support various initiatives, including languages and culture camps, mentor-apprentice programs, and the development of Indigenous languages and resources and documentation, ensuring Indigenous women, girls, 2S LGBTQ QIA people in Canada have meaningful access to their culture and languages, which is absolutely fundamental. Second, Library and Archives Canada was provided $14.9 million for the preservation of Indigenous heritage. To further this work, Budget 2022 proposed $25 million to support the digitization of documents related to the Federal Indian Day School system.
The honourable member, some signs. She'll be able to maybe complete some of her speech during questions and comments. The honourable member for Fort. Just want to make sure I get it right. For Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the honourable member and her speech, and I'm curious. As we've gone through this, this has been so long. It took 2 years for the government to come up with an action plan, and there doesn't seem to be any urgency on the part of the government when it comes to implementing this plan. That can be seen in the fact that there really wasn't anything in the budget. Does the member have any concerns that the delayed duration will impact the short-term and the long-term impacts of this plan?
Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Budget 2021 invested $18 billion to narrow the gaps between Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples, supporting healthy, safe, and prosperous Indigenous communities. Of that $18 billion, $2.2 billion and $160.9 million ongoing is directly dedicated to address root causes that contribute to the tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous people, women and girls, and the 2SL LGBTQ QIA+ people.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention. And she spoke about the importance of culture, and I absolutely agree with my honourable colleague, even as a foundation. But I'm wondering if she also agrees with me that in addition to culture, it's important to have these issues led and driven by Indigenous women, girls, and diverse gendered people in terms of decisions that directly impact our lives and our safety.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
What I appreciate about this evening is the fact that we're having open dialogue with each other. And this is the type of dialogue we're going to have to continue to have with each other to be able to learn and grow and implement the type of change that's necessary to make the changes we need to prevent this from further happening in the future. Thank you for your question.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Mississauga-Streetsville for again speaking so much from her heart, as she always does in this place. My question is with respect to Call to Justice 4.5, with respect to a guaranteed living income, a policy that's been really championed in this place by the member for Winnipeg Centre. If she'd be willing to offer her comments on the importance of following through on a guaranteed livable income.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. The Government of Canada supports the National Action Plan released in 2021, which includes a short-term priority of a guaranteed annual living income. I acknowledge that a guaranteed annual living income for Indigenous women, girls, and 2SL LGBTQ QIA+ peoples would provide autonomy for individuals as well as to address the broader root causes of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and the 2SL LGBTQ QIA+ peoples.
A brief and a question. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre. It's late night.
Madam Speaker, and the honourable member mentioned that this evening was provided an opportunity for us to have open dialogue, and yet if it wasn't for the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre calling for this take note debate, we would not be in this space and this would not be a priority of this government. So through you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member, would the honourable member not finally concede that absent of having a push from the opposition side, this government wouldn't be able to center this particular conversation and critical issue in this moment?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville has 1 minute to respond.
I just want to acknowledge my colleague, and I appreciate even her sharing her beautiful story about her mom and just her experience, and that was truly from the heart. I just want to say that this government has prioritized reconciliation since 2015, and we will continue to work towards building our relationship and assisting with preventing any of these type of tragedies in the future. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services. Sorry.
Gwe, Danse, hello, bonjour. Madam Speaker, first I want to acknowledge that Canada's Parliament is located on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. And second, I want to say a special word of thanks to those strong First Nations, Inuit and Métis leaders, community members and allies who've been preparing for Red Dress Day this week. Madam Speaker, according to statistics in Canada, more than 6 in 10 Indigenous women have experienced physical or sexual assault in their lifetime. Almost 6 in 10 Indigenous women have experienced physical assault, while almost half of Indigenous women have experienced sexual assault. More than 4 in 10 of Indigenous women experience physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner. This is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. And while making up only 5% of the Canadian population, Indigenous women now account for more than 42% of the women inmate population in Canada. Madam Speaker, that is why this government is working to address injustices and the causes of violence against Indigenous women. girls, and 2 SLGBTQ plus people. That is why we have invested more than $2.2 billion over 5 years to address the murdered and missing Indigenous women's calls to justice. At the same time, we have to support the survivors, their families, and their communities that have been harmed by devastating acts of violence and ongoing crisis. As part of the federal pathway, we have been developing ongoing, accessible, and culturally relevant healing programs and support for children survivors and family members. Colleagues, we have been working with Indigenous partners across the country as well as other levels of government. At every step of the way, we have been listening to Indigenous partners for their expertise, insights into which culturally appropriate approaches will best help those who need the support. So far, we have provided $2.5 million to 20 Indigenous partners who are working on projects to promote healing for survivors and families. I would like to recognize these organizations, highlight them a little bit, and talk about their dedication and their efforts to helping the families and survivors by designing and delivering culturally effective, sensitive programming. To begin, I would like to talk about a project that takes place in the Atlantic region, the Wabanaki Two-Spirit Alliance, 2 SLGBT.
I'm sorry, we have a point of order, I think. Parfait. On a un problème d'interprétation. Is it working now? Is it working now? Okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Do you want me to start from the scratch or just?
Well,
no?
he doesn't want to cut it.
To begin, I would like to talk about the project that takes place in the Atlantic region. The Wabanaki Two-Spirit Alliance, 2 SLGBTQ plus people have been ignored any raised by traditional colonial data collection and analysis. The Wabanaki Two-Spirit Alliance will aim to lay the groundwork for improved methodologies and new approaches to produce better data around the safety of 2 SLGBTQ plus people that are inclusive of Indigenous worldviews and perspective. I'd like to thank John R. Sillaboy and team for their advocacy and their hard work in our Mi'kmaq communities, including the Mi'kmaq community that I reside in of Eskasoni. Another example, the Liard Aboriginal Women's Society that operates in Kaska homelands in Yukon in northern British Columbia. They are supporting families and survivors in efforts to commemorate their loved ones and celebrate their lives. This is done through potlatch, a traditional feast and ceremony. The potlatch is held to bring a sense of balance to those who have been affected by losing someone close to them. Another project is run by a group named All Nations Hope Network in Regina, Saskatchewan. The group is organizing individually counseling sessions and group sessions targeted towards the 2 SLGBTQ community that will be coordinated by a two-spirited person. All the projects that have received funding focus on supporting communities, giving compassionate, cultural, sensitive care. These groups are conducting invaluable work, and I'm honored to witness this work. Make no mistake, colleagues, there is more work to be done, as healing and reconciliation do not come easy. They require difficult conversations, and for Canada to take accountability and continue to support survivors, families, and communities. Our relationships with Indigenous people are strengthened when we collectively pursue truth, address injustice, and combat prejudice, as painful as that can be. I call on opposition parties to join us, along with Indigenous voices across the country, as we work to promote healing and to end the violence. Lalaliek, thank you. Merci. McCormick.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Okay.
Oh, the Honourable Member, questions and the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Indigenous women and girls have gone missing and have been murdered amidst all these so-called investments. None of these so-called investments are not reducing the impacts on the crisis that remains today. What will the member do to ensure he and his party are being accountable and are ensuring sustainable and targeted funding to end the genocide against First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Nunavut, I'd like to thank the member for her discussion and her question. And I think it's important that we look at the budgets that we've been moving forward on over the past 2 years. Last year's budget put $2.2 billion into missing and murdered Indigenous women over 5 years. We've also put $1 billion into Indigenous policing to make sure things are moving safety. This year's investment, we looked at an agreement in principle that has brought a historic $40 billion in funding. Also, Indigenous housing, $4 billion. These investments are helping and making sure that Indigenous women are taken care of and remain safe. But the biggest thing that we have to understand is that as a federal government, we have Indigenous partners that we have to also talk to. We can't, as much as I'd like to go as fast as we can as a federal government, as an Indigenous person, as a First Nations person, it's important that we have the dialogues with those stakeholders. It's important that they get their say. And if it takes 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, it's important that we get it right.
Any comments? Honourable Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the points that's come up tonight and mentioned by a number of members is the colonial nature of the Indian Act. And I'd just be curious for the members' reflections on whether we should be working to repeal and replace the Indian Act and what he sees as an alternative system that could be in place. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member for his question, and it gives me the chance to talk about Bill C-15. UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, that's going to turn the page on the colonial legacies within the Indian Act by giving Indigenous people the ability to implement that which they fought at the United Nations for 30 years, that which the Conservative Party voted against. So our plan and our way of moving forward is to making sure we implement what Indigenous nations all across the world have been calling for the past 30 years. Our government did that historically last year on June 21st when it received royal assent, and I'm proud to stand with this government that made sure that was a priority.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavut. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. When we talk about missing and murdered Indigenous women, we're also talking about budget. That's what the government is always saying, but there's no reconciliation, there's no action that's occurred. And so I'd like my colleague to explain why the government has been so slow.
I would say that our government hasn't been slow. We're moving at the pace of federal government. But I want to talk about some of the things our government has done when we're talking about reconciliation. We've ensured that we have the first ever Indigenous Language Commissioner. We are ensuring that we have UNDRIP passed. We're making sure that we have the first ever National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And the calls to justice that have come, we are making sure that we're making those investments. We're making sure that we are talking to people and the stakeholders. $2.2 billion over 5 years is not a small amount, but it's an amount that we must ensure that we talk to Indigenous stakeholders across Canada, the First Nations, the Métis, the Inuit, and make sure that we get this right.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We've heard the laundry list of investments, and by my calculation, there should be $33 million going out to every province and territory. So I'm going to give this honourable member the opportunity to stand today and talk with specificity within the $33 million envelope that should be going to Nova Scotia, what's being invested on missing and murdered Indigenous women.
Yeah, tell us more. The honourable parliamentary secretary has about 50 seconds to respond.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for his comments and his passion and his friendship over the years. But I also would like to say that, $2.2 billion over 5 years is an important amount. But what we need to also look at is when we look at the entirety of the budget that we just talked about, we're talking about close to $28 billion that in my time since being an MP, I've seen it go from $18 billion for Indigenous issues and Indigenous investments to $28 billion. That's historic investments, and I'm proud of Indigenous Caucus and all of the Indigenous members who have helped make sure that we've gotten there.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et juste pour
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to tell the House, I'm going to be sharing my time with the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
I'm humbled to rise in this place to participate in this Take Note debate on murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, and 2S+, especially given that tomorrow, May 5th, is Red Dress Day. Red Dress Day is not only a day of honouring missing and murdered Indigenous people, but also a day that we stand in the spirit of reconciliation to raise awareness and to educate about the tragic violence that Indigenous women and girls have experienced that amounts to genocide. As a Member of Parliament for Fort McMurray Cold Lake, which is situated on the traditional lands of Treaty 6 and Treaty 8, the territory of the Cree, the Dene, and the homelands of the Métis people, I acknowledge that the people of the territory have been deeply impacted by the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I honor and acknowledge the mothers, daughters, sisters, grandmothers, aunties, and friends who are no longer with us. My heart also goes to the many family, friends, and Indigenous leaders who have come together to share their stories and demand action from our civil institutions. What started as a grassroots movement of an art installation called the Red Dress Project has sparked an irrepressible movement to highlight the national tragedy and call for justice. It has been said that red is a sacred color that transcends the physical realm and calls upon the spirit of the missing and murdered back to their loved ones. Each dress, pin, or ribbon is a visual representation of the stolen sisters and has a deep spiritual meaning. The release of the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls 3 years ago was a key step as Canada confronts the historical and ongoing victimization of Indigenous women, girls, and LGBTQ2S+ people. In the years that have followed, there have been a renewed interest by all levels of government to set forth concrete actions to reconcile relationships with Indigenous peoples and address systemic, cultural, and institutional challenges that have maintained the status quo of violence, marginalization, and intergenerational trauma. To that end, I was proud beyond measure to have played a small part in the Alberta Joint Working Group on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, along with one of my former colleagues, the MLA for West Yellowhead, Martin Long, and Minister Whitney Isaac. It was an honor to be part of this group for a short period of time, but I want to take a moment to thank the elders, Jackie Bromley and Dr. Francis Whiskey Jack, who always opened our meetings with ceremony, sharing their wisdom, knowledge, and while keeping our group grounded. I want to say thank you and hi. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the amazing work that was done by the strong Indigenous women on this joint working group. Lisa Higgerty and Rochelle Van, our co-chairs, Josie Niepanek and Suzanne Life Yeomans. I was so grateful for these Indigenous women. They shared their stories, their experience, their perspective, their heart, and they really opened my eyes. So to them, thank you. In order to address this issue, we must openly and honestly acknowledge the root causes that place Indigenous females at such a high risk. Harsh realities such as poverty, racism, and inadequate housing. It is our collective responsibility to turn the tide on this serious and long-standing reality. And we must move past seeing Indigenous women and girls as simply statistics and move towards recognizing that there are contributing factors that place Indigenous women and girls into vulnerable and dangerous situations. Systemic barriers exist regarding access to adequate housing, culturally appropriate medical care, community supports, coping, intergenerational trauma, and so much more. And we cannot change the history, but together we can forge a path together towards a brighter future while forever remembering the lives lost and support survivors. It is incumbent on all of us to move from talking to true action that will stop this from ever happening again. We must all be committed to walking shoulder to shoulder in the spirit of reconciliation to build a more inclusive society. Since 2004, 9 Indigenous women from Nistawayu have been reported missing or murdered. I'd like to take an opportunity to speak their names into the record. Elaine Aluk, Shirley Walkwin, Amber Tuckaroo, Janice Desjardins, Shelley Dene, Betty Ann Delthouse, Ellie Herman, Audrey Bignose, and Sherry Lynn Flett. It's time for justice, and in memory of all of these women, you will not and will not be forgotten.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. In my riding of North Island Powell River, we have a couple of Indigenous women who have gathered many Indigenous women together to bead earrings with red dresses and pins. And what they do is they fundraise. They fundraise so that they can support families who have lost Indigenous women and girls. They fundraise so that they can put up billboards of missing Indigenous women and girls so that people know that those are the faces that are lost from their family forever. I'm just wondering if this member could speak about how important it is that we don't ask people to be charitable in this, but actually ask government to be responsible for the actions that they take in making sure that we find those women and girls.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that incredibly important question, because I think it really highlights the fact that it should not be incumbent on the communities to raise awareness. Government has to take a big step in this. In my own community, a kilometer from my house, we had a tragic situation. And it was the community that had to rally. And I was so grateful that leaders from all levels of government did come together to help. But that needs to be larger. Our government, the federal government, needs to have investments in place. One of the things I would love to see is a red dress alert to try and help get the information out quicker, because we know that when women are found faster, they're more likely to be found alive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Now, she mentioned some solutions and she talked about housing, among other things. And when we are referring to the situation of Indigenous women and girls, there's this cycle of violence. And I think it's important to try to help them get out of it. You know, in different communities, it's so hard to get housing. How can we offer a secure environment? What do they need to get out of this cycle of violence? And help them. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I think that she has delineated a problem. There are problems around housing that it's a real problem in these communities, especially in isolated communities. And in my riding, there are issues with housing, and I think that there are a lot of members from rural ridings who deal with these same problems. We have to implement the Commission's recommendations to really have it acted to do so. That is one suggestion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Desnethé-Missinippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Fort McMurray Cold Lake for a very thoughtful speech. In Canada, we've heard tonight about many different organizations, many different campaigns that are used to raise awareness and to honor Indigenous women and girls who have either been murdered or gone missing. Just a quick question to the member. In addition to participating in many of those events and becoming part of them, do you have any suggestions for all of our colleagues on Parliament Hill how we can engage even better on this very important issue?
Brief answer from the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that. I think that one truly important thing that we could all do is engage with Indigenous communities and listen. Hear what they have to say and approach this solution understanding that they have the answers in the communities, and it's incumbent on each and every one of us to have those conversations to carry that message forward and allow Indigenous-led organizations to really shine through, especially on days like tomorrow. So thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we say in my riding, Kwe. I know that most colleagues here this evening who have been taking part in this very important debate on the approach that the government and Canadians should take with respect to the violence perpetrated against Indigenous women and girls, and what we can do to help them get out of this cycle of violence. In my riding, we have the Wendat Nation, And I'm saying with a bit of a smile, but this is really true. They say you don't choose your family or where you live. My parents came to this country in 1958, and they settled in Chateau d'Eau. It wasn't even a mile away from the Wandaki community. And I grew there. I grew up there. And I lived hardly a mile away from the Wandaki community. I made very close friends, had very genuine friendships with people of this community. And I grew up with the knowledge that we should have about First Nations. Madam Speaker, I think it's difficult to repair 400 years of damages, and this is the situation between Indigenous nations, the federal government, and even the provincial government. 400 years of domination and battles and violence. This is what we are dealing with in the 21st century. Madam Speaker, I don't think we can ever do enough to erase or to at least diminish the pain of these very painful 400 years. The truth, Madam Speaker, is that we have to act, and above all, we have to reflect on and understand what happened. Here we are in the 21st century, and there is an awareness now. Now, there has been awareness of this. There have been some prime ministers and provincial premiers who have really looked with awareness at the situation of the First Nations. One thinks of Jack Layton, former leader of the NDP, and he was the one who talked about recognizing the tragedy of violence that Indigenous women and girls were victim of. There were formal excuses, formal apologies, official apologies for the residential schools and the horrible actions that took place in them. The former Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Stephen Harper, took what Jack Layton said very seriously, and for the first time in Canadian history, the Canadian state offered an official apology to First Nations. For the very first time, a leader of the Canadian nation made an official apology to First Nations. These were sincere, genuine apologies. And then there was the creation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. What you need to have reconciliation is you need the facts and the truth. There was a commission that crossed Canada and listened, and I remember this very well. I was beginning as a politician, and I took part in a meeting in Wandaki. I took leave that day so I could participate, and I listened to those people talk about their pain. The report was tabled in 2015, and for example, in recommendation 41, they said the government should recognize the tragedy of Indigenous women and girls who were being raped, assaulted, and killed. Now, after 2 years of work, the government waited 2 years to come forward with a plan. And, Madam Speaker, as I said, we can never do enough, because trying to make up for 400 years of pain is not an easy thing, but at least we have to confront this sad reality.
Gentleman for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to share with my honourable colleague, through you, how I appreciated his honest acknowledgement of the history in Canada, and also spoke about apologies that have happened. And, you know, certainly I know that apologies are well received. I think we're at a point, though, where apologies are fine and good, but now we need to follow up with action. I think my honourable colleague would agree with me, particularly with his acknowledgement of the level of violence and the level of inaction, that not enough has been done. Does the honourable colleague believe that he thinks we need to move beyond apologies to immediate and urgent actions to mitigate this ongoing genocide? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
League represents so much with so passion and so dignity for people here in the House of Commons. It's a privilege to have a member like her here in the House, and who serve so well the community, but also the country. So indeed, Madam Speaker, indeed we need action. But those actions will not come here from the House of Commons, and especially not from a guy like me, but first and foremost by people like you. Well, like you, Madam Speaker, but I would say by the First Nation. Because First Nation are part of the solution of that. And if we think that only here in the House of Commons we can achieve something, it's just something that could start. But if we want real strong result, it's coming from the First Nation itself. And as a guy who has grew up so close to a First Nation community, I can assure you that we have to work hand in hand. That's exactly what happened for almost 400 years in Wandake in Quebec City. Yes, we can get inspiration in this great example.
Comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent is a call for Justice 4.8. It has to do specifically with adequate funding for services and infrastructure, transportation and common transportation, public transportation for women, girls, and LGBTQ people, especially those who live in remote communities. Can the member talk about the importance of investing and making investments under 4.8? The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to salute my colleague who worked in Montreal, who speaks impeccable French, and he's an inspiration for us all. I think that my colleague has once again put his finger on something, and that's that things are not easy. There are communities, for example, a community near me in Wandake, who are part of a city, Quebec City. And I sometimes think it's pejorative to say that people live remotely, and it's like we're the center and they're remote. It's as if people who are remote, well, they could say that we're remote, those of us who live in urban centers. Now, the fact is, Madam Speaker, is that yes, if we want to provide proper services to First Nations, we have to ensure services that can ensure that these services are provided promptly and adequately to these people. A short question. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague what he expects what does he expect from this Take Note debate? The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, well, if it's taken 400 years to be dealing with this now and thinking about it, we can do nothing without the First Nations. We can't tell First Nations what's good for them. We have to listen to what they want and then act and cooperate with them and give them the help they need. We have to work together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Saanich Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today towards the end of the debate. We have some time left and some more speakers. But I think this Take Note debate has been one of sincerity. It's been heartfelt. And I think we've seen some real change in the way we're able to discuss things in this place, to say and to accept what the inquiry, I remember when the inquiry came out, it was not quite 3 years ago, that the fact that the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls in Two-Spirit inquiry had said this is a genocide. When that first was said, There was a great deal of response in the media as if that might not be the case. It's been stated by members on all sides of the House today without question. That's a sense that we've made progress in understanding the scope and scale and gravity of the issue. I want to start by acknowledging that we're here on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. And I want to also acknowledge that the territory that I'm honored to represent here in Parliament, that my riding name, Saanich Gulf Islands, being a corrupted English pronunciation of Wasanich, the Wasanich Nation of the Coast Salish peoples, and I am deeply indebted to the peoples of our territory. I want also to begin by saying that I will be splitting my time with the honourable and terrific Member of Parliament from Edmonton-Griesbach. There's a lot that's been said, and with the time remaining for me, it'll be hard to add a great deal more. But in preparing for this, and whenever I think about the inquiry, I don't want to talk about statistics. I just want to say, as a settler culture woman, recognizing the privilege of the color of my skin, I am so lucky to have I have a bunch of great women friends. But it's only my Indigenous women friends who say things casually like, well, I was left for dead in a dumpster. I hardly know any close Indigenous women friends who have not had the experience of the loss of close family members, particularly on the downtown east side in Vancouver. And the statement, I was left for dead in a dumpster, it was actually in the context of sitting in a circle after this report came out in Victoria with a woman I thought I knew really well. Her anglicized name is Rose Henry. She goes by the Sliammon name now of Grandma Losa. I had no idea that my friend Rose, as a kid, had been left for dead in a dumpster after being beaten and abused. These experiences aren't statistics. These are our friends, our mothers, our aunties, our children, and the levels of abuse and casual violence against Indigenous women and girls is appalling, is a human rights abuse, and we have not responded with the urgency that we must. We went for years, I'm sure colleagues will remember, demanding that we get an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We got the inquiry, we got the recommendations, but women and girls are still going missing on a routine basis. Indigenous women and girls are still marginalized and at risk, and we have 231 calls for justice to make that not the case anymore. In the time remaining for me, I want to emphasize a few of them that stand out. In the calls for justice, 4.5, I mentioned a few times tonight in questions and comments, is a call for a guaranteed livable income that will end the marginalization, take women and girls from being in a position of great risk to being safer by the security of having enough money to not be in poverty. It's pretty straightforward. We also know from this inquiry that women who've gone missing are quite often, through their marginalized economic status, forced to hitchhike. They don't own a car. They're not going to be getting safe and affordable ground transportation because there isn't any. Our ground transportation system in this country is worse than that in most developing countries. Think about that. And this report came out before Greyhound withdrew service right across Canada. So when I talk to my Nuu-Chah-Nulth friends, particularly Chief Judith Sayers of the Nuu-Chah-Nulth Nation, she has been a prominent supporter of a local bus company called Wilson's Bus Lines that's been trying to stay afloat, trying to connect services. This government needs to acknowledge that we need Via Rail to work for the marginalized, and we also need to address the huge threat of wellness checks in which Indigenous women and girls die. A wellness check should not result in an inquiry and a coroner's report. This also needs urgent attention. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the member has I have great respect for the member, but since she's brought us into a debate about the universal basic income, which I see as entailing a variety of different policy questions from the specific issue of combating violence, I wonder if the member can share if there's any data at all to suggest that somehow we're going to see a drop in violence associated with the particular implementation of this policy instrument? And wouldn't we be better off addressing causes of poverty, as in providing the specific support that people who are in vulnerable situation needs, rather than providing simply a guarantee that anybody who falls below a certain level automatically starts getting paid by the government? And does the member believe that we could finance this by cutting other social programs, or does she believe we could afford this on top of the existing social programs we're providing?
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yes, I was calling out the calls for justice from the inquiry report. I will read it. 4.5, we call upon all governments to establish a guaranteed annual livable income for all Canadians, including Indigenous peoples, to meet all their social and economic needs. I could go into this at great length. We have a poverty caucus in this place made up of members of Parliament and people from the other place. We've had expert testimony for years. I recommend to the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, the great book by the great progressive conservative Hugh Segal, Bootstraps Need Boots.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for her speech. It was great. And it's been interesting to sit here during this debate, all the empathy and understanding that apparently seems to be quite common about the realities and experiences of First Nations, Métis, Inuit. Unfortunately, we're not hearing a lot of calls for accountability. And I wonder if you, in your long experience as a member of Parliament, could share some examples of how accountability could be ensured to make sure that we're seeing the crisis of the murdered and missing Indigenous women and against diverse and gendered people, to see accountability from that perspective.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Reminds me of something that the great journalist Warner Troyer once said, was that politicians are basically like single-celled organisms susceptible only to heat, pressure, and pain. We need more heat, more pressure, and some more pain to make those who have the power to make these changes make the changes.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. Yeah, we're getting to the end of this Take Note debate, and I agree with my colleague, the member for Manicouagan. There are all these calls for justice. We need to act so that there are no more missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Why are we here this evening when we know that there have been 231 calls for justice? And here we are at a Take Note debate.
Merci à ma collègue de Shefford.
I'd like to thank my colleague. Yes, here we are at this very late hour with calls for justice. More than 200 calls for justice. And these are things we have to do, we must do, and as my colleague said, this is a Take Note debate. That is not enough, not sufficient.
The honourable member for North Island Powder River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. I know that for my granny, who went to residential school in LeJac from the age of 4 to 16, unfortunately, when she was 16, the nuns arranged for a marriage for her, and she was married to a 50-year-old white man. And when he passed away not too long after, of course, she was rejected from the family and lost her status and wasn't able to go home. And when I think about the history of Canada and how unsafe it makes Indigenous women and girls, I'm just wondering if the member could talk about how this history continues to repeat itself.
Answer from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
These stories just break our hearts, and history repeats itself because we don't take it on board as a situation. We wouldn't tolerate this if throughout society, at the same proportion of the population, women with the color of my skin were going missing at the same rate as Indigenous women. We have to face facts. History repeats itself because racism remains systemic.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And today, I want to acknowledge all my colleagues, each and every one of you here today. You're participating in what has been a very difficult conversation for Indigenous people, not just here, but across the country. And I want you to do more than to sympathize, but to honestly ask yourselves, Madam Speaker, through you to the members, what would life be like without your mother? What would it be like without your sisters? What would it be like without your grandmothers? Every Indigenous family in this country knows that pain. But I don't want to talk about the pain. We talked an awful lot about the pain Indigenous people have suffered here today. But I want to remind members, Madam Speaker, that with this pain, it was not this government, nor any government in this country that kept us alive. It was Indigenous women. Indigenous women kept our nations alive, and they still do today. That is precisely the reason this government and every government in Canadian history has persisted to ensure this problem is not addressed. Because by evidence of what's occurred thus far is the fact that our Indigenous women continue to go missing. So how can we say to the contrary? But I want to talk about the remarkable women in my life that have made a contribution to my presence here today and are really the only reason I'm here. Indigenous women have fought for our nations. They fought for every single child. And one woman in particular comes to mind is my mother. Her name is Grace Desjardins. She is the sister of a woman named Brenda who was taken through the 60s Scoop. The 60s Scoop, the residential school systems, and every government policy to date has not consulted Indigenous women. However, they expect their labor. So, Madam Speaker, when Brenda, my biological mother, was working as a sex worker after aging out of the terrible foster care system that this country still has, she fought. She had an option present to her, Madam Speaker. She said she could have given up. She could have went down the road that so many of our sisters do. But she fought, and she fought, and she stayed alive. She was able to live to the age of 42, a feat that many Indigenous women do not get the opportunity to in this country. She asked her sister, a woman she barely knew, and asked her to do something courageous. She asked her to take her son, to save her son from a system that would kill him. That was me, Madam Speaker. Women came together from my community and said no. We took a challenge against the court, and I was one of the very few children who were not apprehended. Even though the first person I met in this world was a social worker and an RCMP officer. The people who would save me were Indigenous women. So this is a holistic issue, my friends, Madam Speaker. This is a holistic issue. When we support Indigenous women, they will continue to save lives. They will save our nations. I know this because I've seen it. I'm here because of it. There has been no government program, no government policy, no government that has done this work for us. And when I see the work of the calls to action, the calls to justice, what I see is mothers, aunties, cookums, who did everything they could to make sure this government listens. And today, this debate, I hope, goes much further than just words. To every government member here today, I want you to imagine what it would be like to not have your mothers, to not have your grandmothers, your sisters, and then ask yourself whether it's worth waiting, whether this government has succeeded. That's the one thing I hope to take from this debate, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleagues for his remarks, and hearing members in this House speak about their parents just, I think, reminds us how imminent some of the things we hear about from the what might for some of the younger members feel like further away, and yet they're not so far away. They're within living memory of so many people still alive, and within the parents and members of this House. I do want to ask the member, just with respect to the dialogue that has happened between his party and the Liberals around the confidence and supply agreement. And I think it's a fair question to ask. There have been many criticisms from the NDP of the government approach with respect to aspects of this issue. And at the same time, there was no mention in that confidence and supply agreement of specific commitments around Indigenous issues. So I wonder if the member could just share some of his thinking around that, and whether they're going to be pushing for other things, in addition to what's in that agreement.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
I want to thank my colleague for the question, and I understand it to be one, of course, of political importance considering where we are today. But I want to ask the member, how would one go about doing the work that the member proposes with a process and a system that is so entrenched in a deeply colonial, in a deeply harmful, and a deeply problematic system? What I mean to say is this place, the building we're in right now, and the governance system we have is not conducive to the justice Indigenous people deserve or need. And so there is no confidence and or supply agreement that can fix this issue. What needs to be fixed is Canadians. Canadians need to understand that they're part of this problem and that we need a cultural shift. There is no confidence and supply agreement that can fix this issue. It requires individuals, it requires communities, and it requires people, including the member and his own family, to understand their place in this country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre, for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's such a privilege and honor to always listen to my very wise colleague, and we share a common history, a history of family impacted by the child welfare system. And I just wanted to ask my colleague through you, Madam Speaker, if he agrees with me that one of the areas we need to focus on is ensuring that kids aging out of care age into a home and supports rather than on the streets.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg Centre. She's a champion, Madam Speaker, and I don't have to tell anyone in this House how important it is, the work she does. And when I recall, I know many members who've aged out, and what we mean by aged out is our system here in Canada provides the kick boot treatment to young Indigenous children in particular. When they hit the age of 18, they get tossed to the street, just like my mom. She fought by herself to get to where she was. But many Indigenous people, and particularly Indigenous children who age out of the system, need far more than that. I have a sister, a biological sister I've never met, the oldest of my family, and the only phone call I ever got was the phone call to tell me she passed away. The only phone call. That's the level of support we have in this country for families. I was told she passed away and died at a state funeral when no one was there. How do you think that makes me feel? And so when to my honourable colleague, the supports that we have to date, zero. Anything beyond this is critical. But I would believe that supporting Indigenous women, like I said in my statement, is the path, because they save communities, they save lives, they've saved me, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hearing the member from Edmonton Griesbach reminds me tonight, as always, how lucky we are to have him in this place. And I wonder, with the time remaining, he had been sharing some accountability he was looking for from the governing party. If you'd just like to share more in terms of the accountability he's looking for. Thank you.
To answer from the member for Edmonton Griesbach.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Accountability is a process of understanding the harm, the pain, and the true impact of what has happened to Indigenous people in this country. It means digging deep in your own family history and understanding that not everyone in this House has good ancestors. We all inherit something. My family inherited a significant amount of pain. Many other countries, many other persons, particularly the people who've benefited most from this country, continue to benefit. They're some of the largest oligarch benefactors still today. We need justice, we need to tax them, and they need to pay their fair share.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It would appear that I have the unenviable task of closing the debate tonight, because as the critic for Status of Women for the Bloc, I am speaking, but with a heavy heart. And it is on this debate for Indigenous murdered and missing women. And this is a day to pay tribute to all these women, these girls who are missing or have been murdered. It is so sad to see that still today, in 2022, that attacking women is perceived as a way of attacking the survival of a segment of the population. We're still talking about women, sisters, daughters, friends who have disappeared, women who will never return. And this is so sad, and I'm going to touch on the inaction of the Liberal government, and I will also talk about the Bloc Québécois' position on this matter, because after more than 3 years of waiting, the Liberal government has finally revealed its action plan to eradicate violence against Indigenous girls and women. And these women themselves have said that it is too little too late. In a press conference that was presented, the Minister of Justice admitted that the government had been delayed by the federal election in September 2021 and by the war in Ukraine. There are always excuses to explain their inaction. Why doesn't the government take its responsibility seriously? The federal government must assume its share of responsibility, but we are seeing the opposite, especially with regard to the missing and murdered Indigenous women file, where the government is simply not following up, and yet the numbers are terrifying. The homicide rate was plummeting in Canada, but the number of missing and murdered Indigenous women was 6 times higher than among the rest of the population. Today in Canada, according to 2018 figures, there were 25% of women in Canada who said that they had been sexually assaulted, but among Indigenous women, the percentage was much higher. 30% of non-Indigenous women said that they had been physically assaulted by someone else besides their intimate partner. We're talking about 54% for Indigenous women. And it has not improved with the pandemic, Madam Speaker. Obviously, these are the official figures, and we understand that it is difficult for women to report this violence. According to the National Report on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, it is time to put in place an equal partnership among all Canadians and Indigenous people. The calls to action and justice for the Indigenous missing and murdered women should be taken as legal imperatives rather than optional recommendations, so we can improve the sectors of health, justice, and others for them. We need to create a national position of an ombudsman for these people to ensure their human rights. We also need to design a national action plan to ensure that there is housing, employment, education, and safety for these people. We need long-term stable funding for awareness campaigns dealing with prevention of violence and the fight against violence against these women as well. We need to ban the taking into care of children based on stereotypes, and the government has to answer these calls to action rather than writing numerous reports. The commissioner even said that when the report was tabled, this report of 2,000 pages, that despite the different backgrounds, all of these missing and murdered Indigenous women had been marginalized. They had experienced racism and misogyny, and unfortunately that is part of Canadian society. Indigenous communities have to fight, and Quebecers and Canadians have to become aware of the collective trauma that these communities have gone through, and they must ensure that this never occurs again. In fact, there was more and more pressure on the federal government, which had ignored all the calls to action and justice, and that is already 6 years ago. In fact, rather almost 7 years ago, with regard to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and there was a report that was called for as well. the final report of this survey from June 30th, 2019, is an equally long list of unacceptable matters that the government is not following up on. The director of Amnesty International has said that there are many institutions that are calling on Canada to put an end to violence against Indigenous women. This is something that is unacceptable, that the government is not reacting. In October, in reaction to the tragic number of victims of violence, Amnesty International published a report, and this report clearly called for action and for the taking of concrete measures. 5 years after the initial report, the Amnesty International published another report on violence against Indigenous women, and it said that collective action is required to eradicate violence against Indigenous women. It mentions the role played by racism and misogyny that create stereotypes concerning Indigenous women. There is the inequality between Indigenous and non-Indigenous women. There is the destabilization and the mass abduction of Indigenous families, children who are taken away from their families, and this continues today. There is also a disproportionate number of Indigenous women who are victims of violence, and this continues through the generations. There's the inappropriate reaction of police to these situations as well. Now, quickly, in my committee, we also saw through numerous studies that there is the results, the impacts of pandemic on Indigenous women with regard to intimate partner violence, and we are observing that Indigenous women and girls are among the most affected by all of these. Study after study shows us that different Indigenous communities talk about their harsh reality, and they also talk about concrete proposals that would be required. I am also outraged to see that 54% of women who are being trafficked are Indigenous women. And I also brought this up at the Public Safety Committee. And finally, for the first time in 2014, this came to light when the RCMP revealed figures on the number of women who had disappeared. Between 1980 and 2012, there are so many women who have disappeared, and many of them have never been heard from again. That is a lot. I would also like to underscore a number of the work, rather, of the many community organizations in my riding. There is also a commission that was launched by the Governor of Quebec further to the disappearance of Cindy Rupert House and near Val-d'Or. My colleague, who's a member of who represents that riding, has heard much testimony from women in that area. And obviously, there are police officers who have mistreated these women. And with regard to the president of Indigenous Women of Quebec, in order for Indigenous communities to be heard, she said we need to understand the deep roots of systemic discrimination that Indigenous women are dealing with, and they need to be safe. And Indigenous women are more at risk of being assassinated or disappearing. And so in conclusion, this nation-to-nation partnership with Indigenous women has been promoted in Quebec for many years, and in the election campaign, the positions of our party was clear: conclude proper modern treaties. And it is up to those nations to decide what they want and what they want to negotiate with Ottawa. Lastly, in fall, I went to Magog to participate in a march with red dresses, and I understood that all Indigenous women have their own story, regardless of their age, and they are still there, wondering what will become of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Desnepe, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for her great intervention tonight. She spoke about some women's organizations, and she serves on the Status of Women Committee. In saying that, the Coalition of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls in BC, the Ontario Native Women's Association, and the Quebec Native Women's Association are all groups that were excluded from the process of developing the National Action Plan, despite multiple requests to this government to join the process and have their voices heard. My question through you, Madam Speaker, is does the member believe that the exclusion of the voices of these grassroots women organizations in the development of the National Action Plan will impact or have potential to impact the long-term success of this action plan?
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and it allows me to repeat what I said at the end of my speech, how important it is to establish a nation-to-nation relationship. The government can't make proposals or decide things if it doesn't consult first. If it hasn't opened that dialogue, then it's because it hasn't been listening to its Indigenous partners and communities. And obviously, that has an impact on the implementation of this action plan. That's clear, because a number of communities have actually withdrawn from the process. So how can we implement recommendations if the communities themselves that are targeted are withdrawing from the process? It's very important that we establish this nation-to-nation relationship and keep the lines open. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her very important speech this evening. I think as we sit here in this place and we talk about Indigenous women and girls and the realities that they face and how many of them go missing, are murdered, and I think of the many constituents that I have in my riding that tell me the realities that they face every day because they don't know, in one case for 35 years, where their sister is, and they just always have that haunting sort of history in their mind. What happened? Is she okay? Is she dead somewhere? How do we find her? I'm just wondering, we're here in this place, we have calls to action. We know the pathway that we need to take. What we need to see is the government to actually invest resources into that pathway so that we can move forward, so that finally Indigenous women and girls can be valued the way that they should be. I'm just wondering if this member could talk about how important it is to actually see those resources so the actions can happen, so that the women don't have to have this experience anymore. Thank you.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said to my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands earlier, there are 231 calls to action and justice, and so my colleague's right. We know what they are, but here we are this evening, once again, wondering what we can do, how to move things forward. It's sad, Madam Speaker. As my colleague from Manicouagan said, it's great to talk about funding and investments. It's all smoke and mirrors because there's no political will to put these recommendations into practice. Because it's not just about money. We need to move forward, and there will be more women and girls who will disappear, who will be murdered, as I said at the end of my speech. Those are women we will never see again. Their families will wonder for the rest of their lives. And when I saw those red dresses hanging up, I understood their sadness.
The
honourable member for Abitibi-Bay James and Nunavut, EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. So, this evening during the Take Note debate, violence against women was mentioned. And obviously, this violence goes on, and I'd like my colleague to comment on the sources of this violence so we can support Indigenous people. I'd like her to comment on that. Thank you. The honourable member for Shefford. Well, when we talk about rebuilding, I'd like to address something that needs to be talked about. It's the Indian Act. We can't talk about rebuilding when that archaic piece of legislation still exists. It's riddled with prejudices about Indigenous people, and we can't talk about rebuilding if we don't allow Indigenous people to live in dignity. There are too many Indigenous people in 2022 who still don't have drinking water. They're in dilapidated housing. There are communities in Abitibi that says that, the announcements have made that they're going to have electricity. This is 2022. They still didn't have electricity. We can't talk about rebuilding when all of those problems still exist, and especially the Indian Act. It is completely obsolete. We have to deal with this.
Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was pleased to hear the member speak about the issues of racism in the Indian Act. I had asked a member of the government questions about that, and the government member in response spoke about UNDRIP, which is an important question to discuss in terms of the government's legislation around that, but it's a different question from the question about the Indian Act. I was also very struck by a comment made by the member for Edmonton-Griesbach about how in effect, culture is more important than politics. We're here discussing what politicians can do in the political response, but it's ultimately the underlying culture in Canada, how we treat each other, how we see each other, that is of primary importance. And I wonder if the member can comment on both of those issues, on the need to address racism in the Indian Act, and also on the importance of cultural change in terms of reconciliation being foundational.
The
Honourable Member for Shepherd. Madam Speaker, reconciliation is essential, but we can't talk about it if we don't talk about a nation-to-nation relationship. My colleague talked about UNDRIP. I was talking about how Indigenous peoples have been treated, and that UNDRIP was, Canada refused to sign it for so many years. That's unacceptable, and that delayed dialogue. It delayed communication. The fact that Canada didn't sign it for much too long is unacceptable, and that delayed these negotiations as well. So for me, it's clear that opening this debate and opening true lines of communication is crucial. And it's shameful that Canada did not sign UNDRIP sooner.
That's the honourable member for Edmonton, Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I always appreciate my colleagues' contribution, especially as it relates to gender-based violence. Would she agree with me that the federal government not only needs to quicken the pace of spending the 2021 allocation of funding that was targeted to address murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, and provide additional funding to ensure that resources that are required are provided and that it's sustainable and long-term and ongoing funding?
The Honourable Member for Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, investments in those communities, if it was stable and long-term, would be wonderful, because there's so much work to be done, whether it be implementing the action plan, for housing, for drinking water. It's clear that if this funding was stable and long-term and foreseeable, obviously, I think that it's high time that the government go forward with this type of investment. Time for a brief question.
A brief question. The honourable for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had packed a whole bunch of different things into my last question, which was maybe unfair. So maybe just to focus on one aspect of it. We had an exchange earlier with another member just about, on the one hand, saying there's some things that need to happen politically around combating violence, but on the other hand, recognizing that some of the biggest changes are not actually about politics at all. They're about culture. They're about the way people see each other and about the way they interact with each other. And that's not our primary mandate as members of Parliament, but I wonder if the member wants to just reflect on some of the cultural changes that need to take place.
Brief response, the Honourable Member for Shepherd. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And when we're talking about cultural change, that's something that I didn't have time to address when we talk about cultural respect. And on that, I have to mention residential schools And I want to talk about it because I think that it is extremely cruel, is that they wanted to kill the Indian in the child when we talk about respecting culture. And when children are the ones who are attacked, who are the future of a people, and that children were used to try to kill a culture, I think that is unspeakable, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
It being 11:30, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022, the committee will rise. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.